Played at the Capitol Center in Landover, Maryland, because Washington finished second in the Patrick Division and the Islanders finished in third spot. That's what they played the regular season for, to have home ice of the 7th game of a series. Pressure, the big word tonight. Let's go to the Capitol Center. Mike Emerick and Bill Clement. Pressure on the goaltenders, gentlemen.
Tom, Bill and I have both been talking about Islander comebacks today. 1975, they're down 3-0. They force a 7th game against Pittsburgh. Chico Resch a shutout, and they take that series. 2 years ago here, they're down 2-0. They force in the best of 5 a 5th game. Billy Smith in goal, they take that series. Now, can they do it again? Different guy in goal, though.
Absolutely. The torch has officially been passed from Billy Smith to Kelly Rudy, and Kelly Rudy will start his 7th consecutive game tonight for the Islanders in this playoffs, and they can thank Rudy for being here. It was Game 5, Mike, on Tuesday night here that he stopped 40 Capitals shots to defeat the Capitals 4-2, so he will be counted upon again tonight.
Tom, do you know who the goalie will be for Washington? Do you viewers at home know who it'll be? Do you know who it'll be?
I don't think anybody knows, because Brian Murray hasn't told anyone who it's going to be, but it's either going to be Bob Mason, who's played a total of 3 playoff games, or Pete Peters, who's played 53. No one knows. The word is Pete Peters can't win the big ones. We'll have to see.
The 7th game. That's the setup, Tom. We need nothing more than that.
All right, Mike and Bill, if I had to put my money on one man starting tonight in goal for the Washington Capitals, I'd have to bet it would be Bob Mason, who played so well and pitched that shutout on Long Island a few games ago. We'll see Game 7 on the road to the Cup, the Caps and Isles, in just a moment. Bracketing around the National Hockey League. In the Adams Division, the Adams Finals will be that civil war in Quebec Province, the Quebec Nordiques in Montreal. You'll see Game 1 of that series Monday night, live here on ESPN from the Forum in Montreal. In the Patrick Division, Philadelphia awaits the winner of tonight's game between Washington and the Islanders. That series opens up at the Spectrum on Monday night. Now in the Campbell Conference. In the Norris Division, it'll be Detroit and Toronto. We'll speak live with Detroit Red Wings head coach Jacques Demers later on in this telecast. Game 1 of that series Tuesday night at Joe Louis Arena in Detroit. And in the Smythe Division, this could be very interesting. The Edmonton Oilers and the Winnipeg Jets, who are really on a roll. Game 1 of that series will be Tuesday night at the Northlands Coliseum in Edmonton. So we are set for game number 7 between Washington and the New York Islanders. Of course, the Islanders were given up for dead in this series, trailing 3-1. They came back and won a big 5th game at Washington, went back into their own building, won again to force a 7th game. The road team has won 4 of the 6 games in this series, so it's flip a coin time. I'm leaning a little bit towards the Islanders as to who I think might win this game, but it's really a toss-up. Should be a great hockey game. Let's go live to the Capitol Center in Landover, Maryland, where the national anthem is just about reaching its conclusion, and Mike Emerick and Bill Clement, who have been taking us all the way down the road to the Cup, are taking us to the only game in town tonight, Game 7, the Islanders and the Capitals. Let's go live to Washington and Mike and Bill.
It is a sea of white. Fans have been encouraged, as they were earlier in Winnipeg and also in Quebec, to help the home squad clinch the series by wearing white. Andy Van Helleman is the referee, John D'Amico and Ron Finn are the linesmen. And the off-ice officials are from Buffalo.
There's a look at Kelly Rudy, 3-3 in this series. He has started every one for the New York Islanders and has had some fabulous hockey games thus far in the series. Gathered momentum late in the hockey season. Took over from Billy Smith. There it is. No more mystery. Bob Mason is starting tonight. Only his 4th playoff game lifetime. He is 2-1 in this series thus far, but he plays very well against the New York Islanders.
That young man is the reason they are here. 25 years of age from International Falls, Minnesota.
Will be scratched for the Capitals.
They just made one announcement about Alan Hallworth being scratched. But boy, some significant New York Islanders must wait and hope that there'll be another series for them.
8 Stanley Cups between Mike Bossy and Dennis Potvin that will not be in uniform tonight. Potvin with the back, Bossy with the knee. If it's not the back with Bossy, it's the knee. But on the other hand, Washington's hurting as well. Laughlin's out, Hallworth is out, and I'm kind of wondering what is going on at the bench. Maybe it's the starting lineup. We've seen that in another series this year. If somebody makes a mistake in the starting lineup, they do give them a chance to change it before the puck is dropped. If it is not changed, it's a penalty. Looks like we're ready to go.
Christian Ridley and Gartner, the front line for the Capitals. Crom, Trottier, and Kerr for the Islanders. And just 5 seconds after we start, we stop. The starting defense combination, Gord Dineen, number 2, just drifted by your screen, and Conroy, Greg Smith, and Stevens.
There's Coach Terry Simpson, the quiet man, the quiet teacher. I asked him today if he was nervous for tonight's game. He said, well, I don't know if you'd call it nervous. I have a bit of adrenaline, and I want to concentrate very hard on my focus in the first part of the game and not make any mistakes behind the bench. In that sense, I guess I'm a lot like a player tonight.
Dineen drives, and Mason sees it sail by. Crom in, hit hard by Greg Smith. It is Mike Ridley, shoved off by Alan Kerr. Then a good check thrown by Brian Trottier on Christian. So it's 2 thumps, now 3 thumps for the Islanders and 1 for the Capitals. Both teams registering hits early. The puck comes back to Kerr for a drive. He dubbed it. Back it comes for Dineen's drive, and that knocked down by Scott Stevens. Stevens is a big man they count on. He must play well for the Capitals to go well in this contest. On comes Stevens with a big drive, and it ricochets in front. Dineen can't get it, and neither could Gartner. Now it's Gartner down. Feeds in front, but Alan Kerr back up with it. And Kerr drops in. Shift changes are on. 55 seconds gone, first period. On with it comes Kelly Miller. Ridden off the play by Gilbert. It is Duchesne with a shot turned away by Rudy. And Duchesne checked off by Ken Morrow. Duchesne tries to drop it further from Miller, who scoots after it, but Ken Morrow took the hit from Bobby Gould. This is the checking line that yielded over 50 goals in the regular season for Washington. Rod Langway matched up with Larry Murphy. And it is Duchesne spinning. It's tipped further by Miller. Shift change for Washington. 1.5 minutes gone. First period of play. Icing the call. Glad you've joined us tonight on ESPN. The score of our game. The Capitals nothing. The Islanders nothing.
Kind of a pressure situation for Brian to be in. His team was leading 3-1 in this series, but he certainly didn't seem at all rattled today. Perhaps concerned, but he masked it very well. He is confident that his boys are ready to perform tonight to the best of their abilities. Nevertheless, it's a 7th game that Washington didn't really want to be in.
How would the Islanders view this?
Well, I think that is the exact opposite. The Islanders are happy to be in a 7th game, and in that sense, I think the pressure is squarely on the shoulders of the Caps. The Caps didn't want a game 6, and they didn't want a game 7 even more, but they're being forced to play a hockey game tonight that they really didn't want to play. The Islanders were down 3-1 and could have lost it in 5. They are excited to be here tonight. Washington, will be interesting to see how they've prepared for tonight's game, Mike.
Makela, LaFontaine the center, Kerr the left wing now. And it is LaFontaine and Makela who worked the artistry to help the Islanders come from behind in game 6. Diddick's pass is allowed to go by LaFontaine because it would have been over 2 lines. Scott Stevens matched up with big Kevin Hatcher on defense. That one caroms right back to Hatcher, and Hatcher brings it back out. Lighter the defense for the Islanders, and he's maxed up with Gerald Diddick, but a giveaway there, and the puck flipped by Greg Adams high, then knocked down by the high stick of Bobby Gould, but we get a stoppage of play as Rudy waits.
Boy, and you can see Diddick talking to Rudy right now, Mike. A real miscommunication behind the net. Perhaps a sign of pressure. Let's face it, pressure means mental breakdowns, and that time Diddick went behind to pick up the puck. Rudy decided to go the other way with it, and Greg Adams was there trying to get it out to that man, Bobby Gould, who is playing tonight. Really didn't practice yesterday, was injured in game 6 with a concussion. He was clotheslined and was very foggy for the rest of the game, and he has to be a key for the Washington Capitals. He's a very, very valuable man defensively, and he's got so many big playoff goals for this hockey team too, Mike.
Are there other ways you can measure pressure?
Well, I think pressure is nothing more than a fear of failure out there, and I think it manifests itself in the form of mental mistakes. And mental mistakes don't affect your legs, they affect your hands. So watch for a bad pass that doesn't make any sense. Also for a player to not be thinking and to be caught way out of position, maybe even overreacting, trying to do too much out there.
It's the Trottier line opposite that of Mike Ridley. Turning with it is Dineen. Wraps it to Flatley. Shouldered by Ridley, but out comes Trottier. Has Crom on his left. The drive is into the glove of Mason. Sets it up for Scott Stevens. Has Gartner in stride. And the pass taken by Gartner, but he's wedged right out of the play. Nicely by Dineen, though, coming along to help is Stevens, and he carries in. Offside on the play was Christian.
after a nice follow-up from Stevens. He came from so far deep in his corner to follow up when he saw Gartner was in trouble at his own blue line, picked the puck out of the pack and kept on going with it, and that should be a key too tonight. Both of these teams play defensive hockey and they play conservative hockey, but a guy like Stevens has enough ability, just raw skating ability, to get up on the play and be an extra attacker. Both of these teams need as much attack as they can muster tonight without giving away what they do best, playing defensive hockey.
Dineen again stepped into by Ridley. Trottier trying to take it loose. Flatley there as well. And it caroms to Pat Flatley, and he's able to turn it out. If the Islanders hurry, they've got a break developing. Crom just pats it along, and it's taken by Stevens, thrown back out. Off the skate of Gartner, but brought in by Mike Ridley. Slot over to Christian. Christian centers in front. It was behind Gartner. Trottier able to flip it out of play. And there, the best opportunity of these first 2 minutes and 49 seconds here at the Cap Center. 18,130 watching. We have no score. Shuffles it to Dineen, then across to Conroy. Islanders moving it quickly as LaFontaine drops it along, though it caromed off big John Blum. Rod Langway with a crisp pass to Gould, then up to Duchesne. Moves along with Kelly Miller and angles for the Miller corner. He's double team, drive by Gould. Oh, and getting a piece of that Rudy, and it may have gone off the left post. Back through now, it is Kerr trying to shuffle in, but Blum directed that one so that Rod Langway can take it. Capitals with 2 great chances in the last minute of playing time. On comes Gould, tries to get away from Thomas Janssen, but is carried off. Miller, but it kicked away from him. Duchesne over for Miller, then to Murphy for a shot that shanked off Kerr. Pat LaFontaine tosses back out, then takes the hit from Bobby Gould. It is Murphy playing to Langway as there's a tie-up of players back down the ice. Morrow and Bobby Gould, and the puck just goes skidding by both of them. Play continues with 16 minutes to go. First period, and Greg Gilbert moves out with Basson. Drive in on goal was broken up there by Mason. Loose puck in front. Dwayne Sutter couldn't tap it home, and it's Francischetti clearing. Rudy setting it up, back to take it. Didick, oh, and he was leaned on from behind by Pavanka. Francischetti given a stiff check as he tried to center. Basson registering the hit as it's Adams with no one to pass to, forced down by Ken Leiter. Back for Murphy's shot, and that's locked off by Greg Gilbert. Now here's Adams trying to get in front. Out for Pavanka, but easily flagged down by Dwayne Sutter and cleared out of play. 15:27 to go. First period from the Capitol Center, no score.
This is a 7th game. The body contact. Watch Gould take LaFontaine. Wow, he follows with the right. Now Kenny Morrow comes over to help out. Morrow will basically lift Gould right off of LaFontaine, but the body work has been unbelievable, especially by the New York Islanders. The line of Basson when he's out there with Alan Kerr. These are big hitters for the New York Islanders.
Stevens angles in. Puck flipped back along by Crom. Jammed back in again by Stevens, and it's Gord Dineen going back to take it. In case you're just joining us, this is Game 7. Patrick Division semifinals from the Cap Center in Landover, Maryland. Washington and the Islanders are knotted at 3 in the series. No score in the contest as Flatley sails it off. Gartner wrapping it back around, and for the Caps defense, it's Kevin Hatcher. Conroy, former Calgary Flame. That one tipped loose. You can sense a certain testiness and very careful amount of play in these passes that are just going awry. Don't want to take too great a chance. In comes Ridley. Back to Christian. Wheels to the slot. And Rudy will hold on with 5:27 off the scoreboard clock in this first period.
I agree with you, Mike. It is conservative in a passing sense. Everyone wants to be careful, but it certainly isn't conservative in a physical sense out there. There is so much adrenaline that is being spent every time one player runs into another one, and it will most likely continue for a great part of this game until the fatigue factor starts to wear. And a lot of people will wonder if Brian Trottier, the man that's wearing the C at the age of 30, will be a player that will be a victim of fatigue. But I'll tell you, I think he's still one of the strongest skaters and has one of the greatest stamina levels of anybody in the National Hockey League. He's still a very strong player, and no question that he's a key for the Islanders tonight.
Is there a certain reluctance, Bill, to want to make a play, to make that heady play? Is there a fear maybe in a game that's so important as this?
I think until the adrenaline wears off, it's not only perhaps a fear, Mike, as much as it is a bit of coaching. You don't want to take the chance. You want to make the easy play until you get into the groove of the game. Then you can start loosening up, perhaps do things that are a little more creative. But the one word you want to avoid in a game like this is being fancy. Don't be fancy.
Crisp pass from Langway to Murphy. And Morrow gives chase as Rudy sets it up for him. The forechecker is Miller, and he took Morrow to the boards and glass. Rod Langway gives chase. 14:05 left in this opening period. We have no score in the game. Puck hops back near Morrow. And again, it's angled out. Shift change on for the Capitals. Greg Smith steps freely from the bench and plays to Murphy. On the turning stick of Gould. Back again to Smith and then to Murphy. But off the heel, and it's followed up by Pat LaFontaine. And LaFontaine is hit hard by Smith. Gould's pass clicked off Kelly Miller. Randy Boyd, one-time Chicago Blackhawk. Puck fed along off LaFontaine. And it is Bobby Gould starting back. A lot of care shown here. Dropping back, just want to make the safe play right now. Murphy floats it on ahead.
But Mike, 2 plays within the Washington blue line that could have been turnovers in key situations. I think that's one thing the Islanders will not do. They'll dump it out if there's any doubt, and they'll dump it in. Washington, whoa, a little more creative. They're given a little more freedom by their coach, but I'm not so sure that can't cost them sooner or later. Those passes 6 feet inside their blue line.
The first shot was Dwayne Sutter. The second was the big defenseman Gerald Diddick. And again, the Caps play back in their own zone. 13 minutes to go first period. There'll be no icing here. Gord Dineen going back for the Islanders. And again, the Capitals make a shift change. And Ed Kostelic moves in to lock up Dineen. So it is Conroy with a pass that clicks off of Basson. Played by Stevens. Right back along to Adams. Turns nicely away from one check, but the puck escapes again where Rudy sets it up for Dineen, and boy was he hammered from behind by Francischetti. Stevens keeps it in. It's punched to Pavanka. Francischetti in front, and down on the play goes Greg Adams. Delayed penalty call is on. Whistle stops the clock. The Caps power play, much maligned, will get its chance. The first one in the game, no score.
In his playoff beard, he is off for hooking here in the first period, and we'll get a chance to take a look at, first of all, the hooking penalty as he hooks down Greg Adams in front of the net. Boy, Adams was just about to receive a nice little feed from one of his teammates, so that was one of those just about mandatory penalties, but we're going to see a very anemic Washington power play. 2 for 34 in the playoffs against the New York Islanders.
Murphy over for the drive by Gartner that clicked off the stick of Rudy. It's set up by Ridley. Close quarters pass to Christian, has Scott Stevens working the front. Leiter defends and knocks down Christian. Puck to Ridley. Murphy to the back. Takes the pass in the glove and controls. But along the blue line and out. The ruling of the veteran Ron Finn.
Boy, I can guarantee you that Larry Murphy wondered where that whistle was coming from when he heard it too. He grabbed the puck and closed his hand on it and basically took a couple of strides before he let it go. And if Andy Van Hellemond blows the whistle, you know it's for closing the hand on the puck. Lucky for Larry Murphy, he's only a victim of an offside. And that's the man that called it right there, John D'Amico.
49 years of age in his 23rd year in the NHL, including 21 games as a referee.
Don't let his age fool you. He's one of the strongest men in hockey, including the players.
Adams along to Scott Stevens. Feeds it over to Murphy. They look to Pavanka, but the play comes off of Greg Adams, who's taken out by Leiter. Morrow throws, but there to get it is Stevens. Flipped one in front, and it's popped in the air by Kostelic, though grabbed by Rudy. The Caps have worked on that theory. They need the big man up front. Earlier it was Stevens, this time Kostelic.
Kelly Rudy is down. He was looking over his shoulder at Greg Adams as if Greg Adams, and Adams did get his stick up on him. I wonder if he did make contact. We'll see if we can get a peek at it. Stevens just throws it into traffic in front. Not that bad a move. Let's see if we can see a stick up high. Well, it wasn't up high, but he did give him a little chop with it, didn't he? Yes. Either in the chest or in the shoulder. That's why there it is right there. There's not that much padding on the back of the shoulder blade, and I think he got hit on the back of the shoulder.
Budweiser keeps the action going so that you can enjoy the game. The clean, crisp taste of Budweiser. For all you do, this Bud's for you.
Of course, I was going to say, you never know at this stage of the game if a guy like Kelly Hrudey might be trying to draw a penalty, because I can guarantee you that with all of the adrenaline flowing tonight, and it always happens in big games, your pain threshold goes up. You don't feel the same things that you do under ordinary circumstances with all that adrenaline in your body.
Interesting, Mr. Smith used to be so good at that for the Islanders, and a guy who was on the ice for 2 controversial attempts, one successful, one not, in successive years against the Islanders to draw penalties on Glenn Anderson, Andy Van Helleman. But Smith is the backup tonight. Grant Martin, who played most of this season in Binghamton. He's a face-off specialist, but was sent to Binghamton from an earlier 7-game stint here because he wasn't winning them. This time they control. Martin, able to step away from Thomas Jonsson, gives to Pavonka. He's got Murphy in back and will lay it off to him. The other point is Scott Stevens, and he's ready. Adams at the front, and that one knocked down by Dineen, but kept by Larry Murphy. Murphy to Pavonka, 57-second power play. Drive, save, rebound, and closing the gap in front on defense was Gord Dineen so that puck could be cleared. And was Crom ever hit hard by Greg Adams? 11:05 to go first period. Brian Murray says, boy, would it help if we could get one early, especially on the power play. More confidence that he'd give us. In front, Pavonka shot, a sprawling play made by Hrudey, cleared by Alan Kerr.
You know, Mike, he also told us that the Capitals were getting their chances, and if this power play is an indication of what they've been getting, he's absolutely right. But he's also right in the fact that his power play could be the difference in this game tonight if they could get it rolling. A very big difference in the game.
Only 2 for 34 on it as Ridley wraps it. It's off Hrudey. Alan Kerr over. Can't clear past Langway. The pass comes to Gartner. Then to Christian, a shot. Oh, and a beautiful play made by Kelly Hrudey, who came out charging.
Wow, and the man that's disappointed on the play, it's not Christian. Of course he's disappointed, but Mike Ridley was standing to the side of the net so lonely, so open. And after the save, we'll try and see Ridley in this play and watch how open he is. Top of your screen, there he is. See the man? You can see his legs at the top of the screen. If Christian gets it through to him, it's an easy tap in, and Ridley just nodded his head. Darn. Right here, you can't see to the right of your screen. Hrudey makes a nice save. He moves out. He cannot worry about Mike Ridley on the play. That has to be the job of the defenseman watching the pass. Boy, Ridley was wide open to the side.
Only 5 seconds left. On the hooking minor to Steve Conroy, and Bobby Gould will be in to take the draw opposite Pat LaFontaine, and that's a matchup that Brian Murray wants after this power play is over. Islanders control, and it is Ken Morrow laying it back off out in neutral ice. They work ahead. Randy Wood can't connect. On with it to drive back in is Gaetan Duchesne. It was Duchesne, Gould, and a man named Glenn Curry for so long here. But now it is Kelly Miller on that line, being nudged out of the play by Ken Morrow. Duchesne, able to control, feeds back to Hatcher. And Hatcher with just a casual toss off the back. Duchesne moves in. Morrow is screened out by Miller. Duchesne just weaving his way around. Still turning, leaned on by Leiter. Still working is Duchesne. Teams are at full strength with 9:45 left. First, no score. Duchesne in front. Save on the play made by Hrudey. Puck kept by Langway. Miller throws it wide. Skating over for it is Mikko Makala, and Makala tries to take the pressure off, but Rod Langway batted it back along. It went out of play, so a center ice face-off will result. 9:33 to go, first period. Capitals nothing, Islanders nothing.
Brian Murray keyed up. His team has performed. They're running into the same problem. They've been all over the New York Islanders, outshooting them 9-2. The Islanders haven't really had a scoring opportunity, Mike, yet the Capitals are not on the scoreboard.
Offside call. Well, the Islanders' strength has been Kelly Hrudey. And Bill, you know what a goaltender can do to confidence. If you've got a guy that's strong in the net, he can just foil the other team. Philadelphia was thinking that way against the Rangers the other night. Hold the Rangers off the board in the first period and do the numbers.
Terry Simpson said it this morning. He said, what we are going to do is play very conservatively because we don't have the firepower to play any differently. We're going to dump it out of our zone if there's any doubt. We're going to dump it into their zone if there's any doubt. And the third thing, we're going to hope that the goaltending holds up.
Greg Adams rushed by Pat Flatley. Trottier in front, but Greg Smith was there. Well ahead of Crom. Adams outlets. They move it out. Grant Martin. On the wing, it's Lou Francischetti. Tries to work on Boyd. Booms to the boards himself, and the puck carried off by Gerald Diddick on defense. Then hooked down as Adams as play moves ahead to Crom. The man on the wing was Flatley, but a good breakup of that play made by Greg Smith. 8:50 to go, first period. No score in this tense contest here. Game 7 of the Patrick Division semifinal. Stoppage of play. Puck played by a high stick. 8:44 to go in the first. The shots 9-2 Washington. There's no score.
Periods, we'll have a live conversation with the head coach of the Red Wings as they prepare to meet the Toronto Maple Leafs in the next round of plays in the Norris Division Finals. Now let's go back to the Capitol Center, Landover, Maryland. Bill Clement and Mike Emerick.
Capitals control on the faceoff. And it is John Blum to Kostelic. He's hit hard by Gilbert. And Conroy drops back in. The Capitals with a lot of bulk out there right now. They have 3 good solid hitters in Lou Francischetti and Kostelic playing the wings, and John Blum back on defense. It's flipped. Chasing it down is Francischetti. Has Kostelic in the slot. Oh, and a dubber that is grabbed off by Rudy, and he's got to put it in play, and then he's able to get the whistle. And now some shoving afterward. Ed Kostelic, big man for the Capitals, 6'2", 215.
This is where the discipline has to come in. None of these players want to be the one that takes the 2-minute instigator or the 2-minute roughing penalty without taking someone else. And there's Kostelic. In the save that Rudy made, Greg Gilbert ended up in front of him without a stick. You know why? Because Kostelic, way back at Washington's blue line, grabbed Gilbert's stick out of his hand and flung it high into the air. And as we speak, it is right down in the far corner of the building. There's Kostelic. See Gilbert, number 7, in the middle of your screen with no stick? His stick now is way back at the other end of the ice. There, he's just gone and gotten it, and live we're sitting here watching him, but he's still standing there trying to protect the front of the net. There's where the scuffling started. Kostelic just threw his stick. I'm telling you, it went 30 feet into the air.
Mr. Rudy's first team was Inland Cement. He made the team by default. He was encouraged to try out, showed up for the tryouts. There was only one goalie, him.
I can't believe there weren't 8 or 10 guys that were wanting to play for Inland Cement.
Sure.
I'll tell you another thing about Kelly Rudy. He just about quit playing hockey if it had not been for his brother to talk him into trying one more time to play minor hockey in Canada. He was cut from so many hockey teams that he tried out for. And that man, Terry Simpson, I'm sure is glad that Kelly Rudy persevered and is with his hockey team today. And he's a very likable goaltender, too, as is Terry Simpson. Nobody doesn't like Terry Simpson.
Bobby Gould in for the faceoff opposite Pat LaFontaine. And it is Miller and Duchesne. You can just predict it as you can tomorrow coming about that those two are going to be the wingers for Gould. Play continues. Islanders are able to get it as far as center ice, but Hatcher takes over there and forces the Blue back deep. It is Conroy, smoked out by Duchesne, but he passes over to Dineen with 8 minutes to go. First period of play, no score. The angle for Makela, ridden off by Kelly Miller, then overskated by a pair. Puck taken by Kerr, and Kerr feeds to the point. Dineen, a drive, high off Mason, and he just taps it on coolly for Scott Stevens. Play made by Duchesne, back out. Most of the fans here tonight, 18,130, are wearing white, hoping that it will do the same thing that it did for Winnipeg in clinching the series at home from Calgary, and Quebec in taking its series at home from the Hartford Whalers. Diddick wraps, but it is in over the blue line from Smith, and now Kerr staring across the way at Greg Adams.
But they both stand there with their arms at their sides. Now everybody gets in there. Neither one wanted to be the one that throws the first slap, the first punch. These teams are very disciplined, and I think both coaches should be commended for preparing their players for this 7th game. They seem to have played with cool heads, but very aggressively, and that's a real key.
Is there a point in a game like this where the adrenaline tends to settle? Is it throwing that first good hit or getting the first scoring opportunity, as you see Brent Sutter? That's the trouble with the NHL this year. Too many injured Sutters.
Gosh, it's true. They've all been injured at one point, most of them seriously. But about the adrenaline, I think it settles down. There's Dwayne Sutter, who's wearing the mask, got hit on the jaw with a shot from his own teammate, Ken Morrow, near the end of the season and fractured his jaw. Islanders have 2 players wearing those, he and Thomas Janssen. The adrenaline, I think, is pretty well settled in these players now. There's still a nervous edge. There's still anticipation. There's still enough adrenaline to have the legs go shift after shift. But the nervous, the dangerous adrenaline is pretty well gone.
Shots in this game are 10 for the Capitals and 3 for the New York Islanders. As back to play it is Greg Smith, pursued and hacked at by Flatley. He goes down. The puck comes to Morrow. Wraps it along, taken by Flatley. Has Crom in the slot, but has to dish back to Trottier. Flatley again in trouble. Crom in front, and it's turned right on goal. Mason able to punch it away from Crom's reach. Mike Ridley for the Capitals just plays it safely. Back along for Larry Murphy. And Murphy skies one back out of harm's way. And out of play it sails. Clock is ticked down now to 6:52 in this first period.
You know who I think the last man to get rid of his adrenaline was? Bob Mason. He probably still has some. He made his first real big save, which was a toughie. One of his players was going down to block the shot. He made his first real big save less than a minute ago. And we got 6:52 to go in this period. And goaltenders will tell you they want to be in the play a little more. They hate to be so isolated and have their team down at the other end so much that when the team breaks out and comes at them, they're cold. They haven't been able to establish a flow of their play.
Mike Ridley, one of 4 Capital centers. And boy, you talk about Philadelphia having trouble. As you see, Pete Peters, the backup goaltender. Since Christmas, the Capitals have had 4 healthy centermen for 1 game. That's it. John Blum works it back up to Adams. Adams has Francischetti churning up the opposite wing, plays the drop in, and Rudy able to clear from Francischetti, pinching is Blum. Centers one across the goal mouth wide. Rod Langway moves in. He turned one in front, blocked off by Morrow. And again, the Caps must regroup at center ice. It is Pavanka turning it back to Rod Langway. Boy, he plays a lot in the course of a game. But shorter shifts earlier, I believe. Pavanka trickles one that is taken over by Thomas Janssen. And shaky and still on all fours is Ken Morrow. Stoppage of play as Craig Smith, the trainer, is out to 10 to Morrow. And now Dwayne Sutter staring daggers at John Blum. Monday night. Talk about tension. There'll be plenty at St. Catherine Street in Montreal, as it'll be the Quebec Nordiques and the Montreal Canadiens in the battle for Quebec. Best of 7 series. We'll have game 1 for you on ESPN beginning at 7:30 Eastern Time.
Here's a look at Kenny Morrow going down. He meets Michael Pavanka at the blue line head on, and I'm hoping for Kenny Morrow that he got hit with a stick up high in the face, because he works with bad knees. At the beginning of the season, he wasn't even supposed to be able to play every game, so they were alternating him to the point that Terry Simpson would have to ask him, can you play, can you play? And Kenny Morrow, as tough as he is, never answered no. He always said, yes, I can play. Simpson just stopped asking him, and Kenny Morrow started playing more regularly, but he is working on a couple of bad wheels.
Any of you have arthritis at home? Well, you know how Kenny Morrow must feel every day, because he's had a chronic arthritic problem. Michael Pavanka, defector from Czechoslovakia, heads off on a shift change that brings out Grant Martin opposite Bob Basson. 6:16 to go, first period of play. There's no score as Leiter angles in, and it's set up by Mason for Rod Langway. Langway's pass is to Martin. Has Kostelic moving up the wing and hopes for him, and Kostelic able to get by. Ed Kostelic hooked off, got a shot away. That was the side of the net, an easy paddle stop made by Kelly Rudy. Henry moves back out. Dale Henry, first shift of the game for the Islanders, gives it up to Kostelic. Dwayne Sutter controlling that one, can't clear. Puck kept by Jensen, feeds in front, backhander by Kostelic off the outside of the goal. Puck cleared, but into the glove of Hatcher, who keeps play moving. Boy, you talk about hustle and a lot of opportunity coming from unsuspected sources. That's Ed Kostelic.
Absolutely, and Jensen's out there with them, as was Martin, and that's a line that Brian Murray is showing complete confidence in spite of the fact that this is the 7th game. And you know what? They're producing pretty well for him. They haven't scored, but the play has constantly been going from the Washington end down to the Islanders end when that group is out there.
A hard around played by the Capitals, but Kelly Rudy breaks that. On with it now, Randy Wood. Moving it to LaFontaine. LaFontaine shouldered down. Play continues as then stepped in was Ridley. Here's a 2-on-1. Hatcher moving in. Hatcher with a shot, and it's trapped and held by Kelly Rudy. And talk about fierce checking taking place in this game, just 15 minutes old.
Boy, his life was spared only because of his good vision. Scott Stevens spotted him stepping out of a crowd and came cross ice in the most dangerous check, because it's a blind check, and Pat LaFontaine saw him at the last minute. And then down the other way came the Capitals. And, you know, that has to be, Mike, the 4th or 5th time that Washington's been in decent position to shoot and have shot right into Kelly Rudy's breadbasket.
That man and his team has collected 4 shots so far. The Capitals have 12. But it's not how many, it's how many are in. And this one remains 0-0.
That's a good point. And if the Islanders can escape this period tied or with the lead, it would be a huge victory for them. I mean, they know that they have been dominated in this period, and unless Washington scores, they leave this period without a victory. All of their work has gone for naught, and they leave the period with a tie or behind unless they can score and hold the Islanders off.
And the Islanders win the faceoff. Trottier giving over to Alan Kerr. Kerr able to flip it in, but Murphy knocked it down. Can't clear. Morrow hurries a shot that's tipped by Duchesne. Flipped back out by Bobby Gould. Dropped back by Miller, and on with the drop in is Duchesne. Crom goes to chase it, and Miller bumps him off the play. Crom able to finesse it along to Ken Morrow, and with 4:35 to go in this period, the puck again cleared out of play. Well, you stop to think back on the scoring opportunities. You can see how it's been a challenge for Mason to stay in the game. It's very calmly Brent Sutter blowing bubbles at the Islander bench.
You know, there are a lot of people that maintain the Islanders would be helped so much if Brent Sutter came back. Brian Murray said, I wouldn't mind Sutter playing tonight because young Bob Basson has been killing us. And if Sutter plays, that would cut down Bob Basson's ice time, and Sutter would be just coming back from his injury, so probably wouldn't be as effective. But one thing that's important to these teams, Mike, is scoring the first goal. In this series, the team that has scored first has won each game, except Game 4, when the Islanders scored first and their lead only lasted 43 seconds. The Caps came back and tied it and went on to win the hockey game. And to me, that's no surprise. It stands to reason. These teams, neither has a lot of firepower. They both play great defensive hockey. It's very tough to come back for Washington if the Islanders get the lead and vice versa.
Crom able to flip it. And then a problem there. Alan Kerr can't handle, and so Ridley is on. Given a jolt by Kerr. Puck fed behind. Christian tries to get to the front, but can't. Murphy with a turnarounder that's wide. Ridley can't flip it in front, so it comes the near side where it is worked back out by Trottier. Poked along by Crom. Murphy outreaches him. And it's Morrow starting back for the Islanders with 4:05 to go. They drop in. And again, the Capitals head back. Islanders have made a shift change. They have Conroy out on defense now with Deneen. Trottier going in, but down on the play is Gartner. Icing is the call. 2 arms went up, but those were both the linesmen. And Rod Langway is all over Andy Van Hellemond, wanting to know why no penalty.
Boy, you can't say that Andy Van Hellemond hasn't let them go tonight. That's one of the reasons the game has been so entertaining thus far, and the pace has been so good. Here's Gartner trying to get through. Finally hooked. But let's face it, a little bit of drama after the fact there, I would say, Mike. Sure, he was hooked a touch, but he made it look a little better than it was. But Andy has let them play. And the pace, as a result, has been very, very good. A lot of hard hitting, nothing choppy.
Do you recall any crucial game experiences in your playing career?
Oh, a couple. We faced the New York Islanders in a 7th game in the semifinals in 1975. That's the year everyone's talking about the Islanders. They came back 9 times or 8 times that year from elimination. They played in 8 games where they faced elimination and won them all until the Flyers beat them in the 9th game that they had faced elimination in that year.
Blaine Sutter in front. Oh, and a shot by Basson. Stoned by Mason on the play, and then Basson taken hard into the boards and glass by Rod Langway. The Islanders' record in elimination facing games now 19-8. They'll try to make it 20 tonight. Scoreless first period. Glad you're with us on ESPN. 3 minutes, 20 seconds to go as Scott Stevens bounces one in. Francischetti wheels toward it, but it's nicely poked away from him and controlled back out by Basson. Scott Stevens had nearly lost a glove. That's why he was clutching his chest. He was trying to control his glove, but the Caps are able again to force the Islanders back. It is Gord Deneen. Down on the lean of Pavanka. In comes LaFontaine for a shove. Pavanka still trying to muscle it along, but the whistle of Andy Van Hellemond is blown.
Well, you have to credit Bob Mason with a couple of great saves, and I'll point out once again, especially because he hasn't had that much work. He's only had 5 shots. 2 of them were bliskers. That last one when Basson was pretty well alone in front of the net. Are we going to get a look at it? Yeah, here it is. Watch Mason's left leg. Oh, that's great extension. And he's cold as well. He's lucky he didn't tear one leg from the other with the extension, but just an excellent save. He made one earlier, and then Basson was really ridden into the boards by Big Rod Langway. Basson's 5'10" and 180 pounds, but he plays like a very big man.
The veteran Andy Van Hellemond, 39 years of age, 17 years an NHL referee from Guelph.
Chris Fisher.
Bobby
Chris
Gould in for the
Fisher.
faceoff
Yes,
opposite
services.
LaFontaine. Randy Wood from Princeton, New Jersey on the left wing, and across on the right side, European Mikko Makala. Greg Smith moves in, but it is thrown over by Mason to Scott Stevens, who's checked on the play. Wood saw one thrown in front, but it's brought right back up by Kelly Miller. Miller and Duchesne, 2-on-2. Ken Morrow, the veteran, and stumbling over his stick was Kelly Miller. In comes Duchesne. LaFontaine watching. It is Miller behind to Duchesne. Checked by LaFontaine. Duchesne still controlling. Moves out in front. Backhander wide. Still working for it is Duchesne. And finally, Rudy stops play with the trap. Boy, Duchesne has been a stick-handling marvel on 2 different occasions, especially wheeling the net tonight.
And you know, Brian Murray is being allowed. Of course, he has the choice. He has the last change here in his home building, but he's putting Gould's line with Miller and Duchesne out there against Pat LaFontaine's line. And while Pat LaFontaine is a great offensive hockey player, his defensive skills aren't as great as his offensive skills. So what the Gould line is doing is dominating territorially. When Duchesne gets that puck, I think they have scouted this Islanders hockey team enough to know that if they carry it and wheel around in front of the net, that's where LaFontaine has to be to help out. The centerman is really another defenseman deep in the zone, and LaFontaine just isn't there at times. There's a cool Billy Smith. Not like the Billy Smith we've seen in the past at times. He's got the night off for the 7th consecutive game in this series.
I wonder what his quip was to John D'Amico just now.
Probably said, boy, are we both getting old.
Flatley can't get by Rod Langway. Ridley tries to clear, but it pops out of play. Billy Smith with a record of 88-36 in the playoffs.
He's the winningest all-time goalie in National Hockey League playoff competition, and he has to sit and has sat all 7 games.
But Flatley has only scored 4 goals since New Year's Day, and they've been juggling lines trying to get his scoring going again without success.
He's really had a funny kind of year, and I guess funny not in a ha-ha sense for him, because he is, if it hasn't been injury with Pat Flatley, it's been slump. One to the other, one to the other. He has really not had a chance to put it all together this year yet.
All right, Dineen drives in. That's chipped by a couple of caps and turned onto the stick of Mike Ridley. Ridley wheels, trying to control, but again his hand forced quickly, and this one tipped out of play. You have a veteran coach and a first-year coach. Brian Murray's been here since '81. Rod Langway. No, he mentioned about the amount of time he plays, Bill.
Well, Brian Murray is coming under the gun from a lot of people that are accusing him of playing Rod Langway too much. And they say, how can he keep up? But Brian Murray told me a few weeks ago that Rod Langway is smart enough to take short shifts at the beginning of the game. So he really paces himself. He understands that one of the biggest enemies of a guy that plays a lot is overextension. If you stay on the ice too long in any specific shift, you take away a lot of your reserve, and later in the game it's not there. Langway guards very carefully against that early in the game. Short shifts all the time.
Langway really dogging Flatley, and then a hard hit. Brian Trottier went down to the ice. Centering passes off Trottier, and Murphy, handcuffed for a moment, recovers onto Christian. Back again to Murphy, but it's thrown right at Dineen. Off the stick of Mike Gartner, and Langway has it. We're down to the final minute 25 of this first period. On with it comes Crom. Hit hard by Langway. Man, oh man, and play continues. Boy. Murphy just sails it back up the wing. Here's Gartner with a chance. Drive, save on the play to Rudy. And Gerald Diddick pursued from behind by Ridley. Now flips it out of play.
Well, you don't think Rich Crom is a tough customer? I can't believe he got up. I say that in one breath. In the other breath, he's tough enough and resilient enough. It's no surprise, but Langway really leveled him, crushed him.
Stevens centers in front. And checked off was Gartner by Basson. Adams in front, tipped right on goal, score!
What a crucial goal at a crucial time of the game for a guy that had to score. Brian Murray told us we need Mike Gartner. The whole world knows the Washington Capitals need Mike Gartner to score. And in my mind, he's underrated in the effort department, Mike. But on this goal, what an effort Mike Gartner comes through with. Adams in the corner on the pass. He's being tied up once, twice. He gets rid of Kenny Leiter a couple of times. Just sheer determination. Kelly Rudy wasn't able to handle it. and he has come through for this hockey team at a very key time. 48 seconds to go in the first period to cap a period dominated by the Washington Capitals. Big goal.
Well, the textbook says first minute or the last minute of a period, if you score, it's additional pressure on the team scored upon. And the pressure has been the story of this whole period, dominated by Washington as Bobby Gould moves in. Gould trying to turn away from Thomas Janssen. Now moves toward the slot, but it's a check away by Thomas Janssen, and now worked out by Kerr and on to Makela. Makela with a drop to LaFontaine. A shot is high and wide. LaFontaine, another try that's sent high by Greg Smith. And it is Gould connecting on now to Kelly Miller. And back down the way, it is Kerr staring at Gould.
The same two as earlier, but they're standing there staring. And it's not lack of courage, it's abundance of discipline that Bobby Gould and Alan Kerr are using right now.
Kerr and Gould have left. Now that could be coincidental minors since we're only 9 seconds away from the end of the period, but Andy Van Hellemond, as the officials we've seen in crucial games already in this first round, has decided to take matters in hand when necessary. We've seen some good hard socking in this period and in some other games. But unless it winds up being a stick foul or something that they feel is going to get out of hand, they use really good judgment.
Yeah, and you have to understand, too, about these two teams. They're very disciplined, and they don't really have a tendency to have a wild, brawling type of play going for themselves. And Andy Van Hellemond knows that, so he's let them play a little more, and it's made for a great hockey game thus far in the first period. That time he decided to stop them before they got going.
Only 5 fights in the 6 games that have been played thus far. Flatley in the final 3 seconds. Brushed by a couple of Capitals, and that'll do it. The horn sounds. The white shirts, the white towels, and the white team. The home Washington Capitals leading 1-0.
What an excellent period for the Capitals, and that man, Mike Gartner. Had they not scored, I would say, Mike, the advantage in the first period would go to the New York Islanders just because they weathered the storm. But the way the Caps scored, advantage definitely with the Caps now.
The score after 1. On the goal by Gartner, Washington 1, the Islanders 0. And Kerr with coincidental minors 9 seconds from the end of the period. Teams at full strength at the start, and Ridley forces Rudy to make the first play, but he'll let this one be played by Conroy, and it's taken by Christian. Can't get it to the front. Good check thrown there by Crom. Puck rolled along, and Crom able to take it on the carom. Moves out with Pat Flatley. The defense, Greg Smith and Scott Stevens, and what a hit by Stevens on Flatley, who's down. Here's Conroy moving it along to Trottier. Flips it back, and Flatley leaving the ice. A 2-on-none for the Capitals. In comes Gartner. Passes to Ridley, and a shot tipped by Rudy high. Puck kept by Gartner, but they have to play at center ice. Scott Stevens saw Flatley coming.
You know what, Mike? That was the hockey game right there had the Capitals scored. After the hit from Stevens, the 2-on-none, if the Capitals score there, this game ends.
Crowd just now starting to settle a little from one tremendous hit, one 2-man break on the goaltender,
and you could see
a reaction by Rudy.
Sorry, you could see the hit coming. I could see Stevens. I mean, I was feeling it before it happened. Flatley had his head down. What a crushing body check from the guy 2 years ago that the NHL hockey players voted the hardest hitting man in the National Hockey League. Scott Stevens, did he ever level Flatley?
Mikko Makela back checked tightly by Duchesne, and Duchesne takes it over. Feeds for Miller. Hurried shot is blocked off by Rudy. Makela reaching for it. Puck kept along by Murphy, and that one clicked wide. Martin to Duchesne. Checked by Morrow. In comes Kelly Miller. Pinned up to the side. Andy Van Hellemond just ready to blow the whistle, but now it escapes. And the Caps trying to play. Miller doggedly bothered by LaFontaine. Wheeling is Duchesne. Will he try to make the turnaround again? He didn't, and it's poked away by Rudy. Rod Langway turning, takes a swat from Makela, drops it back in. Shift change on Capitals. It's Pavanka out now, along with Lou Francischetti and Greg Adams. And this time, it's the Islanders sending it down, and this will be icing. 2 minutes, 11 seconds gone. Second period of play. Capitals 1, Islanders 0.
We're going to give you a look at TNT on skates. Look at that hit. The shoulder right under the chin. And did you see Stevens? He stood there watching him. Here's the 2-on-none. If Gartner gives it to Ridley a little sooner, Ridley can give it back, and Rudy's over on the far side of the net. He waited a little long. Rudy read it very well and was over there when Ridley tried to get the shot on net.
This is Bob Basson of the Islanders. Stripped of the puck by Pavanka. Tripped up by Basson. But it is Basson able to play. Then to Dwayne Sutter. 2.5 minutes gone, second period. Great game tonight from the Capitol Center. It's 1-0. The Caps are leading on a late first period goal by Mike Gartner. Dwayne Sutter having trouble, but is able to force it in. Mason sets it up for Scott Stevens, and Dwayne Sutter misses on the brunt of the check for Stevens. Tipped by Martin, 2-on-1 possibility. Franciscetti moving on, hands to Greg Adams. Looks, and threw it right on Rudy. Rebound in front. Oh, and Hatcher unable to control. Dwayne Sutter for the Islanders shoveled it into Adams, and Adams tripped up, so the Islanders can take it once more. Dwayne Sutter looking for a play. His team trailing in the game 1-0. Will just drop it in and come for the shift change. Crom is out. That means Trottier with him, and Pat Flatley has recovered. He's back out and takes a piece of Ed Kostelik. Conroy back for the Islanders. Misses on the pass for Flatley. It'll be icing as Hatcher is there. 16 minutes, 30 seconds to go in a thundering second period. Capitals 1, Islanders 0.
How many times can we stress the importance of a goaltender? Kelly Rudy's philosophy is, I want to weather the storm in the first period against the Caps. Pat Flatley weathered the hit from Scott Stevens, but Rudy perhaps didn't weather the storm completely. He let one in. But let's face it, without Kelly Rudy, where would the Islanders be right now?
Langway, a shot tipped in front, rebound, oh, poked wide of the net by Ridley after it had been tipped by Christian. On with it comes Randy Boyd. Moves on John Blum, can't force his way through, but gets the puck in deep. And so the Capitals move it back up with Rod Langway on to Ridley. Stepped into by Morrow and wedged out of the play, so Boyd will play back in deep. And we get coincidental minors being signaled by Andy Van Helleman.
And you know, Mike, that's one of the first times that players have gotten their sticks up on one another and really slashed back at each other. Boyd and Blum, and Andy wasn't about to let that one go. He clamped down right away.
Almost 4 minutes played here in the second period, and only 3 shots on goal, all of them from Capital sticks, so it's 18-5, wow. The shots here in the second.
Unbelievable. You can see the big screen in the middle of the scoreboard here at the Capitol Center in Landover, Maryland. These fans are really behind the Caps, all dressed in white tonight, and it makes it even a little tougher for Kelly Rudy, although some players thrive on the noise and what they do. And I know what I used to do when I played. It was a matter of just pretending that all the cheering was for our team. And if you can go out there and actually get it to lift you a little bit and not deflate you, you can sometimes use it to your advantage.
Rudy puts the left skate on first, then the right. Did you have any superstitions?
Yeah, try and make it through the game and be conscious at the end of it. That was. And if I was unconscious at the end of the hockey game, I felt that something had gone wrong.
Coincidental minors will get the calls for you. You saw John Blum a moment ago. Drive by Janssen, answered by the waffle board of Mason. Turning with it is LaFontaine. Escapes the persistent checking of Miller to lay it back for Thomas Janssen. But it is Rod Langway's puck to play. In case you're just joining us, 1-0 the score. Gartner, a late first period goal. That's where we stand in this 7th and final game. First round play between the Islanders and the Washington Capitals, 2 teams who have met in the playoffs for the last 5 years. Puck cleared to Murphy. Sends one in front, directed away by Rudy. Stevens able to get away from Kerr and played a Gould. Centering pass cleared away by Rudy to the glass. Thrown off Murphy, and to get it is Gould. Following up is Duchesne, but it's lost to Kerr, and Kerr stood up by a solid check from Scott Stevens.
Oh, the Raging Bull is in action tonight, and after the hit, Stevens stands there and looks at them in defiance.
Morrow to Kerr, but lost to Stevens. Adams had to hurry the pass, but LaFontaine checked him. That broke down on his Stevens. Big shot! And that just snared by Kelly Rudy and set up for Thomas Janssen. 5 minutes gone, second period. Washington leading by a score of 1-0 as Stevens flops one in deep. To get it is Morrow, and Lou Franciscetti barreling in on the fall. Adams trying to dig it out, and Janssen pressing him, and now we get the halt to play, and Morrow and Franciscetti may have more to do. Not really that many displays of temperament, at least with hostility so close to the surface in this tension-filled 7th game. There's a man who has certainly caused a lot of concern on the Islanders, because they felt that if Stevens has a good game, the Caps are going to be picked up even more.
That's a real good point. They rise and fall very often with Scott Stevens, but is he using his 210 pounds tonight? Here's another hit. Crunch on Alan Kerr. Watch Stevens. He stands there. Look at staring him down after the fact.
Budweiser keeps the action going so you can enjoy the game. The clean, crisp taste of Budweiser. For all you do, this Bud's for you. First-round draft pick, 5th overall in 1982, Scott Stevens.
You know, one of his biggest problems is controlling his adrenaline, making sure that he focuses, doesn't get out of position, doesn't do things that are counterproductive by trying too hard. Tonight, he has been on top of his game. He hasn't made one defensive error, and he's thrown how many crushing body checks.
He came into Game 6 a +6, yielded a couple in Game 6, but has been solid here. Big Ed Kostelic, number 29 for the Capitals, fed Jensen, but it's across to Gilbert, who flips out for Dwayne Sutter, poked along, and because the play was along the line, out and then in, John D'Amico blew the whistle indicating offside.
Boy, we talked about all the injuries. There's one of the Islanders' defensemen that has been relatively healthy all year. Basically, their defensive core has been stung with injuries, but Kenny Leiter, who made this hockey team this year in his 4th attempt, has been rather steady for the Islanders game in and game out, and they're really fortunate they have him in a series like this. They need the steady defenseman back there.
And he'll go back for this one. Shunted to him from Kelly Rudy. Leiter read a book in training camp. It was The Psychology of Winning. On now with it is Hatcher. Hatcher in front. Oh, scramble in front. Big save, Rudy. And the rebound trickled through his leg. Dwayne Sutter can't get out with it. Hatcher kept it in, but a Cap fallen. And we did get the whistle and stoppage on an offside as they rule that that was a halt to play. But this is coming about after the whistle. And the whistle stops play with 6:04 gone. Second period, 13:56 to go. It's the Capitals 1, the Islanders nothing. It is Makela trying to center. Puck taken by Stevens. It's shanked off Greg Smith, but is brought back now by Gartner. Up the wing, but off the stick of Ridley. And saving the day was Dineen to clear back out. It's Greg Smith hammering back in. The Caps are able to clear the zone, so the delayed offside is wiped. Dineen behind his own goal. With a pass, now they are able to march back out with it. Crom ahead with Trottier and Makela. The defense moves in, and Greg Smith broke down the play, but a chance in front is falling as Conroy. Puck taken over by Scott Stevens. Then to Christian. 13:05 to go second period. It's still 1-0 Capitals. Driving it in is Christian. Set up by Rudy. Taken by Crom. And flipped off the glove of Gartner, and they call this an offside.
You know, Jacques Demers really brought up a good point, and I agree with him 100%. The Capitals are dishing out crushing body checks, but they're not opening up a lead. They haven't been able to put the Islanders away. It should be 5-6-0 right now, and Kelly Rudy has held them in. Honestly, the Islanders are not in a bad position right now. Certainly they're treading water, but they're treading it very effectively. And, you know, Terry Simpson this morning when we talked to him, Mike, described his team very appropriately when he said, we're like a cork, a big cork. And when we get pushed under the water, somehow we find a way to bob to the surface. And that's been their story in these playoffs. I think we're seeing that tonight. But how much longer can you go along with the shots? I mean, 22 shots for the Caps, only 6 shots on Bob Mason by the New York Islanders. That they have to strike sooner or later. The Capitals will eventually, if this game doesn't change, will put them away. They're getting great scoring opportunities one after the other.
Probably the best was on the rebound early in the first period of Dwayne Sutter. They're announcing here that this is a sellout. And that prompts some more waving as you see the two men who have the weight of Game 7 on their shoulders. Islanders have come from 3 games to 1 down to force this 7th contest. They trail in at 1-0. Mike Gartner the only goal at 19:12 of period 1. But this is Randy Boyd taking a swat from Bobby Gould. Now Murphy in to check his man Basson. And the Caps able to nudge it back out. Striding for it is Duchesne. The man back is Ken Morrow on defense. Tried, whistled off the glass. And it is LaFontaine able to poke it back out, forcing Francischetti's hand on the drop-in. Morrow playing catch with Boyd. And Ken Morrow, who's had a couple of important goals for these Islanders in their history. A couple in overtime, one into the empty net that clinched the cup. Sees Francischetti drop this one back. Morrow staying out on defense. Matched up with Ken Leiter, and that one goes by everyone. Mason to play as we are down now. Oh, and a hard hit thrown on Hatcher by LaFontaine, and Leiter hurries one wide. Down to just under 12 minutes to go in the second period. Leiter turning, pursued tightly by Kelly Miller. Diddick's pass has to be handled by Basson, but again, no fluidity in the Islander attack, but maybe here. Drive by Basson, save on the play Mason. And the rebound controlled by the Caps, but still not able to get out. Basson turns. Randy Wood was in front, but Basson just carried off the play. Then a puck sent out in front, but brought back out now by Greg Adams. They've got a 3-on-2. It's to Pavanka. Has a man up the wing. It's Hatcher, but Pavanka sealed by Diddick, and Adams can't make a play because of the good checking of Bob Basson. 11:10 to go in the second as Mason sets it up again for Smith, and then barreling in was Dwayne Sutter to cause confusion. Smith and Dwayne Sutter testing once more, but Smith able to prevail to Mike Gartner. Drive by Conroy, and that one went wide just as Mason had to deal with Dwayne Sutter in front of the net. Palmer at the other end right now as Kelly Rudy turns it over to his defense. Islanders look to set up once more. Pass eludes Rich Crom, so he just deals it well wide. Moving in is Trottier. Has Flatley in front, but he's checked off quickly by Greg Smith. Turning with it is Grant Martin. Headman pass, misses for Gartner. Down is Boyd after it, and Gartner there. They bang the boards, and Gartner the first one to make the play. In comes Jensen, wrapped up by Trottier. They all go down in a heap, and Andy Van Hellemond stops the clock. 10:15 to go, second period from Capitol Center. It's still Washington 1, the Islanders nothing.
There's Thomas Janssen of the New York Islanders, who the Islanders were without for most of the season, or a great part of the season, with a broken jaw that he suffered in a car accident in Detroit. Still wearing that protective shield around the jaw to protect the jaw that is healed, but still vulnerable to Janssen.
Well, Jacques Demers watching our game from back in Detroit. Norman Vincent Peale and Dale Carnegie and Robert Schuller would all be so proud of him, and because of his positive outlook. So much is said about that, but well, you look down this lineup here. Washington Capitals, guys that come to the fore like Rod Langway. New York Islanders, the same thing. Brian Trottier, always positive, always on the puck, always driving.
It's a key ingredient to any championship team, any winning team, is attitude. It has to be. Any company that does well, anybody in life, I think, that does well, you have to have a good attitude.
Gaetan Duchesne shot it wide, tried to flip it in front, cut off by Makala. And then it bounced off the linesman back in, and the offside call made. There's a feisty winger for the Islanders in Alan Kerr.
Boy, he certainly is. When he's paired with Bob Basson, they make a great 1-2 punch. One hits you, knocks you down, you're getting up. The other one's right behind to keep you where you were.
College guys aren't supposed to be rough and tumble, though. He's the second leading scorer behind Bob Brook in the all-time stats at Yale.
Wonder what his major was.
Remember, wasn't that something that you, especially in the mid-'70s when college players were first starting to make an impact? Well, they don't play it too aggressively, you know. Wrong.
They've changed. The Europeans didn't play aggressively either. Talk to Al Samuelson and Tomas Sandstrom.
Oh. Pavanka for the faceoff has Adams on his left and Francischetti on the right. Langway and John Blum the defense. It is Morrow and Boyd on defense for the Islanders. Basson with Dwayne Sutter on his left. And on the check that Dwayne Sutter on the right, and it is Pavanka on the test from the faceoff, and ahead with it now comes Basson. Sized up by Rod Langway, so the play is forced in. Blum in, checks with Dwayne Sutter. Wraps his man up. In comes Pavanka, and did he get a jolt? Back to Boyd for a shot. Good save. Made on the play by Mason. Adams able to clear. Islanders are still looking for their first power play of the game. The Caps have had one.
That has to be a key as well. Pat LaFontaine is a key for the Islanders. He's also a key on their power play. We really haven't seen much of him. Gee, the Gould, Duchesne, Miller line has done an excellent job of containing LaFontaine, and they've done it by containing not only LaFontaine, but the Islanders in their end with a very aggressive forechecking game. And it's obvious they are not going to cough the puck up themselves. Anytime either Gould, Duchesne, or Miller gets the puck in the Islander zone, they never make a pass until they're sure. They are actually trying to beat people. They're trying to catch LaFontaine out of position. They've had many good scoring opportunities on Kelly Rudy just by maintaining control and doing things with the puck themselves rather than to find the open guy. They're actually beating guys on one-on-one situations quite often.
We talk about the guys that bring a team back when it's behind. Pat LaFontaine did it the other night on a setup to Mikko Makela and then scored 2 goals himself. It is Murphy flipping, but that out of play. 9:27 to go in the second period. Do you think tension will have ceased a little bit by now? We're halfway through the regulation time, Bill.
I think adrenaline might have ceased. I can guarantee you the tension hasn't ceased. We got a 1-0 hockey game with the Caps. I know they're walking on pins and needles. They should have had the Islanders put away by now if it weren't for Kelly Rudy. So tension is definitely there. It might take on a little different form, but there's no question that that tension will be evident in all of the players' minds until the game is over.
Leading scorer for the Caps in the regular season, Larry Murphy. He's got 2 goals and an assist in 6 games in this series. Murphy pursued by Makela, but it's off the stick of Kelly Miller and thrown right back in by Didick. Following up is Duchesne. Gets it ahead for Bobby Gould, and Wood defending him tightly. Now Miller moves and shoves Didick to the boards. Andy Van Hellemond watches, but the puck just squirts loose to Makela. 9 minutes, 3 seconds to go. Oh, and Makela threw a man away. That was Miller coming after him. But now we get a halt to the action. A hand pass stops the clock with 9:01 to go. Second period, it's still Washington 1, the Islanders nothing. Shots in this period, Washington 7, Islanders 3. Totals thus far, 22 Washington, just 8 for the Islanders.
That's not enough to win a hockey game, Mike. Halfway in the game, 9 minutes to go. The second period. Watch Makela give it to Miller. Who said that you have to be the one that dishes out the check when you're coming in? I mean, Miller got the worst of that because Makela saw him coming out of the corner of his eye, and Miller wasn't prepared, even though he was the one that was stalking Makela. Makela just shouldered him to the ice.
Dineen wraps for Crom. Brian Trottier is there to take the pass, but had to give it up quickly, and it's off Christian who retrieves. Flatley after him, but the pass turned over to Hatcher, then across to Scott Stevens. Flies it up the wing to Francischetti. Christian trying to move in. Dineen there as well, and Ridley. And they reach at the same time. Now Christian trying to muscle it along. He deals with Pat Flatley's checking. In comes Francischetti, but a nice little yank pass by Trottier sends it the other way. On with it comes Pat Flatley. Has a man up the wing in Conroy. Flatley a shot. Score! And the game is tied at 1.
You have to give the Islanders credit, Mike. We talked about them being a cork. There's the man that was leveled. I didn't even think he was alive after Scott Stevens hit him. He comes down and crosses over and just rifles it between Bob Mason's legs. And you know they had a 3-on-2 because Lou Francischetti in the far zone decided to pinch in, and he should have been the third man staying high. Flatley just directs it to the net, but he hit a very vulnerable spot on Bob Mason right between the legs. You can see the way Mason stands. He leaves room in the 5-hole between his legs. Flatley simply let it rip, and it went right between his legs, but you got to go all the way back to the other end to when Lou Francischetti pinched in. The rule is when 2 men are in deep, the third forward stays high, meaning he doesn't get caught to give away 3-on-2s. Francischetti gambled. He lost.
Flatley at 11:35 from Conroy and Trottier, and this game is tied. And for Pat Flatley, his second goal of this playoff series. And we'll just update his stat from the 1st of January. It's been so troublesome for him. Only his 5th goal in 4 months.
Sure has. Got the cobwebs out of his head long enough to score one after that hit. I'll tell you, I'm still surprised that he's out there. And you have to wonder now what's going to happen to this game. The New York Islanders have been down. They've been doing nothing. All of a sudden, Washington, having had so many chances to put them away and not being able to, are deadlocked with them. Let's see what happens. Are the Islanders going to have life now?
Mason flipped it away, then went down as Langway tried to clear along, and we get now John Blum, and Diddick in a confrontation, and Diddick just sort of flopped, and I'm not sure how much of a nudge there was there, but it draws some attention during this stoppage of play with 8:06 to go in the second. Andy Van Hellemond talking with the goalkeeper, Bob Mason. Maybe we'll get to see what happened here.
There's Blum with Sutter.
The little skate, left skate of Sutter seemed to go underneath the skate of Mason and caused that fall. Then there was another one after the whistle with a couple of big guys. Not much in the way of real confrontation in terms of what we've seen in Quebec. Hartford, for example, Philadelphia, New York, Rangers, altogether different here.
Good restraint. It's a 7th game. It has to take on a little different level of restraint, and I think both of these teams have exercised that tonight.
Janssen a shot. That's slowed by Duchesne, and from Langway, it's Duchesne picking up Larry Murphy on the left side. A man falls, Conroy, the puck over to Gould, and he shot it wide. Puck kept by Langway. They want to keep the pressure on, but Mikko Makala just floats it back. Miller chasing it down. LaFontaine on him as it's guided to Murphy. Had to hurry because Alan Kerr was moving in. Gould to Duchesne and back deep. 7:35 to go, second period. Gartner for Washington late in the first. Flatley for the Islanders midway in the second, and the game is knotted at 1. Murphy hustling, unable to keep it in, so the offside freezes the clock.
Another chance by the Caps. That time it was a 3-on-2 that turned into a 3-on-1. Bobby Gould didn't even get a shot on goal. Is that a sign? Is that going to be the turning point? It could happen. This game can turn right around now that the Islanders are back in it. If Washington decides that they're going to sag a little bit because of that Islander goal, it would be very easy for the Islanders to put a little pressure on them. The Islanders have played a very hard hockey game. The one problem that they've had is penetrating the Capital zone. When they do that, they're far more effective. The Islanders are a good forechecking hockey team. Guys like that man, Rich Crom, Bob Basson, Alan Kerr, Brian Trottier, Dwayne Sutter. You go down the list of their forwards, Gilbert, Flatley, they're all pretty solid forecheckers, but they have to play in the other zone to be able to forecheck.
Here's Flatley. Gets it to Brian Trottier. And Trottier tried to reconnect with Flatley, but getting in the way nicely was Greg Smith. Back through now to Gartner. Has Ridley on the right. Gartner feeds, but off the mark for Christian. And it's thrown away by Randy Boyd. And right back out come the Islanders' Trottier. Playing it over to Crom. And Crom gets away from most of the force of the Stevens check. Islanders keep the play moving as it's Flatley looking for Crom, but Flatley checked by Ridley. Ridley trying to jam it away, able to control, and right in front of his own goal to Stevens in the final 7 minutes of the second period. It is Christian driving in. That one careens around the glass, and Bob Basson over to take it for the Islanders. Capitals have made another hurried shift change. Flatley moving out, loses to Langway. He can't clear in, and it's off Hatcher, who has to go deep, pursued by Gilbert and carried off. Rod Langway plays it up for Jensen. Crosses with Martin. Has Gartner on the wing, but dumped it for Martin, and that one is Dwayne Sutter's to play. Play comes back out to Basson. Tightly checked and boomed to the boards by Martin. Jensen flips it back along, but offside, Ed Kostelik. The Olympian, Dave Jensen. 21 years of age from Needham, Mass. Part of the USA team in 1984. And Hartford's second pick, 20th overall in 83. Only played part of the season here. But when you have so many forwards sidelined by injury, and consistently so, the guys who are role players all of a sudden become important.
Sure, and the better part of one of Washington's key lines last year of Haworth, along with Laughlin and Adams. Haworth and Laughlin are both injured, so 2/3 of one of their key lines aren't able to be in uniform tonight.
Again, it's a drop in from LaFontaine. First one there is Rod Langway turning it over to Kevin Hatcher. Moves out with Duchesne on the left. Impeded is Miller, so Hatcher tries to do it himself. Fights his way to the front, and Rudy on the second effort, able to flick it away. LaFontaine, a little toss to Makala. As LaFontaine moving and slides it to him. But offside on the opposite wing was Randy Wood. Scoreboard clock stopped. 5:47 to go, second period. Gartner for Washington. Flatley for the Islanders, 1-1. 7 minor penalties called by Andy Van Hellemond tonight. Only one has resulted in a power play. 3 sets of coincidentals, and then the one to Conroy in the first period on a hook that gave Washington a power play. They didn't score on that, but did later in the period. Pavanka beats Basson with the pass out. Murphy up the wing for Greg Adams, but too far for him. And Dineen comes over to play, leaned on by Adams. And Dineen with the puck underneath. And a halt to play issued by Andy Van Hellemond.
What an upset Greg Adams. He wanted that puck to come loose. He wanted referee Andy Van Hellemond to force Dineen to get to his feet to let the puck loose, but Dineen wasn't about to do it. He's a little too smart for that, because what Adams does is he waits, and as soon as Dineen starts getting up, before he's even able to get to his feet, he just picks it right out from under him. There's sort of a transition stage from lying on your back to getting up where you can't do anything to protect the puck. That's what Adams was waiting for.
Every man you've seen during this stoppage of play has been sidelined by injury in the latter part of the season. Dale Henry with a knee, Greg Adams a partially collapsed lung, and Michael Pavanka has been bothered by the ankle. But you play despite it if you can.
That season has to be getting long for Michael Pavanka. All the European players in their first season really find that the NHL season it drags on and on, which it does relative to how much they play in European countries. And Pavanka seems as if he has the legs tonight, but he really hasn't had the kind of year that Washington has expected of him.
Randy Boyd flips it in. It skips by Mason, picked off by Alan Kerr. Backing into him is Gartner, and on they come 2-on-2. Christian crisscrossing along with Ridley. Following up is Boyd. Pursuing Christian. The pass comes to Gartner. Tries to get away from Trottier's checking, and Trottier converges with Boyd. There'll be a penalty coming up, and Trottier heads right for the penalty box. The Caps power play will get a chance to heat up again.
Wow, what a slam dunk. He had a great hold of him, and I'm sure that Mike Gartner exaggerated it. When you're going down, you might as well make sure you're going to draw the penalty. I wondered where the third man was, too. The Caps had Christian and Ridley crisscrossing, buying time. And I said, where's the third man? Well, here he is. He finally came off the bench. Watch Trottier just hog tie him, slam dunk him. Mike just decides to let the feet fly up in the air, and Trottier didn't argue it. He knew that it at least looked good enough that he was going to be called for a penalty. Skated directly to the box. And now we'll see if the Capitals can notch one. The key, their power play. The power play that hasn't done anything this whole series, but which everyone knows is such a key for them.
There'll be some defensive zone face-offs in this power play if it's a normal one. And Bob Basson, because Trottier's in the box, will take the first one. Pavanka, Greg Adams, and big Ed Kostelic up front, and Kostelic, once the face-off is won, if the Caps get it right away, will head right for the net. Yeah, Murphy right point, Stevens left.
That's it. Stevens is moving back on the point on this one instead of moving up to the front of the net, which he usually does, and you're absolutely right. Kostelic will be jamming in front.
And offside will force a face-off out of the Islander zone. Ed Kostelic parked cars at a luxury apartment complex in Toronto, earning some money while he attended York University a year ago. I said, what about playing a little hockey again? He'd been at Moncton and Binghamton 3 years ago and has been with the Capitals ever since leaving that summertime job. Stevens takes over now from Mason. No change in alignment. We can set the Islanders for you. Conroy and Dineen back on defense. Basson and Greg Gilbert up front for the penalty-killing Islanders. 1:35 to go power play. Murphy angles in. It's stopped behind by Rudy and set up for Gord Dineen. Shanked it, though, off Pavanka. Overskating is Kostelic, and in on the check was Gilbert. Gilbert loses. It's poked loose by Pavanka. At the front is Kostelic, but Pavanka preoccupied because of the hook check of Gilbert. Back now to Stevens. Tried to play to Pavanka, but it's read nicely. And quick reflexes there by Gilbert to clear.
You know, the Islanders, Mike, like to press. They like to force when they're killing a penalty. That penalty, it looked as if they're even pressing more. There was Adams out there. Kostelic was out there. Pavanka, not all that great with the hands, not all that great with the puck, although they're good grinders. So what did the Islanders do? They forced them more. They were able to get the puck out easily.
Rudy whips it along, but Murphy keeps it in. Then the pass in front. Escaped Lou Francischetti. Back with it now is Crom. Headman pass sails by Kerr, and Mason will hang on behind. Scott Stevens comes by, but it is Mike Gartner who will control. In the final 35 seconds of the second power play of the night, both of them have been to the Capitals. On comes Christian. Gives to Ridley. Gartner moving in front. Oh, and it's directed on goal by Christian, but snared by Kelly Rudy.
Can you believe this save? A deflection that Kelly Hrudey somehow is able to get in his glove on a great feed. It'll be Christian to Ridley. Christian goes for the net. Watch the deflection by Christian right here. Kelly Hrudey with his great glove hand just comes up with it, sitting on his rear end, and says, man, I'm getting tired. Watch the deflection from this angle. Christian just decides to chop it up, get it up in the air a little bit. Hrudey's down covering the low. You know, if Ridley gets a little more steam on that, that means Christian's going to get a little more elevation on it. Ridley kind of babied it. Christian didn't have much choice but to try and deflect it, and Hrudey was right there.
24 seconds power play. Puck cleared by Basson. Is there much time to think about those broken plays like that 2 on the goaltender earlier at the bench? Or does that even cross your mind if you've been involved in one of those
very
when
often,
you get your shift
Very
off?
often you go through a 5-second to 10-second post-mortem with the player that you've had the 2-on-none with, and you forget about it. You have to move on. I mean, you certainly can't look back in a Game 7 like this. It's over with.
And those are the 2 men, Ridley and Gartner, who are battling for it now, but the Islanders take, and penalty time is up. Teams at even strength, and on with this one is Crom. Shovel shot is high off the glass. In comes Trottier, checked off by Rod Langway. Help comes from Christian, defended by Crom, and Trottier is checked down in front. Kevin Hatcher through the check. And it is Gartner forcing the Islanders to their own line. The H in hockey stands for hit tonight. It is Stevens taking over with Miller nearby to pass to, but he goes the long one up to Duchesne. Miller churning up the right wing. Duchesne looks, gives to him, but he's ridden off the play by Conroy. Puck followed up by Francis Getty. Gives back to Stevens. Wrapping along for Kelly Miller. Shoved and muscled by Conroy. Just a headlock on Miller by Conroy, and they waltz around. Still the battle continues behind. Trying to press it is Conroy. Hooking at him is Kelly Miller. They continue to battle. 2 minutes to go in the second period. 1-1 tie. Miller leaned on by Conroy. Puck to Duchesne. To Gould, a shot. And that one tipped out of play.
Is this line overdue? The work by Kelly Miller. You can't imagine how much energy Kelly Miller expended in the corner, battling with Steve Conroy. Then Duchesne came in and picked it up, out to Bobby Gould. This line has had one tremendous hockey game, and they're still not on the scoreboard. That's what augurs so well for the Islanders. The line has been all over them. Just great effort after effort by all 3 of them, and they can't get the puck by Kelly Hrudey.
Pat LaFontaine will take a big face-off, defensive zone face-off for the Islanders. And you have to assume, even though it's late in the second period, that every face-off is big tie game. And the way that the Capitals have been bringing it in on the net. 23 shots to the Islanders 10, and we're nearing the end of the second period.
And that's including the fact that they only had 1 in the last power play. The Islanders penalty killing still very solid, and they know they have a vulnerable Washington power play. They're hurting. They're not playing well on the power play. So what do the Islanders do? Force them a little more. They're not going to get burnt. Caps only had 1 shot on the power play that time.
Murphy a shot, and a sprawling and getting his glove on it was Randy Boyd. Murphy lofts. Didick gloves. And back for Kerr. Able to step from Murphy. Gives on. Now to Dale Hendry. Nice poke check made by Scott Stevens. And Murphy slides a pass through to Adams. Islanders drop back, and this is only a 3-on-3. Adams wheeling around and had to center to the back of the net because of Didick's checking. Then Boyd goes in and booms with Martin, who's out in front. Score!
Oh. You talk about taking the bull by the horns and doing it yourself. Adams gets a ton of credit on this goal. He made the play by coming around and going all the way behind the net, but watch this chop by Martin. He just bulls Randy Boyd off the puck, steps right out in front. By that time, it's too late for any of the Islanders to cover. He drills it right off the far post. Watch how Boyd just goes flying here. Martin lifts him right off his feet. He's smart enough to look up and see that he has time. The big swing around right past Kelly Hrudey. What a fabulous National Hockey League goal under pressure for a kid that hasn't played a heck of a lot of hockey in his NHL career.
Originally Vancouver property, a face-off specialist, and primarily he's defensive minded, but boy, did he ever assert himself there.
He looked like an all-star scorer on that one.
Dwayne Sutter in the final minute of play. The Capitals' 2 goals have both come late in the periods. Each time it has given them a lead, and the lead now is 2-1 as John Blum hammers it back around. Martin from Adams and Murphy, the scoring on that goal at 18:45. Martin's first Stanley Cup playoff goal, and he'll never forget it, especially if the score stays the same. Blum ridden to the glass hard by Greg Gilbert. Dwayne Sutter behind. No one to pass to. Has to fight his way off from Blum and can't. Basson there, tested by Ridley. Basson still working. Feeds it to the back. Leiter a shot. Blocked off. And trying to get loose is Mike Gartner. Leiter defending him, leans on him, puck poked into Rudy. And he'll hang on to get the stoppage of play with just 14 seconds to go.
You know, you can say what you want about team concepts and about teams winning hockey games. Teams are comprised of individuals, and individuals make up one-on-one confrontations. Watch the determination Gartner uses. He bangs once back at the blue line, keeps going, loses his balance. He's got his hand down to hold himself up. He still gets a shot on Kelly Rudy. And you know, before this game, Coach Brian Murray took that man, Mike Gartner, along with Mike Ridley and Dave Christian, and said, gentlemen, we at least need your effort to be there. We know you haven't scored as prolifically as you can, but if the effort is there, that's all we can ask. Brian Murray is too smart to go to Mike Gartner and say, you must score tonight. That's too much pressure. But what an effort Gartner has had tonight in all of the Caps. And those one-on-one confrontations, including that goal by Martin, have been won by the Washington Capitals thus far in this hockey game.
And Brian Trottier, battling throughout the contest as he has in every year that he's worn that blue uniform, is out for another important face-off that his team is able to control, but only to throw out. Scott Stevens angles it back. Ken Morrow directs for Trottier, but that across two lines, and with 3 seconds to go in the period, it'll be one more stoppage of play. Bobby Gould has been a force tonight, and here's a guy that was dazed by a concussion, didn't even really practice yesterday, had some headaches. As again we see the captain of the New York Islanders, Brian Trottier. And he'll be in opposite Gould for this faceoff.
You know, Bobby Gould brought up a good point, Mike, today. He said that, you know, when he was asked about worrying about the Islanders, he said, we are more worried about ourselves. The Islanders and the Capitals are both quality hockey teams, and if one of those teams doesn't play up to their potential, there's going to be trouble. There's no question in my mind that the Washington Capitals are playing as close to their potential as they can possibly play in this hockey game tonight.
18,130 collectively on their feet, many of them waving the white banners. The shots in the period, 10 for Washington, 5 for the Islanders. 2 period totals, 25 Washington, 10 for the Islanders in the score. The Capitals 2, the Islanders 1.
Bill Clement, gentlemen.
Thank you, Tom. Flatley and Martin had the goals in the second. As Tom mentioned, Gartner in the first. That sets up the drama for the third period, 7th game. Teams tied at 3 in the series as Makela tries to break through. The Capitals leading in this contest by a count of 2-1. They've led twice in the game. A shot in front is hacked toward the net by Makela, but that's saved by Mason. It's driven back along by Conroy. Duchesne for the Capitals lays it off the stick of Bobby Gould, who chases down and out extends Conroy for it. Keeps fighting. Gould sent one in front off the skate of Morrow and wide. Randy Wood handed to Morrow and back through now to LaFontaine. Greg Smith eyeing the play up. LaFontaine gives to Ken Morrow. Feeds on ahead. Having to pivot off is Flatley. Back to Morrow for a shot. Save! And hanging on is Mason. 50 seconds gone in the third period. And for Mason, that is shot number 11 that he's faced.
You know, the Islanders aren't really that bad off coming into this period, Mike. They've been outplayed. All right, they've been outshot. They've been out-hit, outscored, out-forechecked. You know what? If they win this period, and you have to know they're sitting in the locker room saying, all we have to do is win this period, meaning by 1, we're right back in it. And you know what? The Islanders seem to play best when their backs are against the wall. They've always had that trait, whoever is in their uniforms, and I don't think this year's team is any exception. They are not in a terrible position right now.
Neil Coulter of the Islanders, who scratched tonight, said, maybe there's some ghosts in our locker room that'll help us on this comeback trail. Martin, who broke the tie in opposite Bob Basson. Gilbert on the left, Dwayne Sutter on the right. Basson in front to Dwayne Sutter, backhander and a toe save, and hanging on is Mason. Oh,
boy. You got to wonder about the face-off at this stage of the game, Mike. Martin is out there. It's nice for Brian Murray to show confidence in him, but Bob Basson beat him on the draw that led to a golden scoring opportunity for the Islanders. Sure, it might be early, but there it is. Basson beats Martin on the draw. The little flip pass over to Dwayne Sutter, and he really doesn't get a great shot away, but it was labeled for the corner. If Mason doesn't make an excellent leg save, the Islanders are knotted. You know, there are different schools of thought on it, and it's nice to show confidence in a young guy, and here Martin's going to take the draw again. But boy, all it takes is one lost face-off in the third period of a 7th game to start the golf clubs into action during the week. Here it is. He lost it again.
Dwayne Sutter's shot. That popped off Francis Getty, kept by Leiter. Dwayne Sutter to Gilbert in front. Rising shot off the glass. Adams carried to the boards by Gilbert. Drive went wide from Gerald Diddick. And Diddick will go back to retrieve. A minute 10 gone. Third period of play. 2-1 Washington ahead. Gartner and Martin with goals sandwiched about that of Pat Flatley. On with it comes Dwayne Sutter. Moving on Hatcher. The pass through for Basson, but he has trouble, so it's Gilbert. Back to Leiter, and a return to Gilbert. Centers one, but Basson was fought all the way by Francis Getty, though there'll be a penalty coming up, and the Islanders will get their first power play of the game. 18:29 to go, third period.
The road to the Cup, the Stanley Cup playoffs on ESPN is brought to you by Labatt's, Canada's Labatt's Blue, and by Kentucky Fried Chicken. Kentucky Fried Chicken, we do chicken right. Like Emerick does play-by-play right, let's go back to the Capitol Center, Mike.
Thank you, Tom. It was Martin on a hold at 1:31.
And it was only because, oh, here we got a little action going. You know, it was only because the Capitals backed in that Martin had to take that holding penalty. You can't go into a prevent defense. I was going to say about the Capitals, their job in this third period is to maintain that same level of intensity. They did everything right in the first 2 periods. They can't start to sag now. And this particular time that Martin took the penalty, their defense backed over the blue line and let the Islanders gain possession. Everything breaks down then, and you're forced to hold guys that are wheeling by you. That's what happened to Martin.
You saw close-up John Blum, who had that altercation with Makela. He shoves at him again. And now some sticks crossed between Trottier and Miller, but the puck dropped. Controlled over to Conroy. Conroy with a shot. Stick save made by Mason. Makela trying to chase, but it's nudged back out by Bobby Gould. Thomas Jonsson on the turning stick of Makela. Plays it safely back to Jonsson. 18:10 to go, third period. Conroy lays it off to Makela. Moves on John Blum. Can't control. Follows up past Trottier. But behind. Trottier able to glove it down. Plays it on back for Jonsson. Right back for Trottier, who allows it to go to LaFontaine. But the puck knocked down with the loose stick there, and it gives Rod Langway a chance to clear, though not out. Good play by Jonsson to keep. He gets it back. Speeds over for Conroy. Lining him up as Blum for the high, hard hit. Then Langway checks a man. Trottier back to Jonsson. Close quarters to Conroy. Angles for LaFontaine. Gives to Makela for the centering pass, and Bobby Gould has it. Gould able to clear. 1 minute to go, power play.
Boy, we talked about the Islanders forcing the Capitals' power play. A bit of forcing by the Capitals there, and very effective. This is the third period of the 7th game. You can't tell me Rod Langway looked tired on that shift, Mike.
No. Smith across to Stevens for the drive down. 17:10 left in the third. Penalty clock shows 40 seconds. Left on the minor to Grant Martin. Trottier moves ahead. And Basson is bumped offside by Scott Stevens, so Trottier rags some more, then tried to play for Gilbert, and the play offside. And a little more here as Greg Smith moved in with an extra nudge.
Got to be careful in these situations. You know that one penalty can turn this game, turn it 180 degrees, can end the hockey season. It's those kind of confrontations that those players have to be very careful with. They showed great restraint in the first 2 periods. I'm sure that they'll be at least advised by their coaches every shift, do not take any penalty that is not a necessary penalty.
No shots thus far on the power play. Brian Murray, Terry Simpson.
Quiet man on the right, Terry Simpson, but people that know him from Western Canada junior hockey say don't misinterpret his silence as doubt. and never misinterpret his patience as indecision, the man on the right.
And the man on the left is known for some arm waving now and then, some emphatic gesturing, and he says of Bob Mason, his goaltender, sometimes the pressure has to be placed on him for him to react well. Tonight it's the pressure of the circumstances. Game 7. Drive. Pad stop by Mason, and he holds. And then knocked down was Bob Basson, and a crowd gathers.
And you know Andy Van Helleman's not going to call anything. Fair game in front of a goaltender. Third period of a 2-1 hockey game in game 7. And even Basson knows he goes anywhere near Bob Mason, he's going to end up horizontal just like that.
Bob Basson, whose father Hank was a goaltender, playing a great deal of time in the American League and a favorite of the old Pittsburgh Hornets.
But he did play in the National Hockey League,
Right.
Chicago, Detroit, I believe.
Yep. Finished his career, I believe, in the American League, and still is spoken of so favorably in the city of Pittsburgh.
It'll be interesting to see if Steven pulls back on the charges on the hitting. One thing about those cuts through the neutral zone and those big hits he's laying on people, they always leave yourself open. If the player happens to spot you coming in enough time and can dish off, that hole back there in defense is gaping. So I doubt that we're going to see Scott Stevens taking those mid-ice hits that he did in the first 2 periods.
Defense closes. Leiter able to keep it. Turnaround attempt by LaFontaine fails. Stevens took the check but angled it back out. 10 seconds left. Power play for the Islanders. Didick lays it off for Makela. Has LaFontaine swooping the far side, but must deal with Bobby Gould. Hooked at by Gould, and the play breaks down. And Gould gets it back again from Stevens. Gould in. The trailer is Martin, but stepping right in the way to poke it out of the way was Ken Leiter. On now to Wood. Randy Wood, the first-year man, moves in, but offside on the play was Dwayne Sutter. 16:13 to go, third period. Tension-filled Capitol Center, 2-1 Washington. Michael Pavanka, last year at this time, was in Czechoslovakia. Takes the face-off from Basson and wins it. Greg Smith wanted to connect with Greg Adams, but Dwayne Sutter said no. And Dineen clears it into Francischetti, who moves back in, has Adams breaking, but wrapped the boards, and it's taken over by the Islanders and rolled back for Larry Murphy. Off the stick of Francischetti. Dineen, but off Basson. Check thrown by Greg Smith. Moving in is Dale Henry, and Henry leaned on by Murphy. Tried to center in front, but it's guided away by Mason, and then a crunch thrown on Basson again. Good hitting all through this game, and Andy Van Helleman stops it once more with 15:42 to go.
You know, you won't look at the play that Mason just made as a key play, but believe me, if that puck that Dale Henry tries to one hand out in front gets through, it's a key scoring opportunity. Mason hugging the post, a key maneuver with the stick to keep the puck from moving out front.
One of the 6 men who made Viking Alberta famous. Well, 7 if you count Mr. and Mrs. Sutter.
Well, we'll talk about the 6 in the National Hockey League. They're a little more famous. Dwayne and Brent, the New York Islanders, and Darryl in Chicago, Brian in St. Louis, Rich out in Vancouver, and Ron in Philadelphia, the 6 Sutter brothers. They're legends already, Mike, and not one of them has retired yet.
Trottier to take the draw with Mike Ridley. And Ridley wins it cleanly away from him to Mike Gartner. Then it's Langway. 15:35 left in the third. Washington ahead 2-1. That one misses for Mike Gartner. Set back ahead for Crom. Dealt with by Langway. And Crom able to get there first, but then is checked by Christian. Behind a centering pass in front, and it's held off by Mason as Brian Trottier, just as a miracle, was able to work it in front. Now Trottier wheels into the aid of Pat Flatley.
Sure did. I'm sure Brian Trottier says, well, there's Blum throwing a left over the pile of Crom, and I'm sure Trottier said, listen, Pat Flatley has paid the price enough tonight, especially at the hands of Scott Stevens. He went in to help him. You know, a difference that I'm seeing, Mike, in the third period, the New York Islanders are slowly but surely winning the one-on-one confrontations. Langway had a chance at the blue line. Crom beat him, got by him, then was able to get the puck into the corner. Trottier able to shovel out front. That's what Washington did so well in the first 2 periods. Won all of the one-on-one confrontations, and you put them all together, and you have domination by a team. The Islanders are slowly pulling those one-on-one confrontations back, winning more and more of them.
Bill sitting on the bench, Philadelphia, and big playoff series with Buffalo, let's say, in 1975, you wound up with the goal that really secured it. Did you ever get in a situation where you didn't want to be out there, you didn't want to handle it and be involved in the big play?
Well, I always wanted to be out there in defensive situations, Mike, because that was my role, and I was just fortunate to want to be out there. I knew that there were players that were more capable of scoring, and I think with these two teams, the team that is the most fortunate right now, and we can't tell from here, but it's the team that has the most players that want to be out there. You have to understand there are certain players on both of these teams that will be scared to be out there in the dying minutes of the game, and there's no way of telling who they are until maybe they get out there and mess up.
Islanders win the draw again. Deneen a shot. That's blocked off. Crom able to get it to Conroy. Big drive. That one hits skates on the way. Trottier. But instead, it is Scott Stevens wrapping for Christian, and hustling over to make the play was Deneen, though it carried him back to the Caps for the clear out. Conroy peels back, angles it to Brian Trottier. Pass shuttled away by Christian, but bottled up by Conroy for the Islanders. Now it's Brian Trottier stepping ahead, has Crom on his right, now crossing to the left, and the pass skitters by, and Crom plays the bounce. Centers one, but Mason able to handle that one. Dishes off, but Trottier in the way. Puts it right in on goal again. Ridley clears, and the puck tipped, and then sent by a high stick of Christian, and that wiped out as the Islanders play. Clock continues to go to the smaller numbers. 14:33 left in the third. Capitals ahead in the game 2-1. Conroy back. Able to work it along to Alan Kerr. Chugging up the wing is Makela. He angles for the Makela corner. Murphy and Makela cancel one another, and ahead with it is the captain, Rod Langway. Works it on for Kelly Miller. Tries to get inside Diddick, but no luck there. Check, check, check. Both teams have done it seemingly throughout. Makela steps in. The defense closes, and fishing it away was Larry Murphy. It's Gould. Hacked at by LaFontaine. It's given up to Leiter. Back. It came for the Islanders momentarily, but now it's shuttled back out of play by Larry Murphy. 13:54 to go. Third period of play. Capitals 2, Islanders 1.
The old in the upper left, Billy Smith. The young and the new, Kelly Rudy in the bottom right. Both integral parts of this hockey team, but Kelly Rudy at stage center right now. And, you know, don't think the Islanders haven't taken away from the Capitals in the one-on-one confrontations. The Caps have yet to take a shot on Kelly Rudy. The Islanders have taken 6 on Bob Mason, and only one of those came on the power play. So the Islanders slowly taking it away from the Caps.
Greg Smith winds it in. Adams burrowing in after it. Checks with Morrow. Pavanka in as well. 4 players evenly divided continue the battle, and it's floated along for Dwayne Sutter, but over the glass and out of play.
What a funny thing momentum is, too, Mike. It's so difficult to describe at times. You look at Greg Adams, what a tough winger he is in this league. Momentum's such a funny thing. You know, it's almost like a tug-of-war, and when you feel yourself being pulled and losing, you can't figure out why, other than the fact that they're stronger. You can't figure out who it is that's letting down, but the momentum is going the other way. And then similarly in winning a tug-of-war, you can't really put your finger on who or why, but it just seems to happen. And when it happens, you end up in the pile of mud that's in the middle of the tug-of-war, whatever's there. Momentum is such a strange thing, but it's definitely shifted to the Islanders now.
Big face-off. Caps still looking for their first shot, and it'll be Pat LaFontaine to draw for the Islanders opposite Michael Pavanka. From the tie-up, able to dig it loose, and a shot by Jensen is held. Well, you never know from where it will come. The most unlikely man who might be out there, the guy who's just fresh on the shift. That time Jensen, and Rudy answered again. That becomes the first shot of the period for Washington, the Islanders with 6. Lou Francischetti, number 32, pulls back just a shade. Francischetti started his career in the International League. Rode the buses for a long time, has arrived and stayed in the NHL. Back it comes to Stevens, a shot, and that one's kicked away in front, wide to the left by Francischetti. Puck taken by Morrow and cleared out of play at the Islander bench. And now Dwayne Sutter and Francischetti having words.
You know, Francischetti lost the stick on that play, Mike, when he tried to kick the puck towards the net, and when he stood up to pick up a stick, Dwayne Sutter slashed it out of his hands again, and that's what Lou Francischetti's upset about. Conservative play still from the Islanders, but they're getting stronger in the one-on-ones. You'll still see the Islanders dumping the puck out from deep in their zone, not taking any chances, not straying from their game. Far too early in this hockey game even though there's only 13:25 left. Far too early for the Islanders really to open it up and take chances. They're only 1 goal down. I'm sure they feel at this stage that if they keep plugging away, they can get one.
It is cleared back to Stevens. Angles it around, but it glanced off the skate of Dwayne Sutter. Pavanka chased down by Boyd, got it to Franciscetti, but it was poked from his stick by Dwayne Sutter, and back on with it comes Trottier. Unwinds into the glove of Bob Mason. Turning with it is Murphy, flipped it just by Dwayne Sutter. Conroy chops it along, followed up in a good stiff shoulder. Check thrown by Franciscetti, but he was the one who went down. Basson battling with Jensen, and the pass went off Pavanka. Pavanka tests and wraps Dineen soundly. Franciscetti to Pavanka, has Jensen in front. Turnaround pass. And the Islanders start right back again. Dwayne Sutter works it over to Randy Wood. Bodied to the boards. And just that quickly, attack met by resistance at both ends of the ice. Didick goes back. 12 minutes, 31 seconds to go, third period. It's the Capitals 2, the Islanders 1. A lot of white here tonight. And the white-shirted fans are happy. Their team is ahead 2-1. But it's not settled by a long stretch yet. 12 and a half to go. Capitals trying to work it along. Gould can't get it out. Didick keeps it in. Rod Langway patrolling. Angles for Duchesne. Shouldered, though, and shouldered well by Makela. Kelly Miller fighting for it with Didick. Makela able to throw it in. Then took some punishment from Langway. It's Kevin Hatcher wrapping for Gould, but stepping in the way is Leiter. Help came from Duchesne, but they have to try once more. Bill spoke of those confrontations, and you see the Islanders gaining in this test of strength a bit of a muscle hold. Kelly Miller shoved by LaFontaine. Alan Kerr takes a little bit of a jolt from Hatcher. Just by feet, they continue to battle for it. Turning is Hatcher, has Langway nearby, goes to the safety of the area behind the net, then leads to Bobby Gould. 11:35 left, third period, game 7. 2-1 in favor of Washington. Didick with a faulty pass, but help came as they work it back out, and Alan Kerr moving on with Crom. Kerr with the drop to Crom. Pass in front, and Scott Stevens anticipated beautifully.
When you see the Caps sagging, that was a 2-on-2, Mike. Both Caps defensemen backed off, allowed the Islanders 2 players to gain the zone.
Crom with a shot that seemed to catch Mason off guard. Stevens with a pass to Martin. Hurries it ahead, but Greg Adams won't be able to reach. Thomas Jonsson for the Islander defense. Misses for Crom, gets Martin. But on with it, Crom 2-on-1. Crom is in, flips it across, and it's tipped by Scott Stevens.
What a game he's played. What a defensive play that time.
Kelly Rudy has to handle it. Wrapping it along to Trottier. Bringing it back out is Crom.
See if they back in here. Yep, they're back in. 2-on-2 again. Islanders have it.
Trottier, backhander, save on the play, Mason. Back it comes, Dineen a drive, and that deflected wide. Rebound, Flatley hurried it in front. Tripped up on the play as Martin pucked to the point. Conroy, shot, tipped by Flatley. They battled for it, and he's set down by Rod Langway.
Langway had 2 of them. He knocked one down, then a second one.
Conroy again, off a Capital stick. Trottier checked and held by Greg Smith. Langway winds, Dineen able to keep it. 10-10 to go, third period, 2-1 Capitals. It's Conroy, flips one in front, and Langway able to direct so it can be played by Dave Christian. What a shift for Rod Langway, who comes to the bench. Conroy for the Islanders defense, flipping it on ahead. Basson moves in along with Gilbert, tries to hop by Larry Murphy, and Gilbert comes across to play. But the Capitals have a 3-on-1, now a 3-on-2. Franciscetti gives to Murphy. Backhander, save, and held by Rudy, and then coming through the crease was Franciscetti.
Rudy's still down on the play. Franciscetti got a glove up on him, and that's what the Islanders are taking exception to. But you know what? Andy Van Hellemond has not called a thing yet, and I'm not sure I would have called it either. If we get a chance to look at it between now and the end of the game, we'll be able to tell exactly what happened. Franciscetti definitely got a hand up on the side of Rudy's head. Tough call, though.
9 minutes, 39 seconds to go in the third. It remains the Capitals 2-1.
Here's a good look at what happened. Franceschetti will come from our left to our right. Here he comes through. Now he just puts his arm basically around Kelly Rudy. He didn't try and hit him, almost to try and protect himself and move around Kelly Rudy. And Andy Van Hellemond didn't call a penalty on that particular play. Here it is again. Just puts his arm around him, hardly touches him. After the fact, however, Andy Van Hellemond has whistled off high sticking penalties to Gerald Diddick, number 4 of the Islanders. And that man, Lou Franceschetti, heads-up call by Van Hellemond. As it turned out, it wasn't a penalty, but after the fact, the jostling got them 2 each. There's Diddick.
11 penalties in the game, 6 to the Islanders, 5 to the Capitals, and 8 of those penalties have been coincidental, and 3 of the 4 coincidental sets have been for high sticking.
Caps have to start standing up in their blue line, aggressively pursuing. Stevens was actually standing up and cutting through the neutral zone, whacking people in the first 2 periods. Now, it's what's going on in their minds. We have a 2-1 lead. We can't let them score on us, and what's happening, they're overcompensating. It's so easy to do. Go into that bit of a defensive shell, and they're doing it at a crucial point, right at their own blue line.
It is Rudy whipping it along, and Kevin Hatcher is waiting. Hatcher finesses, wanting a pass, but instead it is Makela taking over. Randy Wood turning back for the Islanders. Gets away from the check of Duchesne, but was pretty well out of it by the time Stevens reached him. Conroy drives back away from Duchesne. It's punched by Hatcher, but Christian unable to reach it. It's angled over for Wood, but Gould drops it in. 8:50 left in the third. 2-1 in favor of Washington. Conroy's pass, reaching but just to slow it is Murphy. Murphy of the Capitals defense dropping it back to Randy Boyd of the Islanders.
Mike, you know what else Washington is doing? They've gone to a one-man-in forechecking system and are allowing the Islanders to come at them a little more. That's not what they did in the first 2 periods at all. They maintained pressure with their forechecking game.
Morrow with a shot, tipped wide by Crom. Rod Langway turning, ridden away by Flatley, but the puck caroms back out for the Capitals to bring on. Greg Adams with Pavanko nearby, and almost too close for much of a play. Stoppage of play. It could have been an offside, and it may very well have been perhaps a loosened pane of glass, and that's what it is. We see someone adjusting it across the way, so that's the reason for the halt with 8:14 left in the third. Well, there's a hard worker in Gaetan Duchesne.
One of the best defensive forwards in this game. Great skater, and what does he ever compliment Bobby Gould? Well, as does Kelly Miller. There's a look at the problem with the glass. Boy, I'm surprised with all the crashing and banging that's gone along tonight, Mike, that we haven't seen 5 or 6 of those panes dislodged.
Duchesne had 17 goals on the year. Bobby Gould had 23 and Kelly Miller 10 after he'd come from New York.
Here's Stevens hitting Randy Wood. Now Wood has no place to go. You could see Wood look up and say, oh no, here he comes. And Stevens had him pegged, and you know that he was moving into the kill. He could sniff it out. Wood had no place to go. Stevens just got the knee into him, got the shoulder down into him, and Wood had no alternative but to just glide into him and take it.
Where there is shattered glass, there are hearts breathing a little easier, but only for a few seconds. 8:14 left in the third. Capitals 2, Islanders 1.
Some broken glass at the Capitol Center. The crew is replacing it now. While they're doing that, let's remind you to stay with us for our next. You already see the crew replacing the glass at the Capitol Center. Let's remind you to stay with us on our Road to the Cup coverage. Monday night, we begin the divisional finals. This is war, civil war on ice, and we're all the winners because it's usually great, great hockey. The Quebec Nordiques at the Montreal Canadiens. Game 1 of the best of 7, 7:30 Eastern, 4:30 Pacific time. Will be live at the Montreal Forum. Now let's go live back to the Capitol Center, Landover, Maryland. Mike Emerick and Bill Clement. Gentlemen.
Which of those two coaches and which of their teams does this broken glass help?
I would have to think, Mike, that it helps the Washington Capitals a bit. The Islanders are out shooting the Caps 8-2 in the third period. The Caps are having to use Langway an awful lot and Stevens an awful lot, and although fatigue doesn't seem to be a major factor just yet, the little rest defensively has to help the Washington Caps. It kind of slows down the offensive momentum that the Islanders have, pouring over the blue line and into the zone. Might not be a factor, but I think if there is an edge, it has to go to Washington. Slow the game down a bit. They have the lead. They don't need a fast-paced game. Washington would accept a whistle every 5 seconds from now until the end of the game if they could get it.
Andy Van Hellemond has blown his whistle just to pick up a stray piece of debris. Gould on the face-off with LaFontaine. It's Stevens. Drive wide. Hatcher able to play. Looks to the front. Hammers one. Oh, answered by the pad.
Oh.
Rebound, and it's deflected high by Morrow as Bobby Gould was set and the net was vacant.
He just saved them a goal. Kenny Morrow did, all by himself with his stick after a fabulous save by Kelly Rudy.
Rudy to Morrow, taken by Gould. Gould back to Stevens. Drive. Save. Rudy, and he holds.
You know, if the Islanders should come back to tie, possibly ultimately win this game, it'd be very difficult for a lot of these Washington Capitals to erase the memory of Kelly Rudy and what he has done to them tonight. What an outstanding hockey game he has played. He's played, you know what he's done? He's played 7th game hockey in the Stanley Cup Finals, as so many goaltenders and great ones have done year after year.
Boy, there have been so many who have done that. You count on the men and they deliver. Ken Dryden, Bernie Perron, Billy Smith, virtually anybody who's won a championship and has been forced to the ultimate has had that goaltender there to make the big plays. You see the beleaguered Capitals at their bench, and from this face-off, it's fed back. Stevens has to hurry over to Hatcher. Hatcher a shot. Save, Rudy. Rebound. Another save. This time it was on Jensen. Back it comes to Hatcher again. Shovels it over to Stevens. Stevens loses, though, and it's Kerr starting out along with Dwayne Sutter. Leaves it over for Conroy. The drop was to Dwayne Sutter, but thrown back by Jensen.
Mike, remember the word I used in the first period? Fancy. Stevens got fancy, lost the puck. Right down at the other end, Conroy to drop pass just inside the blue line. That's a fancy play. Those don't work in this kind of hockey. And the next guy that does it is bound to get burned on it. Stevens got away with it. And what great scoring opportunities Washington has had on the faceoffs. The New York Islanders wingers are just not getting out to the point. That is a key right there. Both Hatcher and Stevens had chances to tee it up, take a look, and shoot pucks before anybody was out there. But you know why? The Washington wingers are holding up their men. That is a big key in buying a guy like Scott Stevens time to shoot on the point. The man that is supposed to get out and get him was being tied up by his own winger, by the Washington winger. Same on the other side. Here's Hatcher. Nice play over to Stevens. Great pass. Stevens winds up. Here's where he decides he's going to get fancy. He decides to not do the safe play and to beat Dwayne Sutter. And whoa, there goes Alan Kerr. That's a fancy play.
Scott Stevens, who, as you've noticed in several of those close-ups tonight, wears the welts of confrontation. And he's been one of the chief confronters tonight. Gartner will be out on the right wing. We've not noticed him in recent shifts. On the left wing, it is Duchesne and Gould the center. It's one to Rod Langway. LaFontaine pressing him, but Gould gets the puck. Duchesne trying to fight his way through Gerald Diddick, but Gould just too tightly checked by Makala. Drop back along, and Blum stands up Gilbert. It is Langway with the clock now showing 7 minutes to go. But a chance in front by Makala. Save Mason. Rebound. And the puck caroms over to where Bobby Gould can make the play for the Capitals. Gould looking toward Duchesne and decides to just hammer it in himself. Off Rudy's stick. Diddick hit hard by Duchesne. Comes right back for some more. Gartner can't play it along. It's Makala advancing up the wing to Gilbert. Has LaFontaine breaking, but that one glanced off Murphy. Mason. And a check thrown by LaFontaine, and Greg Smith nudges Mason. Gartner, but that handcuffed Gould.
Gosh, he tried to pass back to Bobby Gould. If Gould misses it, that goes right back into a vulnerable area of his end of the ice.
Christian able to take it away from Flatley. Dave Christian, a backhander, tipped in front, scramble there. Oh, and unable to get a shot away was Miller because of Jansson's tight checking. Incredible action here from the Cap Center. 6:10 to go, and it's still 2-1 Capitals scramble in front. And the puck squirts loose. Jansson able to throw it away. Christian guides it behind, just getting up Ridley to get a piece of it. Jansson will try once more. On to Brian Trottier. And Trottier advances to Crom. Crom dumps back off for Jansson to follow up. He wings it in, then takes a high, hard shot from Miller. Shift change on for the Islanders. 5:45 to go in the third period. Moving back up is Kelly Miller. Has Ridley in stride, but the play is easily Rudy's. Leiter took the check, but got the pass away, and then Francis Getty forces the Islanders deeper. Trottier caroming one that is taken by Conroy. Now up the wing to Kerr, has Trottier moving. The pass is to Trottier, backhander, score! Brian Trottier, 2-2.
There is not much white waving in this building right now. Brian Trottier has just brought the crowd to their knees, potentially the Washington Capitals to their knees, on a great skating effort and a great feed coming through the neutral zone. Alan Kerr makes a tape pass right to Brian Trottier. Hatcher's a little late in getting turned. Once again, Bob Mason gets burnt between the legs. And this game is now entirely up in the air. 5 minutes and 23 seconds to go. And all of those saves that Kelly Rudy has made throughout this hockey game, I'm sure, are ringing in the ears of the Washington Capitals. Not only earlier in the game, I don't know how he stopped the deflection from Mike Ridley. What a large, large goal.
The man who, through his career, has been the definition of heart. Brian Trottier knots it. The assist to Alan Kerr and to Steve Conroy at 14:37. How can he be so calm?
You know how he can be so calm?
He's
5
tired.
minutes and 23 seconds to go in this hockey game, Mike, and the score is tied. Business as usual. You can't get down when you're scored on. You can't get really too excited when you score. You have to maintain a semblance of levelness all the way through your emotions, and Brian Trottier has been around long enough to know that. Even keel, not too many highs, not too many lows. You'll always be ready for your next shift.
Ice problem 10-2 back at the Capitals' end as Brian Murray watches from his team's bench. Rod Langway has moved over and now comes out with a message from Brian Murray for Andy Van Hellemond about something. We mentioned Kerr and Conroy assisted on that Trottier goal, Trottier's 5th goal of the playoffs. Not certain what this might be.
Well, they're talking about a timeout now. I think Bob Mason needs an equipment repair. There are a lot of straps down there, and very often they get cut as play goes on.
Can't really overhear the substance of the conversation. Critical enough that Mason wanted 10-2. But Van Hellemond will get the game going once again.
Not a bad ploy. If it's not a real deal, a great ploy. If in fact there is no equipment problem. Now Langway's back there talking to Mason again. Slowed the Islanders down. The momentum definitely shifted to the Islanders. There's Pete Peters. Slow them down. Let that adrenaline subside before they have a chance to charge in and get another shot on Mason. Now there's a sea of white in activity here.
Islanders control the faceoff. It's dropped along by Didick. Oh, and a shot by Langway. What a check he threw on Basson, and his stick went flying. Francis Getty starts ahead, has a man breaking Jensen and whistles it wide. Jensen gets in there first, but Basson is able to control, pounces on it, and the fans want a penalty call. Andy Van Hellemond is taking a look, and they're able to move it along, and a good hand pass, smart move by Basson.
Andy was in a tough spot there. How do you call a penalty with the score tied 2-2? So he waited till Basson did the smart thing. Basson sure did. Passed it with the hand. Simple whistle. You see Andy signaling it there. Watch Basson. He's got no stick. What do? You get a penalty if you stop it completely. He's trying to hold it. Didick, I think, goes over to the other side of him. Now Didick releases. Didick gets away, and sooner or later you'll see Basson turn around if it carries far enough. Little pass. That's super slow. Wow.
So close to the side, and then eventually the front of the net. You'd have to be very careful to be sure that that was the shortest pass possible and the most accurate. Flatley pursued by Christian, but the pass handled from the skate and the stick of Crom. Janssen able to shake free. Misses for Trottier. Langway goes down with 4:45 left in the third. The game here tied at 2. Puck out of play. Gartner and Martin have scored for the Capitals. Flatley and Trottier for the Islanders were tied 2-2. Big face-off. LaFontaine to take it with Bobby Gould. And this time, the Islanders must go back. Janssen pursued by Gould, drops it off. Randy Wood can't play. Hatcher drops a squibber. And Rudy able to tend to Morrow. Gould right after him. Pass flipped away from Makela, and so it'll be Scott Stevens back to get it. Stevens and Hatcher the defense. It's Miller, Gould, and Duchesne. The reliables from a so-called checking line that produced 50 goals this year up front. Gord Dineen back to play. Duchesne carries him off. Gould tries to get it loose, but Makela won't yield. Now it's Duchesne pivoting. Duchesne around in front. Save, Rudy. Rebound cleared by Makela. Oh, and Makela had to just pull it away and close in and hope there were no Capitals nearby. Now LaFontaine given a jolt by Hatcher. Moving in is Dwayne Sutter, centering off the skate of Gould. The puck popped up on top of the net and dropped down. 3:40 left as Conroy fires, deflected wide. Dwayne Sutter tries to poke it free, but it's Jensen taking over and flipping back down. Close call at one end, and then one that actually bounced on top of the goal at the other.
Who's going to be the hero is the big question in all of these guys' minds now.
Moving on is Alan Kerr, pestered by Pavanka. Francis Getty for Washington really hit hard on the play by Pat Flatley. Dwayne Sutter loses. It's Pavanka moving in. Drops it off to Larry Murphy. Sends it across the goal mouth wide. Kerr, Pavanka, and Janssen. And the fourth man, Basson, gets it, but is carried to the boards by Francis Getty. Morrow lays it off for Kerr, but Morrow has to take it himself. Can't do it. Gartner is free. Francis Getty is in front. Gartner couldn't fight his way through. And now it's Francis Getty. Save, Rudy. Scramble in front, and it's carried behind Pavanka to Larry Murphy. Drive, deflected wide as it bounced off the fallen Morrow. With it is Gartner. Has Pavanka in front, but he's given a shove. Puck dished off to Francis Getty. Got it out in front, but Basson is there.
Here's trouble.
Two
Look out.
on one. Basson and Kerr. The man back is Greg Smith. Kerr a drive, deflected away.
Broke his stick on the play.
On with it is Pavanka. Clears it right into Diddick. And Diddick advances to Trottier. Picks up Kerr, and the shot just wide.
Gosh,
as Mason got a piece of it.
That had a chance. Did Mason get a piece of that? It looked like it had a chance.
Flatley. Wrapped and carried by John Blum. It's Christian starting back out with Miller.
3-on-2.
Christian moves on with Leiter, and Leiter got in the way. Blum able to keep. Screen set up in front. Blum, though, plays the angle. Christian moving to the front. Christian turnarounder. Stick save, Rudy. Rebound! And buried is Ridley. Christian a shot. Deflected away. Marvelous action. 1:42 to go. Third period tied at 2. Trottier coolly along with Prom. Tries to flip it through, and it's shanked off Langway. Prom tries to center off a stick. Conroy to drive. Save, Mason! Kept by Trottier. Rolled behind Makela. Wrapped up by Blum. Langway locks up with Prom, and they fight at one another as the puck taken by John Blum. And it's lifted but not out. Conroy had trouble.
They might as well shoot to kill, Mike. Andy Van Helleman's not going to call anything at both ends. Unbelievable hockey.
Makela couldn't get it to the man in front. Tries again, but it's behind LaFontaine. Hurrying it along is Dineen.
Good play.
Scott Stevens is ahead, 4-on-2. In comes Bobby Gould. Gould flips it. But we get a whistle, and the whole 4-on-2 is offside, and now some muscling in the corner.
Man. Oh. How did the Capitals not score on at least 5 of those opportunities? There is the answer. H-R-U-D-E-Y. Pronounced Johnny on the spot. Here's Duchesne, point blank. Rudy standing his ground, stops him. That's one of, 7-8 in the last 3 minutes of this game. We're down to 51 seconds to play. Another great opportunity. This one's Francis Getty. Rudy right there. Francis Getty battling for the rebound. Here comes Pavanka around the net to center. Another play. Christian, a wheel around. The shot. Watch Ridley trying to get the rebound. Here's what led me to believe Andy Van Helleman's not going to come and call anything, and they might as well shoot to kill. Christian got the rebound. Kelly Miller was there. Can you believe there is more? This time it's Gartner to Francis Getty. back out front. Gartner's coming for it. Pavanka's moving in. Man.
Come on, Dwayne, let's go. Go. 2 minutes each for high, sticky.
36 saves for Kelly Rudy in this hockey game. Make that 34 saves, 36 total shots that the Caps have taken on Kelly Rudy. Gosh.
9 and 12.
What's left, Mike?
Over half of them have been close in, scrambles, good reaction saves. Not even any time to get a good look at it, just to react as a goaltender would.
Tell me, what has this game not had? The only thing I can think of is a good hockey fight, but you know what? Most people could care less. The bloodhounds in the audience, of which there are few, would probably have liked to have seen one, but how could they ask for anything more than tonight? There's been crushing body checks, unbelievable goaltending, tooth and nail defense, great passing. Brian Murray is now going to call a timeout. I can't think of one component, one ingredient to a classic 7th game in a series that this game has not had tonight, honestly.
Anyone who appreciates play-by-forwards who take their man and prevent so many opportunities that might have gotten through the goaltender would have seen it on both sides tonight.
Well, now the timeout has apparently been waved off. It looked as if Brian Murray was calling there, Mike. I'm sure Andy Van Hellemond said, wait, you had enough grace time without calling the timeout. I'm not going to give you an extra on top of the time you've already taken.
LaFontaine again, opposite Gould for this important face-off. 2-2 tie, 54 seconds to go. And Trottier is the winger. That's the extra man out for insurance in case LaFontaine was chased from the face-off. Scott Stevens cleared it into Makela. Has LaFontaine behind. Makela able to wheel behind the goal. Tries to drop one in front. Trottier unable to play. Trottier from his knees able to angle for LaFontaine. Chased off. Trottier centers. Misses Makela. 2-on-2 break. Out with it comes Duchesne. Has Gartner up the wing. Duchesne drops to Gould. Gould moving right in. Checked off the puck. Good hit by Trottier. And then diving on it is Kelly Rudy.
You know, Gould is arguing this point, but he's not going to get anywhere, and I'm not sure he should get anywhere. He just waited too long because he didn't see Brian Trottier coming, and what a crossbody Trottier threw to take him out of the play, as Brian Trottier can do. A frustrated Bobby Gould. He thought he was in alone, Mike, but he took the chance that he was in alone, and you got to know somebody's coming. Here's Gould. Watch the right of your screen. Trottier will come from nowhere if we can see him. There's Trottier coming into view. A bit of a takedown, but still a pretty decent hit. Andy Van Hellemond has let a lot more go than that tonight. He's not going to call that.
Again, the pressure to Gould. And the pressure of the night, Kelly Rudy. Gould is now slowly skating to the bench. Someone else will be commissioned to take a face-off instead of Bobby Gould. Brian Trottier, who Brian Murray says they talk a lot about how much Langway plays in the course of a game. What about Brian Trottier of the Islanders? Big face-off he's going to take. Langway and Murphy are the point men. Ridley will have Gartner directly behind him. 30 years old from Val-Marie, Saskatchewan. Brian Trottier. Conn Smythe winner in 80. First All-Star twice. Got the big goal to add more tension to this one. Ties up with Ridley on the face-off and able to walk away as Basson. Gives to Dineen with 20 seconds left in the third period. Dineen shuttles it past Langway. Mason stops it, gets it for Larry Murphy. Clears and Conroy came along to keep play moving. To Crom, centers one, but Ridley is right there. 7 seconds left to go. Rod Langway with time for a shot. Pass on by Gartner. 2 seconds, 1 second. And there will be sudden death overtime. For the first time in this series, Game 7 will require at least a fourth period.
He doesn't show much emotion, does he? Terry Simpson's team hang tough. They just kept tooth and nailing it this entire game. Brian Murray's team had him on the ropes, and they just weren't able to put them away. And now what happens? You know what the Caps are going to say when they go into the room? Nobody said it was going to be easy, guys. The Islanders are going to say, gentlemen, we have them now where we want them. Let's put them away.
Shots in the third period. 11 for the Islanders. 11 for Washington, and almost all of them were thrillers. And there'll be even more coming up in overtime. 60 minutes have been completed. Tied 2-2.
Bill Clement standing by for overtime.
Do we have anything left is the question.
Do the players have anything left? That adrenaline, which Bill indicated with many of them may have passed or at least may have dropped, now on the rise again?
Yes, it's on the rise, and they have to be very careful not to get out of position. What happens is a team will press. They will sense the opportunity to put the other team away. And if they don't capitalize on their chance, very often they're out of position because they're pressing offensively. What happens is a 2-on-1, a breakaway, a 3-on-1 the other way. They have to make sure they maintain their composure, but it's easier said than done, Mike. It's so tough out there trying to put the other team away. You know that one shot will do it all. You move into position to take it, and you're out of position. A defenseman pinching in, a centerman going in for the third man deep when he shouldn't. The other team goes the other way. Everybody has to be real careful.
We don't want to chill this hot atmosphere with stats, but just checking over the last 60 overtime games that have been played in the Stanley Cup playoffs over 6 years, half of them ended in the first 5 minutes, 2/3 in the first 10 minutes. The fastest goal ever, 9 seconds by Brian Scrudlin last year. The longest game went into a new day. That was a long time ago in 1936 between Detroit and the Maroons. As you see the coaches now in the penalty box.
And we just had a glimpse of Brent Sutter, too, going up back and forth along the Islanders bench, pumping up his teammates, even though he's not in uniform. Everybody trying to pull together. Such a dramatic moment.
That's Dave Jensen. He, along with Dwayne Sutter, boxed for coincidental high sticks at 1906. We're underway in sudden death overtime. Offside called just 6 seconds in.
Surprising offside, too. Bobby Gould standing there, Gaetan Duchesne with the puck. They try to feed through the middle. Gould didn't have much steam going. That's the kind of play, Mike, that can be broken up and turned the other way. The play right at the opposition's blue line. Safety first, and you would think that Gould and Duchesne would look for safety first, dumping the puck in. That time they were offside, no harm done.
This is not a franchise. We speak of the one which has prompted all of the white shirts tonight, that is at the crossroads by any means. But some doubt their ability to get past round one. Pad save, the first one of the overtime, made by Mason on Thomas Janssen. On now comes Gould. Gartner fighting his way up the wing. He's alone in front. Oh, and he couldn't control for the backhander. Centering pass is blocked off by the defense. Mike Gartner tries to hustle it to Duchesne. Feeds back, but the play must be made by Greg Smith, and then Gartner down on all fours. And I think just mulling over for a few split seconds the opportunity he had.
Wow. That was his chance. He gets away from his check. He falls. I think Gartner pushed him down, and then the puck rolls so that Gartner can't get good control of it. He was going between Rudy's legs. Once again, Rudy was there. What an inspired hockey game Mike Gartner has played. He certainly responded to his meeting with Brian Murray, in which Brian Murray asked him to perform to his potential in the effort department. And Mike Gartner has played an inspired hockey game tonight.
Bill Clement's pick as the overtime goal scorer if it comes from a Washington stick. The Duchesne-Gould combination goes off.
And this is the chance that the Capitals can take to move one step closer to erasing the memory of an off season, especially the first half. It wasn't an off season, it was just a disastrous season. In this, Terry Simpson's first year coaching the young New York Islanders, they were the second youngest team in the NHL when this season started.
And they have it from the faceoff. 34 seconds into the first overtime period. Conroy wraps. Moving toward it is Crom. For Flatley. And back to Dineen. Hustles it over for Conroy's drive. Save, Mason. Rebound brought back up by Murphy. Has Christian with him. And Christian will control to the line. Dave Christian has a man breaking in front, but that blocked away by Rudy. In stride, it's taken by Flatley. Side by side with Trottier. Langway sizing up the play. Thumps him off. Trottier fed, but it's taken by Ridley.
What a play by Langway. He not only thumped Flatley, he got the puck away from Trottier.
Christian can't handle. Conroy gives it up to Murphy. And Murphy's pass is blocked off and then thrown in. Shift change on. Capitals are bringing out Francischetti with Adams and Pavanka. Kerr can't control. Drilled back in by Stevens. Down goes Francischetti. Puck kept, but given up to Dineen. Battles with Francischetti, and the two go down. Oh, and then a hit. Trottier ties up. Pavanka feeds in front for Franceschetti, sliding toward the goal, and Rudy able to trap and hang on.
Open up both barrels, boys. Fire at will. Andy Van Hellemond will not call a penalty in this overtime. Franceschetti just wrestled to the ground, trying to get loose. The players know they're not going to waste their energy at this stage, Mike, in arguing a call. They know the deal. Watch the wrestling match here on a great effort by Adams. They'll finally pick away at it. There's Franceschetti on the right of your screen. He will break for the net now. Here comes the pass from Pavanka. Alan Kerr all over Franceschetti. Finally just pitchforks him to the ground. Kelly Rudy didn't have it, and Franceschetti almost had a second swipe at it.
Some people are watching this game on tape, and it is July. Because they have missed hockey, they are playing this game in April, back over the summer months, just to watch it and thrill once more. Tremendous goaltending by Rudy. When tested, Bob Mason. Game tied at 2, and the Hart guys have battled back. Trottier tied the game after a guy who hadn't scored an NHL goal coming into tonight. Grant Martin had put his Capitals ahead.
And you know, we talked about Pat LaFontaine scoring the goal. Should he score on a shot and not a deflection, it will be his first shot on goal. The law of averages has to tell you that a prolific scorer like Pat LaFontaine will sooner or later get a shot on goal.
He'll take the face-off with Gartner. Murphy a drive. And that one knocked away. Duchesne with a wrist shot, blocked down. Murphy follows up again, can't get the pass through. Sprawling was Johnson. Puck sent off the side of the goal by Murphy. Still they battle, and Duchesne muscles it along. Gaetan Duchesne tries to get to the front, forced down by Gilbert. Duchesne, while prone, plays over to Gould, trying to get to the front, got a shot away, and it's Kelly Rudy handling it. Along now to Gilbert, and Gilbert just lofts it out of trouble. 17:50 left in the first sudden death overtime. We could play all night. Each 20-minute period to be separated by a 15-minute intermission and an ice flood. Stevens takes it from Murphy. On now comes Bobby Gould. Dishes off to Miller. Flips in front on goal. Save! Scramble on the front. And Gould unable to angle one through Kelly Rudy, who hangs on.
Wow, the magic continues. The mastery of Kelly Rudy once again. What are they going to do? Bobby Gould has had so many chances tonight. Rudy makes the save. Gould tries to get it by him, hits the side of the net, the post, takes a mean hit from Dineen. Here's Gould breaking in on a great feed. This whole line, Miller, Duchesne, and Gould. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Look at that. Oh. Squeezes through. Dineen right there to make Gould pay the price. Kelly Rudy has been as close to superhuman as you can be in a hockey game tonight.
38 saves, 40 shots.
How many of those quality? 25,
yeah.
26.
The routine ones, if at all, were in the first period, and that only about half of them. Langway forces, but this play answered by Dineen. And Rod Langway just flaps it on back to Hatcher. Back on come the Capitals. Ridley moves in, but an offside call.
I know that if Mike Ridley had that to do over again, he would have fed Christian. He had his man on the fly. See him? You see that facial expression? And he's apologizing to Christian right now. You just can't afford a mental lapse like that. He's got Christian flying on the wing. He elects to carry over and throws Christian offside. What will kill a rush quicker than anything? A whistle for an offside. Boy, a lot of gum chewing. Should get a meter on the jaw to count the number of chomps on the gum. Look at Terry Murray on the top right. Terry Simpson chewing away on his. They're up into the tens of thousands tonight.
Skills honed in colleges and junior hockey teams. A lot of time on the bus, earning eventually a spot for Murray in '81, and for Simpson just this past year in the NHL. Neither man guessing that it would come to this in the very first playoff confrontation. 7th game, first sudden death overtime, and Ridley will take the face-off for Washington. Ryan Trottier for the Islanders.
Hasn't this started the way the game started? Washington once again all over the New York Islanders, pressing, not being able to do anything with Kelly Rudy.
Will it be him? Will it be Rich Crom? Left winger on the Trottier line with Flatley on the right side. Conroyd and Dineen the defense. Langway playing catch with Hatcher. And Hatcher moves on in. Flips one that is just held by Rudy. That one would have gone in if he'd have let it go, right? So that's got to be his easiest save of the night. All the rest have been harder, almost all.
Just about. And you know what the Caps seem to be doing that they didn't in the third? They're driving for the net. They're getting a man with the puck, buying himself a little time, and then they're driving for the net. Francischetti had his chance like that. Gould has had his chance like that. And that time, Hatcher tried to get it to the net, but it was deflected up high, but Kelly Miller was driving for the net.
Definition of shot on goal. Would have entered the net had not the goalie made a stop or a block or a sprawling clear, as Rudy has done so often. From the tie-up, Murphy a drive, and Rudy once again.
How long can it go on?
Just makes you wonder, doesn't it?
How long can it go on? 42 total shots on Kelly Rudy. 2 have gone in. 20 to 25 have been quality chances, including this one. There's another Cap driving for the net, forcing the Islander defenseman to move him to the side. You can cut the tension with a knife here. You look at the players' faces, you see fatigue, you see tension.
Rudy looks out. Mike Ridley, at this time last year, was a New York Ranger on the face-off with Basson. That is off the skate of Miller. Ridley digging it out. Centers in front, off the skate of Conroy. Miller burrowing right after it. Here's Ridley in front, a shot. Oh, and it's high and off the glass and then out of play. And since it went off an Islander, the face-off will again be near Rudy.
How much do you think Mike Ridley would like to score the goal? Remember the 2-on-none he had first period? The feed from Mike Gartner, the shot that Kelly Rudy got a piece of, perhaps. We never did see a clear replay of it. It did go wide of the net. Everyone wants to be the hero at this stage of the game. No one wants to be the zero, but everyone wants to be the hero.
The helplessness of coaching. You can't reach out with a stick and try to help.
Especially not now. It's out of the coach's hands. He's opening the door, putting out the troops, hoping that they have the energy, the drive, the wherewithal, perhaps the lucky bounce left in their sticks. There's no coaching right now.
This time, Pavanka for Washington. Trottier for the Islanders. Greg Adams tried to click one in front. Puck loose and fed away by Conroy. And Conroy plays the quick bounce back to him. Works it along to Crom. It's kept by Pavanka. Hit hard by Trottier. Trying to get up to play it as Adams, but instead it is Rich Crom. And the Islanders finally are able to get it out of their own end. It's dumped back in. Pat Flatley going after it with Scott Stevens, and Stevens their first icing touch up and back. It'll come near the central figure of this game, Kelly Rudy.
And you can hear the round of applause. There have been so many icings waved off as well. Andy Van Helleman hasn't called any penalties. The linesmen haven't been calling many icings either. Here's that chance. Watch the puck lying loose. Kelly Rudy doesn't see it. He's looking to the right. Who gets there first? Kelly Rudy is saying, thank goodness it's a man dressed in blue.
With Tom Mees and Bill Clement, Mike Emerick from the Capitol Center. White shirted throughout. Towel-waving fans cheering on the Capitals, who led in this series 3-1. Gallant Islander comeback forces Game 7. A game that started at 7:35. Eastern time, it is just past 11 o'clock. And still, no winner in this series has been declared. It is Jonsson, matched up with Morrow on defense. Puck wrapped off to Pat Flatley. Moving out with Crom, angles for Crom. Murphy there along with Crom. And they cancel one another. Here's Flatley, trying to stop her, shut off by Mason. Gartner jams it, but it's Crom turning. Checked by Larry Murphy. Puck taken by Flatley, creeping in as Morrow, but Flatley can't get it to him because of the checking of Stevens. Loose puck scooped up by Murphy and rolled back out. And now it's the Capitals feeling some pressure. Thomas Jonsson wraps it along. Ridley unable to reach. Rod Langway is there. Chips one along. Delayed offside. Caps clear the zone. So play continues as Basson drops it ahead. Alan Kerr hooked at. Then muscled by Langway. And coming across to close was Hatcher. Off Ridley, fielded by Dwayne Sutter. 15:38 to go. First sudden death overtime tied at 2. Glad you've joined us tonight on ESPN. Dineen drives back in. Again, 5 and 4. Langway and Hatcher turn in tandem. And Hatcher tried to clear. Got it just beyond the reach of Dwayne Sutter. Again, it is Langway behind. Dwayne Sutter got there first, but instead it's taken by the defense, and Adams moves back out with it. Has Franciscetti and Pavanka with him. Greg Adams moving on Conroy. Centers one that just casually swept away by Rudy. Puck taken by Alan Kerr. 15 minutes left. And the clock really a non-entity until we get down to the last minute or so, only to give the teams a breather if this one is not ended in the first sudden death overtime. Delayed offside wipe, Greg Smith out. Crunched on the play, but back in now comes Johnson for a shot, and that one ricocheted wide. Back up with it is Duchesne, moving out with Pavanka. Duchesne trying to fight his way in front. A one-hander is shut off. Rebound is scooped up by Makela. And lost to Kelly Miller. Makela checked by Pavanka. Miller tries to follow up, but the first one there, Johnson cleared it into him. Pavanka puts it into the glove of Rudy. Morrow drops it back off to Makela. Scott Stevens recovers and dishes back in. Morrow hands across to Johnson. Pass ahead, and in with it comes Crom. Couldn't get by Larry Murphy. Conroy plays to Crom, and here's Crom turning, and Murphy got back so quickly. As a man open, Makela can't get it to him because Duchesne was in the way. Murphy with Gould on the left, just lofts one in. Trying to chase down is Kelly Miller, but Crom there because Conroy did the number on Miller to keep him from getting along. It's Rod Langway turning on defense again for the Caps. Turning stick of Bobby Gould. Starts the march in. Flops one off the glass. Crom bumps there with Gartner. And Crom able to flip one along.
Nothing too complicated right now. You see them, they get the puck in their own end, just drifted out of the zone. Everything safety first.
Making the turn is Ridley. Langway trying to read, and that's off an Islander. Drilled by Dwayne Sutter on goal, and Mason makes the stand-up play. Gartner couldn't reach, and Johnson goes back. 18-130, just took a collective deep breath. Trottier can't handle it, and so it's Hatcher back, and Langway just interfering ever so slightly with Dwayne Sutter. Hatcher had to peel away quickly and got it onto Ridley. Couldn't get the pass through Alan Kerr. Chopped back along by Morrow. Kneeling play made by Langway. And it's again in the Islander defensive end. Brian Trottier, who forced this overtime with a goal at 14:37 of the third. Sees the Islanders moving it back out. It is Dwayne Sutter flipping one that will be handled by Greg Smith on defense. 12:40 left. First sudden death overtime. Ahead they come. Franciscetti to Jensen, a drive. Rising shot. Trapped. And Kelly Rudy will just hold on. The shots are 8-4 in the overtime. Washington in the game 44-25.
What is left to say? I think we've almost reached the stage in this hockey game, Mike, that we could do an NBC football dead coverage routine and just lay out and let everybody watch. I think it's all been said. Look at the one-on-one confrontation. Flatley had gotten loose from Stevens on this side of the net and just about snuck one by Bob Mason. Rod Langway trying to move it up the center. Gosh, you could see a capital over on the boards. We're all sitting here saying he's going to move it to the guy on the boards. Not so. Tried to move it up the center. The head has to keep going. The legs are tired, but the mind can't let down now.
Wonderful hockey game. There's tremendous courage on the part of both teams and stellar performance by Kelly Rudy. And when those freak things happen in the Capital Zone, as have happened twice here in overtime, Bob Mason has very coolly handled chores there. Bobby Gould and LaFontaine. And it's back to Scott Stevens for a shot. Deflected, plopped down to the side of the net. Gould can't center. He's checked off quickly by LaFontaine. Then Kelly Miller barrels into Dineen. Puck along to Alan Kerr. Trying to turn from Gould's persistent checking, and he moves out. Alan Kerr forces it back into the Washington zone. Gilbert is there. Loses, though, to Gaetan Duchesne. Stevens turns it back out. Has Gould in full stride, along with Miller. Gould just could not fight his way through, and so it's LaFontaine with the easy play for the Islanders. Along for Makela. Punches it by Stevens. Here's Makela moving in. Forehand shot is well off the mark and high. And the Caps control in their own end, and Larry Murphy very casually bringing it back out. Stellar chance, but the shot just well away from the mark, and perhaps it was the pursuit of Francis-Getty that forced him to pull the trigger too early.
Boy, we have a face-off coming now inside the cap zone. Scott Stevens letting down mentally a little bit. He got the pass over from Murphy. He could have taken 2 strides to his right and cleared the zone. Instead, he backed off. Look at Makela cutting in. And is it Adams? No, it's Francis-Getty that just gets a piece of him, as does Larry Murphy, and Makela misses by 8 feet. But if it weren't for Murphy and Francis-Getty covering up for Scott Stevens, who had gambled along the boards, pinched, and lost the gamble, that man, Mikko Makela, could have ended the Washington Capitals season and sent the New York Islanders into Philadelphia for the finals of this Patrick division.
Brent Sutter, one of those who wishes he were playing and would want to be a part of the deciding play. Watching from the bench, you saw him a moment ago, as this one is thrown in by Mike Ridley. Racing back is Crom. Right after him was Kelly Miller, and we get a stoppage of play on the icing call.
You know who's arguing the icing call enough? Mike Ridley. He is the man that dumped the puck in on the icing call.
And it was Gartner, pardon me, not Miller.
It was Gartner racing in for the puck, and it was Ridley that dumped the puck in, and at least a couple of times in this period, Mike, in the overtime and in the third period, I've seen Mike Ridley do things that aren't characteristic of a very conservative thinking hockey player. That time he had 5 feet to go before he crossed center, and he elected to shoot it deep into the zone, gambling that Gartner would win the race. He didn't win the race. Now the play comes all the way back down. You have to guard against those mental breakdowns, and once again I want to point out, it's real easy to sit here. I've been in these situations. It's far easier said than done. Fatigue is a big factor. Pressure is such a big factor. Tension. The season rests for the Washington Capitals and the New York Islanders on every play. And it's very easy for me to sit here and say what should and shouldn't be done.
Thomas Janssen once now drives wide. And it is Duchesne picking off the carom. Moving out with Bobby Gould and dumping in for the Capitals. Morrow is back, and Bobby Gould battling him all the way. The puck taken by Janssen. Nearing the halfway point of the first overtime period, and a crunch thrown on Christian by Brian Trottier. Morrow pursued from behind by Gartner. Along it's to Crom. Nice little yank pass on to Trottier, then to Flatley. Has Crom up the left wing. Crom moving in. Hatcher chops at him as he throws it to Rod Langway of the Capitals defense. Christian can't play. Neither can Ridley, and so it's Gord Dineen pivoting. Dineen's pass bangs across 2 lines to Bob Basson, and play is stopped.
You have to feel that Bob Basson's legs at the age of 21 still have some jump in them. Big mixture of young and old on both of these teams.
There have been overtime games between these teams before. In 1985, Alan Hallworth ended it. Game 1, 4-3 Capitals here. In Game 2, it was Mike Gartner, 2-1 Capitals here. And Anders Collar, the only goal for the New York Islanders in overtime play against the Washington Capitals. So it is 2 Capital victories, 1 for the Islanders when they've gone to sudden death in the playoffs. On now comes Greg Adams, trying to get through Dineen. Francis-Getty is by, given a bump by his teammate as the 2 of them tried to get to it. Conroy for the Islanders back up. Nearing the halfway point now, just 10 seconds from halfway through this overtime. Dwayne Sutter chopped it away from Mason. Puck worked by Scott Stevens onto Adams. And Adams has Pavanka in stride and hammers one in, hoping for Lou Francis-Getty, who booms in with Basson. Basson follows up, but the first one there is Gord Dineen of the Islander defense. Back along now to Alan Kerr. And Kerr approaches and fires. Directed away by Mason, chopped along by Murphy, and off Alan Kerr in the midst of a change at the bench. Diddick angles Larry Murphy to play. And again back out. 2 tired teams. 1 more goal ends it. On comes Gilbert. Gilbert and a diving play made by Murphy. Centering pass, and Mason will just missile his glove on the puck to get a stoppage of play.
And you know that man had a step on Larry Murphy, and Murphy went down with his long reach. Perhaps in another time of a game, in another regular season game, that would have been called as a penalty, because Murphy brought him down before he made contact with the puck, but not now. Andy Van Hellemond does not want to be the man that decides this hockey game, and you can say what you want about officials deciding hockey games by not making calls. Something has to be so extraordinarily glaring at this stage of the hockey game for Andy to call. You have to side with him. He doesn't want to be the man that decides this hockey game, and unless it's glaring, you know he will not be the man that decides it.
It is very rare that a power play goal ends a playoff game, and it has never happened in a deciding game.
Because there never are any power plays.
The first one in all of history, so rare are they, didn't occur until 1980 when the Islanders were playing the Flyers, and in the first game, Jimmy Watson was penalized and Dennis Potvin scored to win it. But rare indeed. Bobby Gould in for the draw with Pat LaFontaine. Johnson slotted, and the puck dropped unfairly, so they'll do it again. John D'Amico, 23 years. Andy Van Hellemond, 17. Ron Finn, 18. 58 years in 3 men. And that man is just 26.
Now both LaFontaine and Bobby Gould have been waved from the face-off circle. Moving in are Wood and Kelly Miller. Key, so much tension on these face-offs deep in the zone.
From the tie-up, Rod Langway emerges. Hands on to Duchesne. 9:20 left, first overtime period. Bobby Gould racing after this one, but offside was the call as the cluster of Wood and Miller forced Gould inside.
You know, the longer this game wears on and on, you have to wonder if it's not going to end on a very silly broken play. A fluke goal, a carom off the boards into the goalie's skates. It seems that nothing quality is going to get by either one of them, and you wonder if it's going to end on something tragic for a team. And I think my one concern, my one wish would be that it wouldn't end like that. I don't think either of these teams deserves to lose a hockey game like that tonight.
Boy, have they ever come at each other with the best they have tonight. LaFontaine moving on, up the wing for Greg Gilbert, wrestled off by Jensen. LaFontaine in deep. Banged to the boards by Hatcher. Still LaFontaine trying to muscle it off. The little guy not giving way to the big defenseman at all. Bobby Gould comes in as the 5th man, hoping to yank it loose, but it's still tied up in Gilbert's skates. Now it's Gould clearing back out. Ken Morrow goes back to get it. Morrow with a pass that tipped off Makela, retrieved by Hatcher. Clears it up, but Makela has trouble. It bounced off him to Rod Langway. Rod Langway, captain of the Washington Capitals, hands it on to Duchesne. But it's swept away by Trottier and fielded by Dineen. Right back out to Trottier and on now to Rich Crom.
They're backed in again.
Drops to Trottier. Oh, and it's deflected off the side of the goal by Mason. Crom wheeling, has Conroy open, gives it up to Christian. Has a man breaking, it's Gartner. Can't get it to him as Crom was wrestling with him all the way. In is Conroy, and the whole play goes back into the cap zone on an icing.
You can hear the boos ringing loud here at the Capitol Center. Mike Gartner was held up on the play.
We've gone the last 3 minutes of play with only one shot, and that from an Islander stick.
I can tell you Brian Murray can save his breath if he's calling for a penalty right now. Here's the shot by Trottier. Watch how close this comes. Just misses the outside of the post. That was 4 to 5 inches from being a goal and ending this hockey game.
Trottier and Ridley opposing each other again for a faceoff. Flatley and Crom on either side. He tried for Flatley. Larry Murphy there. Crom tries to get a centering pass away, fished away by Ridley, and the puck caroms to the slot where it's punched by Stevens, but kept for a drive by Conroy. Save on the play made in front. Oh, was Mason there, and then that off Trottier. And back now come the Capitals. On with it is Dave Christian. Angles it, hoping for Ridley. Dineen clears it into the knees of Ridley and then checks him. The puck handled by Trottier. 7:40 left in the first sudden death overtime period. Glad you've joined us on ESPN. And this is only the first series of 4 series coverage. 7th game, Capitals and Islanders tied at 2. Still the battling just by inches. Ridley had it poked away by Dwayne Sutter. Dineen pestered by Christian, and the puck nearly given up once more. Trottier on to Flatley. Scott Stevens approaches, so it's the dump. Kevin Hatcher to Stevens. Back off now to Greg Adams. Moving out with Pavanka. The play is off, hoping for Francischetti. Two Islanders able to get it away, but then Adams has it. Back for Hatcher, shot off an Islander stick, and then the second stick was that of Rudy. Dwayne Sutter takes it back. Has Kerr with him. Plays it through the legs of Adams over to Thomas Jonsson. Jonsson in. Man in front. Basson. Save.
Oh.
Marvelous play. Made by Bob Mason.
I can't believe it. I honestly can't believe that this game continues to go at the pace with the scoring chances. Basson is so open. He's in all alone on Mason. Mason stands his ground. He takes away the lower side of the net, the lower area. He crowds the top as best he can. Watch this feed. What a missed assignment by the Caps. You know that there's a lot of fatigue out there. Mason doesn't lose position. He has great position on the net right here. Basson, had he been able to stick it upstairs, might have had a chance to score, but Mason was in great position to make the save. Watch Basson cutting across. Mason doesn't give him an inch. Has some room on the short side, sure, but I'll tell you, Mason could not have played that any better.
Oh, and from this face-off, Bobby Gould able to shunt it away from LaFontaine. Kevin Hatcher, who along with Langway both went after Jonsson just a moment ago. Here's Hatcher moving out, takes a chop from Makela, drops it back in. Diddick to play, along to Greg Gilbert, pops it back out. And it's Hatcher handling for the Caps and sailing it back in. Diddick glasses back out to LaFontaine, shift change on for the Capitals. LaFontaine to Makela, and on with this is Leiter. Drive, save Mason. Oh, just such confidence, and now he'll put it in play.
And he didn't know it at the time, but he had LaFontaine wide open on a 2-on-1.
Duchesne is back for the drop-in. Again, a shift change. Gartner comes out for the Capitals, so also Christian. Puck pop near Scott Stevens. The other forward for Washington right now is Mike Ridley. Stevens and Greg Smith, the defense. Islanders are making a change too. Dineen catches Flatley offside. 5:43 to go in the first sudden death overtime period. Greg Smith has been a cool customer back there on defense tonight.
They've all been pretty cool. Sooner or later, though, you know that fatigue has to overcome judgment, legs, all of those things, and there has to be a breakdown. Basson in all alone that time. The Washington defense both keen on the Islander carrying the puck. So as the game wears on and the fatigue factor becomes greater and greater, you know that the mental has to follow, and when the mental follows, the hands go, the judgment goes. Sooner or later, the legs go because of fatigue. Something will break down.
Kerr, foiled, back Pavanka. Jensen on his left. That's where he wants to go with it. Jensen trying to get away from Basson, taking down, and then Basson goes into the boards. Jensen able to step away. Dave Jensen slots it. Drive by Smith is off a leg. Dwayne Sutter for the Islanders. Gets it back through to Basson. Shoves one off the stick of Stevens, and Kerr goes in. Hammered by Scott Stevens, but not carried completely out. Back through comes Pavanka. Gets away from Morrow's check. Has Francischetti with him. Pavanka moving. Battled by LaFontaine, tried to send one through. Thomas Jonsson follows up now with the help of LaFontaine. Broken up at the line by Langway. Morrow flips it further. Langway has it punched by Kerr. But it's an offside call with 4:50 left.
You know what has happened in this hockey game too, Mike, that's just dawning on me? Kelly Rudy has been so outstanding. That works on the Washington Capitals' minds, and they become very reluctant to take a shot when they come across the blue line. Pavanka had a chance that time, and in many cases in the third period, even in the second period. But from then on, they cross the blue line and try to make a play. They have in their minds now that they are not going to score on Kelly Rudy from there. He's not invincible. He's fantastic tonight. But at this type of atmosphere and the pressure of an overtime situation, gosh, they have a mental block with Kelly Rudy now, and they're not taking any long shots, and some of them are capable of blowing it by Kelly Rudy no matter how hot he is on a night like tonight.
Larry Murphy angles for Duchesne. Makela and Duchesne cancel, and it's thrown off by Morrow, who has to take it himself. Greg Gilbert for the Islanders. Hands on to Makala. Stride for stride, matched by Langway. Pass checked away from LaFontaine by Bobby Gould. LaFontaine hands over to Gilbert. Finesses by Murphy, but then on the last minute poke check is forced even deeper. Puck out to Kelly Miller. Has a winger picked up, that's Duchesne. Miller moving on Thomas Janssen. Feeds it up the wing. Duchesne was wrapped up by Morrow and only got a weak toss away.
But what an effort by Duchesne, even to get his stick on it, Mike.
Back comes Janssen. Big drive! Sticked away by Mason. It is Crom throwing it in front. That knockdown. Crom tries to follow up, and they just try to poke it through, but can't. Christian angles it back off. Striding back for this is Gartner. And Rudy will turn it over to Leiter.
Oh, good little fake by Rudy. He had Gartner coming for him, threw him off with a little fake shot to the corner, bought himself time.
Here's Didick with a drive, blocked off by Stevens and controlling his Hatcher.
Can you see how the Islanders are approaching the blue line and saying, we're going to get some rubber on Bob Mason? The Caps are so reluctant to do that in this hockey game.
Flatley's pass, Karam's off Christian. Stevens trying to poke it from Dwayne Sutter. Off his shoulder, it's Gartner, able to flip it off Trottier. And again, the Islanders drop back and clear in too early. Offside, though, is wiped as the Islanders cleared the zone.
And, Mike, within the last 2 minutes, Steve Conroy, one of the defensive mainstays for the Islanders, has headed to the locker room. We're not sure if it's equipment repairs, injury, but he's a key for them in a defensive capacity.
The drive in and shift change for the Capitals again. Alan Kerr trying to get away from Langway. Feeds it on back. The puck fed in front. Dwayne Sutter. Oh, snared right out of the air and held by Bob Mason. Incredible.
The breakdowns are happening. Jensen committed the breakdown. He gave the Islander too much time inside his own blue line. The big pass over to Dwayne Sutter. Here it is. Jensen is pulled away. Watch the save. Watch the right glove of Mason. Once again. Now the Islanders are saying, say it ain't so. Nobody on the Islander. Jensen had peeled away from him. And that's the thing. Give any of these players a couple of seconds to wheel and deal. You know one of your teammates is going to get open, Mike. The defensemen, the checking forwards are too tired to maintain. Anybody that gets 2 or 3 seconds to stand around and look for someone to pass to should be able to find someone to pass to. Tough to play defense at this stage of the game.
We talked about how that young man could conceivably be out of this game because he was getting so little work early. And he hadn't gotten that much even in the third period as things moved down to the end. In sudden death, the first 2 shots were quick turnarounds, and he was strong in his net then. What a display tonight. 2-2 sudden death overtime. They're going to get a rest in 2:54 unless someone scores. Rod Langway moving back out. He's got Duchesne there. Hands on to Bobby Gould. And turning for this one, Duchesne and Didick. Asserting himself was the goaltender Rudy. Puck flipped in front. Bouncer by Martin. Trickled wide. Oh, and Grant Martin, the rookie, nearly had his second goal in the NHL, and that would have been one to remember for all time. LaFontaine is checked hard by Greg Smith.
Great defensive play by Smith. He let the puck go. The puck was behind him. If he doesn't play LaFontaine like that, LaFontaine blows by him, but no way.
Here is Makala. Has Wood there. Makala tried to force it through, but it shanked off the skate of Greg Smith. Moving are the Capitals. On with it, Mike Ridley. Has Gartner alongside. Ridley looks, nearly runs into Gartner, forced off by Janssen, but keeps burrowing behind. Dineen is there. Muscles Ridley along. Gartner wants to go over to pick it loose, but it's kicked. Christian wheels first to the corner. Janssen after as the centering pass is cut off by Trottier. Randy Wood moving for the Islanders in the drop in. Mason watches as his defenseman Kevin Hatcher takes over. 1:40 to go.
What a hand Hatcher got from Stevens, taking the checking Pat Flatley out of the play. Everybody's helping each other out there.
Pavanka's shot off the paddle of Rudy. Kept by Hatcher. Puck broken up, though, by Basson, who forces it back. Jensen sends it back in. And Rudy sets it up behind, and then nearly turned it into Crom. Off now for the turnout by Basson. Stevens waits. Shovels back in off the glass. It rolls the rail, and waiting for it, Pat Flatley, but the first one there, Dineen. Stevens in the final minute 5 of the first sudden death overtime period. Greg Smith for the Capitals. Starts back. Big shot.
Finally a shot.
Post.
Finally a shot right off the post from the blue line. Now they might have the confidence to shoot more from there.
Dineen follows up for the Islanders. Drives it back in.
God, how close can you come to ending a hockey game?
can't begin to count the thrills in this one. Langway hammers Kerr. 40 seconds from now they get a rest. Still they scramble for it. And Langway able to turn away. Drops it back off for Jensen. He and Morrow stride, and then Jensen gives up for a shift change. Ken Morrow back in the final 25. Pursued by Kelly Miller. Drops it off. It's slugged away from Gould. Kept by Murphy. Needs one in front. Directed on goal by the Capitals. Kelly Miller and Rudy just sparkling once more.
What a great pinch by Larry Murphy to keep that puck in. Once again, coming within inches of ending it. Miller fighting for position in front. Gets the deflection. And as we watch this replay, Steve Conroy is coming back on the ice. Look how open Miller is. But Rudy has been challenging all night long, Mike. You see him out of his crease. He knew Miller was there. He was there for the deflection. Here's the earlier try. Watch it trickle by the far post.
Oh.
That was the chance by Martin, high into the air. Chance after chance, with both goalies playing, at least tonight, as the best goalies in the world. I can't fault either one of them on any goal. They have made excellent save after save all night long.
Could be the last face-off of this first overtime period. Brian Trottier, as he has so many times tonight, takes a defensive zone face-off from Mike Ridley. Larry Murphy positioned at the top of the circle, just out of your screen. From the tie-up, it's Murphy. Bullet drive! Oh, so casually held by Rudy.
You think Kelly Rudy doesn't have some energy left? Did you see him pick that out of midair? No problem. Great glove hand, but no screen. Murphy can't take the chance here. Ridley strong on the draw. Help from Christian to get it back to Murphy. You can see that Kenny Morrow moving out of the play wisely, out of Kelly Rudy's field of vision to give him chance to see it, and that he did.
14 seconds from now, the horn will sound unless the Capitals can turn one in. With it is Mike Gartner, finessed behind. Ridley had it taken away by Trottier. Stevens fights along the blue line, and Basson starts ahead. 1 second left, the horn goes as the Islanders had a 2-on-1 break. Basson with Crom.
What do you say? What is left? Look at Bob Mason. He has equaled Kelly Rudy in the overtime, certainly not during regular play. 47 shots on Kelly Rudy, of which 2 have gone in. 32 shots on Bob Mason, of which 2 have gone in. The shots in overtime, 11 each. Unbelievable hockey.
A long time ago, Mike Gartner got one late in the first. Flatley answered. Martin came back to break the tie, and still it seems long ago, Trottier evened it. 80 minutes have passed. Still no winner in the Patrick Division semifinal series. It's the Capitals 2 and the Islanders 2.
Let's go for the second overtime, Mike.
And for this overtime, the Islanders are going to have out Makela and Gilbert. LaFontaine. Trottier is staying out, perhaps for moral support, just to give a good luck tap to Kelly Rudy.
We are now well past the 4-hour mark for this game. We started at 7:30 Eastern time. It is now just a little past 20 minutes before midnight. And do you think these fans care what time it is? Look at them go.
The seats, they haven't sat in much tonight. Underway with Conroy handling for the Islanders, back over to Dineen. Can't penetrate the zone with the toss. Dineen follows up again. Angles for Gilbert, but instead it's Hatcher. Sliding it over to Scott Stevens, forced by Makela. Duchesne lets it go. Conroy back along to Dineen, and offside is the call. Bill Clement and I are well taken care of. The producers have supplied us with cushions bearing the emblem of the Washington Redskins to ease the evening.
Look at the Murray brothers. Brian on the right, his younger brother Terry, who had a number of years in the NHL with the Philadelphia Flyers, Detroit Red Wings. They're keyed up. Mikko Makela had a chance to put it away. Sudden death and sudden life, all wrapped into one here. One of these teams will acquire sudden life immediately when they score. The other one, sudden death.
Mike Keenan was on earlier. Undoubtedly pleased that this one is going so long. Gartner given a good bump by Gilbert. Keenan's thinking, of course, that this will further weaken the winner of this for the first meeting with Philadelphia. Our next telecast, 7:30 Monday, Quebec, Montreal. On now comes Bobby Gould. Gould able to move. A shot kicked right back out by Rudy. So deceptive and quick was Gould with that shot.
That was the game right there.
Mikko Makala punches it by Langway. This is a 2-on-1.
He better get
Murphy
this.
able to brush it away.
Wow, if Murphy doesn't get it, LaFontaine's on a breakaway.
Gould can't chop it toward the net. Gartner with a shot blocked down by Rudy, and the rebound punched away by Denis. Loose puck and drawn, and Rudy hangs on.
It's never going to stop.
Nope. Why should
this game
change?
will never end. Kelly Rudy has been as sharp at every juncture, in every minute of this hockey game as he was in the very first minute of the game. Watch Gartner's shot. Partially handcuffs Rudy to the point where he can't get the rebound. Here's Gould for the rebound. Pulls it out front. Oh, great comeback by Steve Conroy, who has returned to action, having left the game in the first overtime period to help out a sprawled Kelly Rudy. Concentration, focus. Fatigue is a big enemy for those two things right now. Concentration and focus.
32 Islander shots, 50 from Washington. Ridley and Trottier. Miller and Deneen. Trottier and Ridley pursuing again, and it squirts along to Conroy. And Conroy bounces it back out. Flatley sets up. Trottier gets it back again. Flips for Trottier, and Scott Stevens said no. And Stevens hand passes it, and that brings a stoppage in the Capital Zone, and Dave Christian will be out for this next faceoff.
Fatigue, it's written all over everyone. On that particular shift, Dave Christian decided to do a little mini pinch. 3-on-2 the other way. It's just such a fine line between the 4 feet of pinching and the 4 feet of staying back. Terry Simpson never in control, never rattled, really has never yelled at this hockey team all season long. One thing he says that he's learned is that he thinks now that he might have miscalculated the amount of direction that some of his younger players needed, and he's given them a lot more in the latter part of the season, and they've really responded for him.
Franciscetti helped out there by chipping it away. Oh, a booming check thrown by Stevens on Basson. Along working for it is Ridley. Franciscetti trying to lift it away, but again we get a halt to play. The players of the game. You'll see one and then the other.
Is there any point in waiting? It really doesn't matter who does what at this stage of the hockey game. At one end, Bob Mason, unbelievable goaltending. At the other end, Kelly Rudy, unconscious goaltending. What a display they've given us tonight. They are our co-players of the game. Bob Mason, Kelly Rudy. We don't care who scores in overtime.
Drive by Diddick, deflected away. Ridley clears, Leiter keeps. Along for Wood. Dwayne Sutter centers. And then falling on the play is Diddick. It's a 2-on-1 break. In is Franciscetti with Christian in front. Centering pass is broken up by Kelly Rudy.
What a great defensive play by Kenny Leiter. The net has been knocked off the post. The whistle goes to stop play. Franciscetti looked. Leiter never gave him an inch to make that pass across to his open man. Great defensive play.
And Rudy has seen shot number 51 now. Well, you just examine the course of the night. Guys doing their job, just like the defense that time. And we've seen it all night long.
There it is.
The score is low.
Pretty tough to spread out when you're a single guy back there, but that's exactly what Kenny Leiter did. He spread out on the play as best he could and really took Franciscetti's option away. Franciscetti possibly would have been better to take a shot, hope for a rebound. Once again, I will point out, it's so easy to call it from up here.
8 minutes from Easter on the East Coast. 2-2 deadlock, second overtime period. Larry Murphy hammers it wide. Unable to get it is Duchesne, lobbed out by LaFontaine. Murphy over to Rod Langway. Misses for Duchesne. Instead, it's Morrow. Murphy fails to knock it down. Langway going back deep, pursued by LaFontaine and checked. Puck kicks along, but it's Larry Murphy skying it back out. Morrow lays it off for Makala. Wheels back in on Langway. Makala behind the goal. tried to get it in front, but that one checked off by Gartner. Larry Murphy moving it out. Hands on to Duchesne. Stood up by Morrow. Gartner couldn't follow it up. Alan Kerr for the Islanders. Has Janssen, and Janssen visibly directing traffic, urging Kerr on because they want to get a shift change on that wide shot. Scott Stevens connects with Francis-Getty. Francis-Getty has trouble, turns, then gets bumped. This time by Crom. Conroy trying to play it ahead, but Larry Murphy stalls it. Back across. In with it is Jensen, a drive wide. Pumped along by Crom. They can't get it out. Now Conroy able to move it out to Pat Flatley. Picks up Trottier. Plays the angle, and it ricocheted off the glass and went out of play. Sports Center. The presentation you've become so familiar with on ESPN won't be canceled by this game, only enhanced by it. It will follow. Mason, Rudy.
You know, the more I think about the way this game is drawing on and on and on, Mike, it can definitely be won with a shot as the players crossing the blue line, and the players are getting more and more opportunities to let those shots go. You know why? The fatigue wears on. The defense have very little choice but to start backing in. They just don't have the legs to stand up and challenge the shooters. That means the shooters approaching the blue line, in most cases, are going to get a chance to get a decent shot on them.
Little toss by Pavanka, steered away. Gilbert with some trouble. Help comes from Leiter. Buzzing are the Capitals, but out with it now is Gilbert. Pass tipped up the wing. Dwayne Sutter moving toward it, and Mason out to slug it to the glass. Stevens can't clear. Now a chance as they move out. It's a 3-on-1. On the wing, Lou Francis-Getty has a man breaking. Fires, save, Rudy! And behind, they still work for it, but again, the Islanders take a deep breath and say almost. On with it comes LaFontaine, Dwayne Sutter.
Another great play by Stevens.
On with this is Ridley, has Kelly Miller breaking, stalled though by Janssen. Now it's Wood moving out with LaFontaine. Offside call.
That's a 3-on-2. Just nullified by an offside.
Boy, did Stevens ever halt that drive.
He can do it in so many ways. He's so big and so strong, and when he decides to step up, and honestly, as long as he doesn't get caught, he's so effective doing that, Mike. And you noticed in the third period when the Islanders came on, he stopped doing that. He wasn't standing up on the play. Keep in mind, you have to have a forward coming back. If you stand up on a 2-on-2 and miss that guy and take a run at him, if you miss him, it becomes a 2-on-1. You have to have a lot of faith in your forwards. So as a defenseman back there, you have to get a real good feel. You have to look left, look right, see who's coming back, and see what kind of trouble you're going to get in if you miss the shot, miss the check.
You know, Didick, who is not on the ice right now, has been one of the foremost Islanders in really putting some rubber on Mason since sudden death began. Every time he's got a chance, even from center ice, and he's been accurate with his shots.
Every period except the third has started in Washington's favor. They have outshot the Islanders 6-1 thus far in the second overtime period, and every period other than the third period has taken the same start. Washington coming, but unable to penetrate Kelly Rudy.
This is Morrow back for the play. Too far for Wood, and so it's Greg Smith hammering it right back. Set up by Rudy, taken by Morrow. Forechecker is Bobby Gould, and Morrow just pivots from him. Shots are 53-33 Capitals.
Gosh.
The game is 2-2.
The legs. Watch the individuals. Watch when they get the puck. Bobby Gould is dead on his feet. He has played such a hockey game. He has extended himself at every juncture.
And once again, an offside on that toss-in. Well, you could just see it just now with Morrow. Any other time in the game, Gould would have caught him and maybe wrapped him up, but there's just nothing left.
No, there's nothing left. And Mike Keenan is absolutely right that either one of these teams, whoever should win, is going to be at a strong disadvantage when they meet the Philadelphia Flyers in the opening of the finals of this Patrick division. And I think their only hope is that teams go into the opposing building in a series when they don't have the home ice advantage looking for a split. And although these teams aren't going to kiss it goodbye, the odds are highly stacked against them in that first game. They will just hope that they can rest enough to get that second game on Philadelphia ice.
Sports Center will follow this game in its entirety. Oh, and a chance there for Kelly Miller. But it would have been an offside play, and now John D'Amico whistles it down. So there's a typical Capital.
Sure
just
is.
tight on checking his man, watches his end of the ice well, plays his side, gets his man first, and then makes the best of opportunities when they come, and he's done so 10 times since coming here from the New York Rangers.
And in case anyone is wondering, Andy Van Hellemond, yes, he's still here. He is still on the ice, our head referee for tonight's game. But he has let them play, and there haven't really been that many glaring penalties that he's let go in this overtime.
Alan Kerr shoved by Murphy. Puck taken by Ridley. Conroy locked up with Miller. Still they battle. Conroy trying to just punch it on with his stick. Still battling. In comes Ridley. It's freed to Alan Kerr of the Islanders. This is the second overtime. 14-10 to go in it, as Ridley nearly presented the Capitals with a big chance. And icing is called on the Islanders. And Rich Comm shakes his head, not believing that he has done it. But the faceoff will come near Rudy. Well, they needed a big game from Stevens, and they've gotten one.
Oh, haven't they?
But who haven't they gotten a big game from? I mean, just some sensational individual play in this team sport tonight.
Absolutely.
It may take until Sunday for this to end. Just a couple of minutes away out here in the East.
Is it the Grinders that are going to end it for the Washington Capitals? Ed Kostelic comes out. Lou Francischetti comes out. Michael Pavanka, the Czechoslovakian rookie center, will take the draw, with Francischetti and Kostelic, the blockers and the jammers, on his sides. Big Larry Murphy will stand behind Pavanka looking for that shot, and he has one of the best from back there. Backing him up, Scott Stevens will stand a little further back on the play. Every faceoff now geared to, hopefully, praying to win the faceoff, to get it back, to get a shot behind Kelly Rudy.
And it's Brian Trottier who prevails this time. Dwayne Sutter stops it for the Islanders. Pass up the wing for Gilbert. Gilbert finesses his way by, and while being taken down by Murphy, got a shot off. It's Scott Stevens flipping it along. Keeping it in is Diddick. Off Gilbert. Brought back out by Pavanka. Has Kostelic moving up the wing. Pavanka dishes it off, though. Francischetti backhander, and that just held by Rudy. And that becomes shot number 55 in the game. Bill, have you played second overtime period before?
Sure have. In Chicago, 1980. Preliminary round, best of 5. Here's Gilbert getting by Murphy. Murphy dragging Gilbert down. Gilbert loses his glove. He ends up losing his stick on the play as well. Yeah, I played in double overtime. And it is as draining as about any experience you can imagine. Probably not quite as draining as triple overtime.
It is the beginning of a new day.
Shall we count down Easter as if it were New Year's Eve? 20 seconds by a lot of people's clocks to Easter on the East Coast. 15. We're getting the count.
Bruce Connell is alerting us from Bristol, Connecticut, that we are down to the final 5 seconds before Easter.
4, 3, 2, 1. Happy Easter, everyone. Don't go for the Easter egg hunt just yet. There's a hockey game to be decided in the Patrick division.
Puck dropped unfairly with Tom Mees and the voice you just heard, Bill Clement, Mike Emerick from Capitol Center. Most are wearing white tonight.
You know what I'm thinking of is the parents sitting up watching this game saying, you know, we got to get up and hide eggs first thing in the morning. And this game isn't over yet, and we still got to hide the eggs.
It's Murphy with a shot blocked down by Trottier. They follow it up. Leiter leaning on his man. Kelly Miller behind. Right after him is Leiter again. Trottier watching the front door. And Morrow with a bear hug around his man. Puck taken by Christian. Christian tried to flip it in front. Ridley trying to get loose. Leaned on and taken down by Morrow. And it is Wood flipping out. That went off Alan Kerr, and a good check by Stevens. He's got more left.
He's not going to stop until this thing is dead over. What a hit on Alan Kerr.
Pass misses for Ridley. Conroy can't get it back the other way. On comes Mike Gartner. Drive, and that blocked off by Conroy. Gartner centers one in front. Nearly a combination set up there with Dave Christian. Following it up is Hatcher. Backhands it for Gartner. It's loose behind, and Christian has it. Oh, and is he outfought by Conroy. Shift change for the Islanders. Shift change for the Capitals. Two-line pass stops the clock with 12:41 to go in the 5th period of this one. Game tied at 2.
Looking for the break. Rod Langway frustrated. He was looking for the up-ice break. He wheeled back, decided to up-ice it very quickly. Christian wasn't coming back in time, but Hatcher had a chance to play it. Gartner elects to shoot here. Watch the block by Steve Conroy. Right off Conroy. Good selection by Gartner. He's got a booming shot, and he really hasn't taken that wide shot. He can beat Kelly Rudy. I don't care how Rudy is playing tonight. Mike Gartner, when he labels it for the right spot, could beat God when he gets it in the right area.
In the last 7 years, only 4 games have gone to the second overtime period. Willie Flett, Mike Crombeen, Mark Reeds, Jim Nill, Bobby Nystrom have been the goal scorers. Gilbert with a shot that's blocked away by Gould. None of them necessarily the big names or the flashy names, and that may be the case in this one tonight. Hatcher able to pick it away. Play is made over to Lou Francischetti. Leaned on and carried off by Makela, but he tossed it back down. Going to get it is Diddick. Diddick pursued by Gould. Puck floated out. And off of Hatcher, it caroms over to Rod Langway. Pass given up to Makela. Makela with a shot. Foiled by Langway and cleared back out by Duchesne.
Just a matter of fatigue. Rod Langway, perhaps not physical fatigue as much as mental fatigue. Tried the little pass, but you know, he recovered so quickly and he made up for his own mistake with his great physical ability.
It's drilled and out. With it comes LaFontaine. Taken right away by Murphy. On now to Gould. Fakes the drive. Watched by Conroy. Can't center it in front. Now Murphy in deep, but the net becomes dislodged. And again, play is stopped.
How many more times can players fake the shot, though, Mike? Does no one want to end this? It's nice to end it on a pretty play. But I've seen so many Washington Capitals come in, Bobby Gould especially, and fake that shot. And I know he's got a defenseman in front of him. But if he keeps it right along the ice, he's got 2 skate blades facing him to get by. They measure 1/8 of an inch. LaFontaine, great pinch by Murphy. Perhaps risky, but it worked this time. Here's Gould, fake the shot. Tries to go around. You don't beat Steve Conroy wide to the outside. That's one of the reasons that they play him every time Mike Gartner is on the ice. By now, the net is off its moorings. Steve Conroy, such a mainstay. Terry Simpson has said, I don't want a left winger out there against Mike Gartner, Washington sniper. I want my best left side defenseman out there, and that's Steve Conroy. Steve Conroy has not only played against Gartner, he's played against Gould, he's played against Miller. You name a right winger that the Capitals have put out there against Steve Conroy. He's faced them all tonight. Everybody has faced everybody.
And Conroy playing hurt as well. Sustained bruised ribs in Game 4.
Actually played with an injection to the ribs to finish Game 4.
He went off in the first overtime, or correct me, Bill, it may have been the third period, with either an equipment problem or with an injury. But he is on now.
I think it was the first overtime period.
Here's Murphy. Shot. Save. Rudy. Dineen chops it away. Puck held by Stevens. His shot blocked down. Murphy able to follow up once more. Gartner at the front. Backhander came right in on goal. Puck taken by Pavanka. Lays it off, hoping for Jensen, who's checked off by Morrow. Murphy pinches. Takes the hit from Crom and keeps battling, but it's Conroy putting it behind to Dineen. Then back, it's guided and followed up further by Alan Kerr. Has a man on the wing, it's Crom. Kerr with a shot, off the glove, loose puck, and hanging on, and then seeing it go to the corner, and now everyone burrowing in, and Alan Kerr is the subject of the Capitals' aggression.
Stevens right in there. Do they have the energy left? You know Scott Stevens does. I bet you Scott Stevens could play 5 overtime periods and look the same. What a bull. What a save after a great shot by Alan Kerr that Bob Mason made. You're not going to throw Scott Stevens off his game at this stage. He has played as disciplined a game as Scott Stevens can play. You know, the knock on him always was he overcompensates. He tries too hard. But he has played a very disciplined hockey game. Look at that one off the side of the net.
Number 10, Alan Kerr of the Islanders, 2 minutes for slashing. Number 3.
And at the other end, watch this shot by Kerr, high to the glove side on Bob Mason. That's got a chance to go in. Mason looks, whoop, it's gone. Stevens came so close to kicking that in his own net. Gosh.
Number 3, Scott Stevens, 2 minutes high stick.
How many shots are we up to? Let's do a grand total on the shots here.
55 and 34 for 89.
Only the 89 shots on goal. 4 goals.
The penalties assessed at 8:46 of the second overtime. Kerr a slash. Stevens high sticking.
Check this girl in the penalty box. Oh.
Did you see her dozing off?
Listen, let's play a game to relax us at the same time. Anybody that's watching, when you see a shot of crowd or of penalty box, check for people falling asleep. It's been a heck of a hockey game, but it's gone on and on and on.
It is very warm in the Capitol Center. This one sailed by Gilbert. The equipment for the goaltenders weighs an extra 35 pounds. It's wrapped off to Jensen. Off the heel of the skate of Pavanka. Gilbert moving on him. Jensen tries to muscle it further, but taking over is Bob Basson. Basson with a play over to Thomas Janssen. Lays it on his backhand for the chop in by Gilbert. 10:40 left. Second overtime period, 2-2. Langway had to hurry, took the hit anyway. The pass from Hatcher, kicks to Basson, looks to the front.
This could be it. No,
Basson.
He runs out of time. They closed it off before he had time, Mike.
Ridley back along, and down to the ice. Francis Getty from Dwayne Sutter's check. Leiter drops it back, and Hatcher moves on, hammering it to the glass. Makela makes the play. Another shift change for the Capitals. Back through comes Mikko Makela. Up the wing, the men are watched. Makela shot, Mason the stop. Hatcher turns, LaFontaine working on him, and Hatcher able to guide it away to Ridley. And then a quick turnaround, and Greg Smith has to react. Over for Kelly Miller. Miller marching on ahead, has a man at the line, and that was Dave Christian, but Miller carries in himself. Gets away from Makela. Miller turning, locked up by Dineen. Dineen trying to cover the puck, but it's taken by Christian. Fed in front, backhander, blocked by Rudy. Rebound is hoisted away by Conroy. Marvelous play in the goal, and the game continues. Christian floats one off of the glove of Ridley, tries a backhand pass, but it's cut off by Makela, who starts back out with Randy Wood. A 2-on-2, and it's dumped in, and Wood will contest with Greg Smith. Centering one. Brian Trottier with a drive. Save on the play. Backhander. Scramble in front.
Mason's lost.
Away
Mason's lost his mask. Brian Trottier came within 2 inches of placing that one once again. Gosh, I know tension's running high. I can't believe the energy is left for this kind of stuff. It's fully expected. Brian Trottier came within a couple of inches of finishing the Washington Capitals season off with a shot. There's a dazed Bob Mason in the pileup. His helmet came blowing off like it had an explosive charge inside of it.
And Andy Van Hellemond just moving around, keeping calm, making sure this game keeps the same pitch, but is not out of control.
There's the shot. Did you see how quickly his helmet flew right off his head? Randy Woods right in on him. Oh, is it off the post? No wonder the Islanders thought they won. Look at the top right of your screen. There's an Islander just raising his stick. He was the one that I saw. They thought they had won the hockey game. That went right between Mason's legs. And this is at the other end. Christian moving the puck in front. Watch this scramble. Look at the chance that Kelly Miller has. Rudy not only makes the save, he tries to bat it in the midair. Who is that getting crushed there? Is it Gartner or Ridley trying to get another shot at it? We get paid overtime?
I think. The payment for us tonight is the splendor of this game, though.
I'll tell you, I would pay to see a game like this and wouldn't ask a penny. And don't anybody at ESPN be listening to this either.
You know, from our angle, we could not see in that scramble that the puck had actually gone behind Mason and clanked off the post.
We are sitting directly in line with the post and Bob Mason, and when he was screening that post to us, that explained the Islanders' reaction. A couple more penalties here. We'll remind you once again that this game might be very, very late, but in its entirety, Sports Center will follow at whatever time this hockey game ends. It's now 12:10 on the East Coast, and these players are still finding enough energy to get up and down this ice somehow.
We're over halfway through the second overtime period. 9:11 to go in it. Trottier and Bobby Gould contesting again on the face-off, and it's Ken Morrow laying it off. It's kicked by Kerr to Crom. Tries to get by. Puck out in front. Poked off Kerr by Scott Stevens. Out with it comes Gartner, and Gartner whips it in. Around it swirls. Francis Getty moving toward it. Shoved right off by Thomas Janssen. Trottier there. And it's brought off by Bobby Gould. Gould turning, has Gartner in front, and it's knocked away by Rudy. Drive by Stevens, that hits someone in front. Stevens follows up again, backhander, off Morrow, scramble in front. They poke away at it, unable to reach with Bobby Gould, who's without a stick. And also without a stick, Francis Getty. 3-on-2 Islanders, now a 4-on-2. Trottier gives to the slot, Kerr a drive, deflected, he got in on Mason, and he's able to turn it away.
This is too much. I don't believe it. This is great.
Oh, Gartner moving back. Drive is off Conroy. Dwayne Sutter taking over for the Islanders. Caps have made a change. On with it comes Conroy. Angles off. Basson outreached and just muscled off by Rod Langway. Pavanka bothered by Dwayne Sutter. Jensen trying to help out. Pavanka able to step away. Pavanka flips the wing. Puck sent further by the fallen Greg Adams. And it's Gilbert floating one that is just directed back out by Bassett. 7:45 to go. Second overtime period. A giveaway here. LaFontaine a drive, and Mason answers.
His first shot on net in this hockey game, Mike. Pat LaFontaine.
Dwayne Sutter tried to reach LaFontaine, but Langway was in the road.
Good decision by Langway. Hot back there. Very hot. Get it out of the zone. Had to take the face-off in his own end.
Icing touch it. Stops the clock with 7:23 to go.
Have we even mentioned that there were a couple of penalties handed out there? Brian Murray has been without Gaetan Duchesne, and Terry Simpson has been without Pat Flatley for the last little while. At 10:49 of this double overtime, they received cross-checking penalties. Hate to say it, but they were hardly missed with what else is going on the ice.
What can help in terms of keeping energy up at the bench besides adrenaline if that isn't all gone? Do they distribute salt tablets and a lot of water?
Yeah, I think if these players have been smart, and you never know you're going to go to double overtime, but yeah, maybe even salt before the game and drink a lot of fluids. Heat loss. They have to get rid of a lot of the heat, and when they sweat, they're dehydrated as well.
Oh, LaFontaine wanted the backhander but couldn't get it. Back up with it is Kelly Miller. Has Christian with him. And the play is offside.
Yeah, it sure is. It sure is. They're arguing it, but Kelly Miller made a little move to his forehand right at the blue line, and that's what threw Dave Christian offside.
Bill, you just think in terms of micro inches. Close calls at one end, one clanks off the post. That puck that plopped in the crease at the other end in the first overtime period that wasn't converted.
It's just never going to end, honestly. We're going to have now 24-hour programming on ESPN from the 7th game of the semifinals of the Patriot Division. It's just going to keep going on day after day, and we're just going to have to get other people to come in here and announce for us.
It's like wrestling tag teams.
4 shots to go in this hockey game, and we will have hit the 100-shot mark. There you see it. 56 for the Capitals, 40 for the New York Islanders, 96 total.
Must be 96 faceoffs involving Gould and LaFontaine, and Gould's shot is blocked down by Rudy. Rebound, and Rudy punched it loose, and LaFontaine hand passes over to Makala.
Good call.
And that's a stoppage of play.
Great call by Ron Finn, the linesman. He's way out at the blue line, and Pat LaFontaine came out and popped it with his hand.
Oh, look
excellent.
At that.
Oh, gosh.
Lou Franciscetti just a moment ago with his arm around Gord Dineen as they more or less balanced each other.
I can tell you one thing, these teams have developed a very strong respect for one another in this kind of hockey game. You really end up admiring your opponent and hating them all at the same time.
Lou Franciscetti, who played in a town called Saginaw, and then one called Port Huron in the International League, then Hershey, then Binghamton, and finally on to the bright lights and the tension of Stanley Cup playoff action. And he goes to the bench. It'll be Ridley with Mike Gartner and Dave Christian. Stevens and Murphy the defense. It's won by Trottier. Plenty of room for a play to be made by Gord Dineen, then on up to Crom. 6:50 to go. Second overtime period, game tied at 2. Dineen slugs it around. Christian moving for it, and then it hit a chink in the boards. It's fed in front for a shot, blocked by Ridley. Loose puck, and it's picked up by Scott Stevens. Tried for Ridley.
Great block by Ridley. You'd hate to see this game end on a play like that. It went all the way around, and where the Zamboni comes on the ice in the corner, you'll see right now, right in that shot, it hit the rib or the door opening and bounced out.
Mike Ridley moving on, hooked off by Morrow. Ridley recovers. Carried off the play by Trottier. Still gets it to Hatcher. Hatcher cruising. Shovel shot is blocked off by Ken Morrow and retrieved by Conroy. And Conroy couldn't lift out. Tries the easier way of working it back along to get it to Gilbert. Hatcher stops in the final 6:05 of the second overtime period as Rudy sets it up for Morrow. And again, Rod Langway comes out to join Hatcher on defense for the Capitals. Janssen feeds ahead to Bob Bassett. Boom, check thrown by Hatcher. Mason out to clear it just away from Dwayne Sutter. And it is Hatcher nearly running into trouble behind. Pinching his Diddick. Dwayne Sutter shoved right off by Rod Langway.
Oh, cleared by Langway. Right out of the area.
Francis Getty, little toss to Pavanka, moving along with Jensen. Tried to shove it through. Jensen pawing there with Diddick. Turning with it is Francis Getty to Stevens. Hurriedly Pavanka. Francis Getty, a shot deflected wide. Still they work.
I thought that was it.
I did too. You could just see the play set up, couldn't you?
Oh, it was a perfect play. Pavanka has played an excellent hockey game. Jensen's had the legs. Francis Getty has played an inspired hockey game for Washington. Here's the pass to Francis Getty. The shot away, and Rudy there to help himself. Gosh, he's reacted so quickly when there have been follow-up plays to react to. He's found the puck very quickly after the original shot has been made. 5:19 to go. Second overtime period.
Mental fatigue, Bill, doesn't affect goaltenders. I'm becoming a believer. They're totally immune to it. Doesn't seem to affect Andy Van Hellemond either.
Oh, don't think for a second Andy's not huffing and puffing. You know, referees never get put to the test like this either during the regular season.
Rudy crouches down. He's faced 57 shots. The Islanders have gotten 40. Gould and LaFontaine. Duchesne to Gould's left, Miller to his right. And Murphy moved in, but LaFontaine able to get it away to Conroy. Just plays the safety to Dineen. And Dineen chops it up the middle, but it's tipped by Scott Stevens. Mason moves out. LaFontaine after him, but it's pumped back along for Murphy. Murphy's pass clicks off Gould. And it's Dineen shoving it back. Puck handled by Murphy again in the final 5 minutes of this second overtime period. One goal wins it. And the referee, Andy Van Hellemond, hoping it's a good one, too. Here's Gould by the defense of Conroy. Oh, and he couldn't shovel it home one-handedly. As reacting with the stick was Kelly Rudy. Centering pass. Gould, a backhander off a pile in front. Gaetan Duchesne stepping away. Tried to reach Gould with it. And the Islanders start out 2-on-2. Makala moving. Shoved off by Greg Smith. Coming across as Stevens, able to chop it away from Makala. Makala with time to recover. From Trottier, though, Janssen has to play at center ice.
Washington has to get a change. Bobby Gould's caught out there, dead tired. Now he'll get it. He came all the way back when he could have changed. He didn't know the Islanders were changing behind him. Oh.
It's Flatley chopped at by Christian. Trottier rolling it. Flatley. And that double team was by Christian and Jensen, and it's Gartner moving in. Big shot off of Rudy. Gartner moving in, and then it's checked soundly by Janssen. And it's rolled behind for Janssen.
And that, Mike, was the 100th shot on goal in this hockey game. 100 shots. 4 goals.
Langway's pass goes by Gartner and Janssen to play it. No play is routine, but these players are all tired. They aren't the only ones in the arena who are. We hope you're enjoying the telecast. Sports Center will follow immediately and in its entirety on ESPN. Hatcher drops it back, and Kenny Morrow goes after it. Francis Getty after him. Puck played behind. Unable to step to the front was Greg Adams. And everything sealed up there, and then Adams came through with a little bit of a stick. And now that'll be answered as Passon comes in to have a word.
You know, that's as close as Andy Van Hellemond will come to calling a penalty. His arm kind of did a double pump. Greg Gilbert is down. Here's the chance by Gould earlier. The hook on him just doesn't allow him to get that right hand of the puck. You see he has to steer with his left hand. A desperation hook by Steve Conroy once again. What a head of steam Gould had coming down on him. Gould was in full stride here. Conroy's a little flat-footed, but he never does let the hook go. Watch. Gould forced to one-handed on Kelly Rudy.
Washington penalty called on number 20.
40 shots against Bob Mason on the left.
Misconduct.
60 shots against Kelly Rudy on the right. Here are the penalties.
Adams got a 10-minute misconduct, which is Van Helleman's way of saying, look, that wasn't
That's right.
according to Hoyle here, but you're going off for 10, not a minor.
It's like saying, I want to punish you, but I don't want to decide the outcome of the game, and I can't blame him. That's kind of an interesting call and possibly an appropriate call at this stage of the game. You know, the thing that is so impressive about this hockey game, Mike, is that they have punished each other at every juncture, at every play. Langway, Stevens, Dwayne Sutter, Steve Conroy, Diddick, that man, Gilbert, in pain. He's still reeling from the cross-check that Greg Adams laid on him when he was on the ice. But at every corner, every area of the ice, here it is. Watch the cross-check on your right that Adams will lay on. Watch there, right there.
Oh. Yeah.
Right to the head and the shoulder of Greg Gilbert.
96 minutes and 47 seconds have been played. We started tied at nothing. We were tied at 1, and for the longest time, since 14:37 of the third period, we've been tied at 2. Brian Trottier is the one who forced overtime. Mason and Rudy, indescribable excellence in goal. On now comes Mike Ridley, and he was checked off on the play, but threw one in front, and Rudy has to make a play, and hurriedly it's on to Kerr. Now to Conroy, looks ahead for Crom and has him. It's angled for Brian Trottier. There first, though, is Langway. Crom centers one in front, and that shanked off the stick of Gartner. And the puck popped out of play again, stopping the clock with 2:41 to go. Nothing more to come of this. Well, you could see why Emerick would really start to reach his, and you've got a glove on it so much. You've got to hold it down, but just the littlest sort of thing would annoy you.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know that there is absolutely no way any one of these players is going to drop his gloves now and waste anything on a lousy fight in this hockey game. There's no question no one's going to fight, but you know that tempers are going to be still flaring with all of the tension that's out there and with the fatigue. Frustration is a key word now, too. Everybody is holding, everybody is hooking, especially in the Islanders zone, only because Washington has played in there so much. The Caps have had to fight tooth and nail for everything, and the Islanders have been playing classic clutch and grab hockey, but what else are they supposed to do? Washington's been doing the same thing when they've had to.
LaFontaine and Gould stalemate once more, and this one is thrown out of play by Larry Murphy. Mental fatigue there. He said, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to glass it off. There was a period of time when games could not start after midnight, or periods of games could not. And that was why, a long time ago, there were ties, even in Stanley Cup playoff action. Last one occurred 1950 in Toronto with the Boston Bruins. And the Leafs. Puck sailed high, flops near Leiter. Jams it away from Kelly Miller, and here's Makela wheeling back. Giving on to LaFontaine. Lost there. Puck over to Gilbert. In front to LaFontaine. Just checked right down by Stevens. Behind the net, Gilbert. Puck lost. It comes right out in front. Holding on is Mason. And he gets the whistle. And some more thrusting of arms and sticks.
What an eternity Bob Mason had to wait for him standing there, knowing the puck was jammed, waiting for Andy Van Helleman to blow the whistle, and Greg Gilbert was there poking away at it. And you know he came oh so close to poking it between Bob Mason's legs. Here's the play to LaFontaine. LaFontaine gets just bowled out of the play once again by Scott Stevens. Gilbert in the follow-up. Watch Mason hug the post. It's kind of a broken play, and now the puck is right in between his feet. Makela is there poking away. Gilbert comes in to help. Mason's holding his balance. Finally, the whistle. That's what happened. Larry Murphy tried to pull it up with his skate and ended up pulling it right out to Greg Gilbert. And if you ever want to be involved in an example of a time warp where time seems to creep by and seems like you're standing there for second after second, it's what Bob Mason just went through, having two Islanders poke away at the puck, waiting for Andy Van Helleman to blow the whistle.
Langway is ready. It'll be Grant Martin to take the face-off with Basson. Ron Finn had them set, then Martin in early. Visitor stick down first, home team stick in second, and the puck dropped, and you do your best. Finn issues a warning and readies them once more. 2:16 left, second overtime period. Puck won back. Drive by Didick, blocked down in front. Getting a piece of that was Greg Smith, and it's a 2-on-2. Francis Getty with a drive. And the puck thrown off by Didick. Turning stick of Dwayne Sutter. Across to Randy Wood. Wood with a little nudge on now. Gets it to Leiter. Drive just wide. Around it careens, and it's dumped back for Pavanka. Headman pass for Francis Getty, who moves in. And Francis Getty is just leaned on and tied up by Ken Morrow. Islanders throw it back. Murphy on defense, wheels back to the Islander line. Murphy able to step around, centered one, but sprawling to direct it away was Rudy. Centering pass across the goal mouth wide. Murphy a drive, and getting a stick on it, Rudy. Centering pass in front, and that went off a stick as well. Puck came right back in front, but right there was Brian Trottier. And Trottier back to Wood, and once again back out with 1:20 to go in the second sudden death overtime period. Seventh game, semifinals for the Patrick division. It started at 7:30 Saturday.
What a great chance Murphy had to let it go. Crossed the blue line in full stride. Elected to go wide once again. Mental fatigue, perhaps not feeling he had the strength to let it go and score. But it's evident now to me, Mike, the young legs are the ones that are dominating out there. Makela when he gets the puck. LaFontaine, Jensen, and Pavanka for the Capitals.
And it's Flatley, taken to the boards by Hatcher. Trying to get loose with it is Trottier, but he's just outmanned by Gartner, and the man carrying the puck, Mike Ridley. 40 seconds to go in this overtime period, and Ridley just closed off by Conroy. Trottier with a play. Scott Stevens takes a look. Shift change on for Washington. Christian taps in. Bobby Gould shot. Glove save! Rudy gives it up to Miller. A shot blocked off by Rudy. And the puck gotten by Trottier, then it comes in front again, and Rudy on top of it. Close calls in just 10 seconds. Rudy had it. It was gone. It was back again.
This game is too many. It's too many. What a save. What a save by Kelly Rudy. How many shots now?
64 to 41.
The chances that the Caps have had. Will they ever get over it if they don't win this hockey game? That puck is in the net too, sports fans. That is not a shot going wide. That camera angle, great angle, showed it.
Virtually every forward and a couple of the defensemen from each team we'll talk about this game and remember the chances they had somewhere in the third, in the first, or in the second overtime to end it and couldn't.
You think the winning team will have the day off tomorrow? Probably not. They'll probably be playing through tomorrow.
With this being Sunday, tomorrow is the first game of the series with Philadelphia.
Oh, don't confuse me, Mike. It's been a long day. Give me a break. I know it's Easter today.
It is Duchesne along to Larry Murphy. Kerr in the way. Gartner trying to shoot it in. Will it be a dump play? Will it be a drive? 4 seconds. 3. There's the drive. That's it. 100 minutes have been played. 105 shots have been taken. 101 saves have been made. Rudy and Mason, incomparable.
Incomprehensible as well, Mike. It's an honor to be here. I'll tell you, it's a very tiring honor to be here, but I'll tell you, we're not half as tired as those courageous men that are out on the ice. What a finale to Terry Simpson's first 7-game series in the National Hockey League.
And there were some who had his team written off 4 days ago. They're still battling now. After 2 overtime periods, 2-2. Sitting back and enjoying this one as it starts the third overtime period. Gartner hacks it in for the Capitals. Rudy behind. Dineen turns it over to Conroy. And Conroy's pass clicks for LaFontaine. LaFontaine sets up Makela. Oh, and he had a man breaking in the wing. That was Gilbert. But the play was all wide. Scott Stevens on defense. Turns it over for Gould. Then through with it on a 3-on-2 is Murphy. On the wing for Gartner. Has a man breaking Duchesne. And he fanned on it and went careening heavily into the boards. LaFontaine marches back for the Islanders, tries to get by Gould. In front, rising shot was off the mark. Behind the net, it's Stevens battling for it with LaFontaine. Puck kicks to Makela, back to Morrow. And that one given up to Stevens.
Here it is, 2-on-1, look out.
Gould and Christian hustling back as Crom. Gould able to step by, wheels the net, feeds one in front, and it's off Christian well wide. Miller stepped into by Flatley. And the puck lost to Alan Kerr, who hurries it along for Crom, cleared it into Scott Stevens, and Stevens dumps it along. Controlling and moving back out with it now is Flatley. Big shot, blocked off by Stevens. Shift change on for the Islanders. Capitals hurry it ahead. Hatcher on the wing to Pavanka. Shovel shot off the glove of Rudy and then the glass. Francis Getty unable to control, and the Islanders bring it back out. Moving in is Trottier, gives to Flatley. Shot sticked away by Mason. Wayne Sutter is checked to the boards by Hatcher, and the Capitals have free reign. Much more open this overtime period. Pavanka drive, pad stop made by Rudy.
What a shot, they can score on those.
A minute 40 gone in overtime period 3. Wayne Sutter a drive, deflected out of play.
Where did they find it? They come out blazing, end-to-end action in this, the third overtime period. Neither of these teams has ever in the history of their franchise played to triple overtime. The Islanders have played to double overtime once. That ended with 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. It was against Buffalo. LaFontaine has Bobby Gould isolated. Gould's not a defenseman. LaFontaine, instead of cutting in front and facing Scott Stevens, decides to go high to the glove side, short side in that case. At the other end, here's the feed for Duchesne. Oh, he just can't get his stick on it. Piles into the boards. Boy, dangerously puts out his leg to stop himself. Didn't catch his ankle on the boards too badly. He's all right. And the pace continues.
Francis Getty just staring down at the ice. He is the winger on the right side. Jensen the center. Pavanka the left wing. Basson got it loose for a shot off the glass right from the face-off. And it's Hatcher throwing off the glass. It's gloved down by Deneen, but followed up by Hatcher. Nearly given away to Basson. Here's Pavanka moving on.
Look at the young
Islanders
legs.
Back. Pavanka's shot is deflected out of play.
The young legs are still there, Mike. Pavanka. Man, did Pavanka ever take a shot in the face? Van Hellemond will have to call doubles there. I think it was Deneen that let him have it, or Alan Kerr, one of the two. Just drilled Michael Pavanka in the face, and the young legs have to be the ones to count on. LaFontaine, Makela in the second overtime period showed great speed. See, Brian Murray, what are you giving our guy a penalty for? Well, at this stage, Van Hellemond has little choice. I know Brian Murray would want to have a double call, but watch the shot. High, over the short side. How much does it miss by? Mason gets a piece of it. It's 6 inches over the net on a quick shot by Bob Basson. Frustrated Brian Murray. I know he wants penalties called in this overtime, as he wanted in the second overtime and the first overtime and the third period. You got to understand what kind of position Andy Van Hellemond is in. Pensive Terry Simpson.
Talk to any referee who's been in an overtime game, and the one thing he wants is for the goal to be clean and legal. Bobby Gould can't get through Conroy. Getting up slowly, LaFontaine, he's all right. Makela taps to him. Then too close, back for Makela, and so recovering is Deneen. 2-2 the score. 17:40 left, third overtime. Conroy to drive, sticked away by Mason. Makela checks Duchesne. Puck taken by Langway. LaFontaine the forechecker as Langway gets it over to Kevin Hatcher. Boy, has he carried the mail a lot tonight, lugging that puck out. It is Bobby Gould. Has Langway moving in. Shot! Oh, and that one eaten up by Rudy. And Rudy sweeps it back away to LaFontaine. LaFontaine's pass through on the wing. Makela in front.
No!
Oh,
no!
Incredible!
He went to the backhand. That's his favorite. And here it is. Oh!
Makela shot by Mason.
Unconscious. Unbelievable. They're on their feet here in the Cap Center. It's unbelievable. The young legs just about came through. What a feed from Kelly Rudy up to LaFontaine. Mason.
Murphy wraps for Gartner. We were standing as well as that play developed. How many more close calls? On comes Trottier. Nearly an opening, but then it closed so quickly. Backhand pass was wide. Here's Boyd with a shot, then that well off the mark. Pinching is Flatley. Lays it off to Trottier. Ridley right there, though, and Trottier battling him for it. Gets it. Centering pass blocked nicely by Scott Stevens. And here's a 4-on-2. Ridley up the wing to Mike Gartner. Drops to Murphy. Drive. Save. Rudy. Rebound. Wound up going off Christian. And the shift change on for the Capitals. This is a 2-on-2 for the Islanders. Moving in with it is Pat Flatley. Looks. Feeds over. Shot by Dineen. Knocked down by Stevens. Nice second effort to punch it away from Basson. And it's played off by Lou Francischetti. Dineen goes back to get it with 15:55 to go in this, the third overtime. And how does Francischetti have the effort left to throw that booming check on Dineen? Back through come the Islanders. Oh, and a feed up for Dwayne Sutter. It is Rod Langway sailing it out. Francischetti tries to move further. Double teamed and goes down. Basson has it for the Islanders. Rolls it off and wheeling toward it is Randy Wood. Check thrown by Pavanka. They drill back in.
Mike, we now get word, we're not sure what game it is, but this is the longest game in the last 36 years in the National Hockey League since 1951. I have no idea who played it. It might end here.
LaFontaine save made by Mason. Backhander, and that's knocked down as Wood had a try. And he hangs on. Mason
incredible.
Marvelous. And we're standing and applauding as well.
This is impossible. Impossible. Bob Mason on 3 consecutive saves somehow, miraculously, ends up with the puck in his glove. Here's the breakaway by LaFontaine, the toe save. He gets it back out in front. The spinning play by Wood. Finally back in front on a carom. Look at this. I have it. Yes, yes, I have it. LaFontaine in, Mason's there. Can he get back out of the net? Yes, just in time to face Wood's shot. Now his task at this stage is getting up. Look at Mason right in the net. Stevens is there. Watch Dwayne Sutter. Yes.
Oh, man.
Thank you, whoever is watching over me. I have it.
The 47th and the 48th Islanders shots are heart stoppers. 67 shots from the Washington Capitals. And LaFontaine and Gould will draw once more. One back to Boyd. Drive. Oh, and he flicks it away. Bob Mason got a piece of it. Puck played by Larry Murphy. Murphy's pass is poked loose by LaFontaine, and Murphy right back after.
Great second effort by Larry Murphy. Here they come.
Gould over to Miller. Miller moving. Drops to Gould. Shot is high and wide of the mark. Followed up by Murphy. And that puck pops over the glass out of play. Still got the T-shirt on, Bill.
We're going to have to take it off, right?
I think.
If we end up with another intermission. Randy Boyd hasn't played a lot in this hockey game, but you know he's going to play now. Everybody has to play now. Here comes your shirt, right?
It is warm.
How do you not stand and applaud? We're both standing, applauding Bob Mason, applauding so many plays that these teams have made. Players have made incredible plays. They have been incredulous at the saves that the opposition goaltenders have made. And the beat goes on. 14:44 to play in this, the third overtime period and the longest game in the National Hockey League since 1951.
And Maurice Richard ended that one. John Blum wraps it along to Gartner. Then to Rod Langway. And Langway with a big drive. Oh, and Rudy got a piece of that one and directed it out of play.
Just the 116 total shots on goal in this hockey game. 67 for the Washington Capitals. 49 for the New York Islanders. And in case for some strange reason you have just tuned in getting off shift at 1 a.m., the score is 2-2. 4 goals on 116 shots.
How many of our viewers were committed to work the night shift? And how many passed it up and said, well, I'll just catch the score at 11 o'clock. It is nearly 1. And this one isn't decided at 2-2. Crom marches back up for the Islanders. Has Flatley on his right. Wants to play for Flatley, but it's out for Mason to turn around to Rod Langway. Ooh, that was a pass in front, but he saw his man. Moving back out is Ridley. Hands on to Dave Christian. Christian striding. Matched there by Dineen. And Dineen with a quick recovery. Turning with it is Hatcher. Bumps it right back along. Dineen lofts it out again. Just away from the reach of Crom. Hatcher to Stevens. Shift change on. Dwayne Sutter comes out. Stevens plays the bounce. And it is Conroy back to get it. Spins it back around. Flatley will take care of it there. Looks for a pass. It sails by Dwayne Sutter. This will be icing as Murphy is there to touch it. And the faceoff will come near Kelly Rudy, who has faced 68 shots. At the other end, it's been 49. They're calm. Have they been numb to this?
How much energy does anyone have? Nail biting doesn't even begin to describe this hockey game. I mean, nail biting is reserved for regular overtime. People have got their fingers chewed down to nubbins. They're working on the knuckles now. The wrists are being eaten.
Becoming cannibalistic here.
Oh, I'm becoming punchy. Are you kidding? It's a great spectacle to be involved with, one way or the other.
3 stars of our intermission, in case you missed it, were John Wayne, Boom Boom Geoffrion, and someone from the Middle East. Pivonka to take this face-off. And he's opposite Bob Basson.
Got to launch your show business career somehow. It might take triple overtime, but everybody needs a break.
From the test, Francis Getty moved in, but it's Ken Morrow taking over for the Islanders. Pass controlled by Dwayne Sutter. Hands it on. Coming in with it, Basson to Dwayne Sutter. A shot blocked off by Mason. Dwayne Sutter tries to center, but anticipating is Pivonka. And Pivonka clears.
Good dump by Pivonka. Smart 20-year-old here in triple overtime. Real smart play, just dumping it up.
And the puck winds underneath the fallen Lou Francis Getty. 13:10 to go. Third overtime, 2-2. And for those of you who are just joining us, it was Gartner. Way back at about 8:30 this evening at 19:12 of the first period, his fourth. Flatley tied it for the Islanders at 11:35. Martin put his team ahead, getting his first ever NHL goal for the Capitals at 18:45 of the second, and Trottier tied the game at 14:37 of the third. We went through 1 20-minute overtime, but then 2, and we're midway in the third.
And we have now completed 5.5 hours of hockey broadcast. And no, we haven't been broadcasting a series, just this one game.
Ken Morrow drops it off. Rod Langway there to answer, and that one sails in on Rudy. Shot 69 of the game for the Washington Capitals. Thomas Janssen hands to Morrow. Lays it back off, and Makela starts ahead. Rod Langway watching him. Makela flips on the wing, and Miller had his man LaFontaine. Then John Blum checks on Gilbert. Rod Langway starts it back. Gives it on to Duchesne. Battles with Didick. Puck turned back by Makela. Langway forced by Didick, so it's a pass quickly over to Blum, who misses on his attempt for Miller. Blum tries to follow up, but this will be Bobby Cool dipping back.
Mike, still contact out there. Blum hitting Crom. They're just not going to stop until this thing is over. I don't know how they're doing it, but the contact, sure, it's subsided from the first period, but not noticeably. A lot of regular season games don't even have this much contact in them, and we're still in third overtime period here.
Oh, and what a hit just now as Flatley took his man on Rod Langway. And Brian Trottier controls at center ice, back along for the drive in. It's wrapped along toward Crom, but chopped high by Ridley. And again, the forces drop back to neutral ice. Langway dips back to play. 11:50 to go. Third sudden death overtime. 7th game, Patrick Division semifinals. Both teams have won 3 and still contesting through almost 2 whole games in one night. It is Murphy bringing it back for the Capitals. Has Ridley there. Murphy wheels, looks for a pass, now throws it in front, and Trottier there with the skates. Alan Kerr starts it back, giving it on to Trottier. Couldn't get by Scott Stevens. Then Kerr fights it loose, but boy, was he jeweled by Stevens. 2-on-2, in comes Pivonka. Pivonka flips one in front, and it's off Christian and wide. Christian spins. Pivonka sailed away from him, striking the back of the goal. Francis Getty controlling. Forehander clicked wide off Morrow. Basson can't clear. Christian turns it along, and it's handled by Francis Getty. So slowly it moves. Franceschetti centers, and Morrow there. Couldn't control, got help. It's knocked down by Jensen. Jensen slots. Kerr took it away.
He had Pavanka.
On comes Alan Kerr. Feeds the wing for Dwayne Sutter. Back check by Jensen. Basson able to move right around in front. Centering pass on and jammed wide. Basson works it back on the point. Didick a shot. And that one floated wide. Dwayne Sutter checked by Scott Stevens. Dropping it along. Kerr, and right there to get him is Hatcher. Pavanka drives it off. Didick trying to keep. Off Dwayne Sutter. Poked away. Wow. Continuing to work. Franceschetti has Jensen up the wing, but shot it right into Gerald Didick with 10-12 to go in this third overtime period. Makela has LaFontaine in front off the tip of his stick. Plays it to Makela. Deliberately behind now to Wood. Wood looks for LaFontaine, but he's defended well by Hatcher. Good play in front for the big defenseman. On with it comes Bobby Gould, trying to roll it through Leiter, but can't. Makela back the other way to Wood. With LaFontaine, the drop is to him. LaFontaine hooked down on the play by Murphy. Makela regroups at center ice with Conroy and just dumps one that sails off the glass. Puck played by Gaetan Duchesne. 69 shots to 49. Capitals with the advantage there. 9:33 to go. As in comes Flatley. That was tipped just wide by Mason, who just got his stick on it. Wood loses, and it's rolled back out by Kelly Miller. Dineen angles back off. Flatley is there. Drops for LaFontaine. Wrist shot wide of the short side.
They're dead out there.
Here they go again, and the pass misses for LaFontaine from Flatley and is drilled back off the glass by Duchesne.
Mike, it's still the young legs that are able to apply the pressure. The Croms, the Flatleys, the LaFontaines. How can it go on? Yet it does.
Notice how when Jensen came out, he hasn't played that much. All of a sudden, his tempo was so far superior to the others just because he had the legs. He had to expend himself quite so much.
Absolutely. Kelly Miller, you just saw him climbing off the ice. Dead tired, half dead hurt, sore all over. Look at his play by Basson. Elects not to shoot. What a great play, except countered by Scott Stevens. Basson got the puck through to him, but right here, Stevens knocks it away from Basson from a prone position. Scott Stevens has been nothing short of being a monster on defense tonight for the Washington Capitals.
And he's out there right now, matched up with John Blum on defense. Ridley, Gartner, and Christian. Kerr and Crom, the wingers for Brian Trottier. Morrow, right defense, left defense, Thomas Janssen. Will it come to one of them for the one that will end it, or will we go on? Trottier and Ridley have been opposite each other. We don't have the stat. 50, 60 times in the game tonight. And one more is necessary. And from this tie-up, Gartner comes by to get it. Mike Gartner, alternate captain, flips one out, well away from Ridley, all the way down. Icing touch-up will be made by Ken Morrow. Icing waved off, so play will continue. They miss the pass for Kerr, but get it to Trottier. Checked by Gartner. Moving across is Janssen for the dump in. Kerr moving after it. Stevens there, checks him off. It's Crom's puck to play. Dropping it back for Kerr, but the puck poked away by Stevens. Now John Blum gets it. Hands on to Gartner, who clears it back down. This time, icing will be called as the touch is made by Gerald Didick. 8:23 to go in the third sudden death overtime. Tied at 2.
And you know one thing, there is no athletic training that is designed for this kind of demand on the body. And these guys have transcended normal physical conditioning. The younger guys still have the legs, but even the younger players, this is above and beyond what is asked of an athlete to do. And they are running with such determination on empty, all of them, yet able to put one foot in front of the other somehow. There's Bill Torrey walking out of your screen. There he is. He can't even watch it. He walks back and forth, pacing.
It is Larry Murphy flipping. Puck glove down, turned back along by Leiter. Langway in the race with Basson. Langway overskates, so does Basson, but Larry Murphy right there to help his partner. Along to Greg Adams. And Adams moves out with Grant Martner. Goes down on the lean of Dwayne Sutter. Nothing will happen. Back on now comes Leiter. and Leiter rolls the boards. Mason sets it for Rod Langway. The open wing is Adams, but Adams has trouble with Bassins checking. It's to Langway, and Langway tried to flip it out but couldn't. Wayne Sutter check. Down he goes on the hook of Martin, and then Greg Adams knocks a man flying. That's Greg Gilbert. And now the sticks come up as Francischetti moves on Dineen. Just has a domino effect.
A very simple domino effect, Mike, almost like dominoes. It doesn't take much to knock one of these players down now.
Greg Adams may have thought when he went to the box to sit for 10 minutes on a misconduct, he might not get back to play again.
He has to be a little fresher than some of these players now, though, and perhaps it'll be an advantage to him. But I can only ask the question, are the Islanders' legs holding up, and are the Capitals' legs starting to sag? The Islanders seem to be playing in the Capitals' end more and more. The young legs, the Bob Baston and Pat LaFontaine and guys like this, the Caps haven't really been able to put much pressure on Kelly Rudy of late. And the Islanders seem to be as strong as they were in the first overtime period, possibly the second overtime period. And I can only ask the question. I can't answer it. I have no idea what's happening out there now other than the fact that it's a struggle.
Stevens to Hatcher. Pass escapes to Dineen. Turns it along to Makela. Up the wing for Wood. Wood moving in. Leaned on by Hatcher. They battle once more. And moving in is Makela. Makela rolls it for Wood, who's without a stick. Hatcher pressing him to the boards. It's kicked to LaFontaine in front. Oh, and a shot saved by Mason. Rebound in front. And LaFontaine without a stick couldn't handle.
Tried to stick handle it in with his hands.
Duchesne back for the Capitals. Here's Duchesne with Jensen moving. Down on the play goes Bobby Gould, and the fans complain. Coming back to get it ever so slowly is Kevin Hatcher. Hatcher with a pass that clicked off a teammate's stick. Loose and Hatcher able to recover again to Bobby Gould. Pass up the wing is carried in offside by Morrow.
Good call by John D'Amico, standing 8 feet from the play. Called the offside. It came out by a few inches. And that's another thing that you don't want to have happen in a game like this. You got to understand, these guys, John D'Amico, Ron Finn, Andy Van Helleman, they have not had a break. They don't get to go to the bench, and certainly they're not getting banged around. But the length of this game has to take its toll on them. They're not prepared for this kind of demand on their bodies either. And to see them continue to make accurate call after call on the offsides and on the icings has to happen. It just would not be fitting if something happened that was out of the ordinary, a fluke play, a missed call to end this hockey game.
No one a tribute to their conditioning and adrenaline too that they have anything left. D'Amico ready to drop it again. Ridley and Trottier again. And it is Larry Murphy on. Boyd turns, 8 and 6. Boyd and Morrow back on defense. Randy Boyd along for Flatley, pressed though by Langway, and so Morrow has to answer. Wrapping it along to Trottier. 6:35 to go. Third sudden death overtime, a 3-on-2. Flatley moving up the wing. Drops it to Randy Boyd and moves to the front. Backhander by Boyd. Oh, and it's loose in front. And able to grab it as Mason with the help of Larry Murphy.
Oh, the gamble of Dave Christian came oh so close to giving him nightmares for days to come. Everything was set up great in the Islander zone. One man was back, it was Christian. Gartner moves in to pinch, but Christian misses his man, and what happens? The 3-on-2 the other way. Here's Boyd going wide. He had a chance to shoot on his forehand, elected to go wide. There's the puck bouncing out in front, and Bob Mason just squatting down to grab it with help from Larry Murphy.
Talents honed in the case of Larry Murphy from age 5 all the way to now. And you combine that with the other careers, the 20 men that were placed on each roster tonight, the talents of the coaching, the scouting that led to draft choices, many of those which are in uniform tonight, all the effort, and what a beautiful game it has resulted in. Dineen with a pass over to Conroy, drive is wide. Around now to Crom, given a shoulder by Adams. Dineen keeps it in, and that one skitters away from Trottier. Moving over to get it is John Blum. Play made by Conroy. Again, the drop right back in. Mason hands it to Scott Stevens. Then along to Adams. 69 shots for the Capitals, 50 for the Islanders. It's wedged in by Martin. Again, a shift change. Conroy wheels behind his own goal. We're down to 5:55 in the third overtime. Hatcher broke his stick with that one, and the play went offside anyway.
Mike, we have now played the equivalent of 3 complete periods of hockey without a goal. So in essence, these teams have played to a scoreless shutout in a regulation 60-minute hockey game in this overtime.
One of 10 longest games in NHL history. We're out of superlatives, and we can only compare occasionally when there is a cease to play with the records of the past. No empties. Everyone here. Many of them arrived when the key was turned in all the doors at 6:30. It's going on 7 hours for some of them to have been here. For the players, much longer. Ken Leiter moves it back up for the Islanders. A drive, and that one grabbed by Mason and turned over to Scott Stevens. What a dynamo he's been tonight. Moving out now with Pivonka, has Jensen on the left. The angle is for Jensen off the glass. Oh, and Rudy has trouble with it. And at the side of the goal, it's fished away by Didick. Puck back to Stevens. Drive, and that ricocheted off the leg of Pivonka. Greg Gilbert starts back up. Moving along with Didick, but he hit Didick with a pass. Kevin Hatcher starts back. And it's taken over by Basson. Basson turning, weaves his way away from the check of Franciscetti, but misses Dwayne Sutter with the pass. Stevens in. Shoves Dwayne Sutter to the boards, and two of them with fatigue go down, and Stevens trying to get the whistle, and Andy Van Helleman complies.
You can't imagine the force with which Scott Stevens is still crashing people into the boards. We know he's a bull. He's 6'1", he's 210 pounds, but untiring tonight. Shift after shift, Mike, he has just continued to crush people into the boards. Pat LaFontaine didn't get his first shot on goal until what, the second overtime period? First overtime, no, the second overtime period was when Pat LaFontaine got his first shot on goal, and he's had 3-4 quality chances to end this hockey game since then. He has gotten stronger.
Personification of fatigue. You saw at the bench as Duchesne moves on. They try the angle play again. Rudy has a little trouble, but is able to quickly wrist it away. Wood advances it to Makala, and Makala defended by Rod Langway, so that play breaks down. With it is Ken Morrow moving back, and Morrow gave it up to Duchesne. Duchesne starting back in, drive, and getting the stick on that was Rudy. It's chipped back off by LaFontaine and guided out by Makala. They try to work further. Going ahead is Wood, leaned on, wedged by Murphy, but he got a pass in front that Rod Langway takes over. Angles it back off for Christian. Shuts it ahead. Gartner moving in with Gould. Over to Gould, and the pass too stiff for him to take. Then Gould flips one that is lost momentarily. And we get a stoppage of play. Bill, I honestly lost sight of it.
I did too. I have no idea where it is. It's caught up in somebody's equipment. Steve Conroy, Mike Gartner with a great chance to feed Bobby Gould. Fatigue definitely a factor. Gartner did the transition from the shot to the pass, and he overpassed. He passed it too hard. Watch here, fake the shot. Now with the pass, he doesn't take enough steam off of it, and it bounces right off Bobby Gould's stick. There's the try by Gould. It never does make it to Kelly Rudy. Number 33, Steve Conroy, had a trap in his equipment.
Trottier is the one who tied it. He assisted on the goal by Flatley, which tied it at 1-1 midway in the second, a long time ago. From the face-off tie-up, the Islanders have it. Conroy again flips it back out. With the long reach in the glove, Hatcher prevails. Islanders are able to force play back to the neutral zone, and then Stevens just flexes it the other way. Here's a chance as Gartner has a man in the slot, and Christian with a shot. Oh! And that one just wide, and maybe getting a piece of it was Rudy. Flatley floating it in. Christian goes back for the Capitals. Scott Stevens is there, pulls away from Flatley, and it's along to Gartner. Can't clear out. Leiter keeps, hurries it along. It's off Trottier. Flatley for Trottier, but Scott Stevens right there. It is Mike Gartner playing for the Capitals and sailing one over the reach of Leiter all the way down. 3:30 to go, third overtime period. Game knotted at 2. Langway for Jensen, who's shouldered out of the play by Didick. And it is Alan Kerr, side by side, missed signals with Bassett, and so Franciscetti comes in. It kicks for Kerr. Oh, and Langway just takes him to the boards. Basson there, battling with Langway and Kerr. Dwayne Sutter has it. Fighting with Franciscetti. Puck loose, Alan Kerr around in front. Can't force it home. And holding it to the side of the net is Bob Mason.
It's going to happen with the young legs for one of these teams. They're the only ones with anything left. Alan Kerr, that time, dancing around, cut under the chin. Faison, not a bit. They're beyond pain at this stage. Perhaps not beyond pain in the physical sense, and they might acknowledge it in the mental sense. But unless they got broken bones, here's a chance for Christian at the other end. Gartner's pass, a little hard for him. Jammed him just enough that he couldn't get it on Kelly Rudy. Christian perhaps could have elected to stop the puck and take a shot on Kelly Rudy, but he decided to one-time it, thought he could get wood on it. It's a microsecond judgment that at this stage of the game, you just have to guess a little bit. Use your instincts. Hope that your instincts come through. Don't think about too much. Instincts.
71 shots for Washington, 51 for the Islanders. 122 of them. Maybe it'll be the 123rd that will end it, or maybe we'll go into the 200 range. We can stay here that long, can't we?
Oh, I can't even fathom that.
Chipped by Janssen in front. Oh, and Hatcher gathers that one in. Every play so important. On comes Gould, has Duchesne, but Gould controls, has a shot! Blocked away by Rudy. Gould checked by Gilbert. Makela with the puck. Right back out. And able to knock it away was Hatcher, so that LaFontaine is forced to make that safety play. Morrow on the stick now of Makela. Oh, did he get some lumber just now from Hatcher. Play continues, 2:25 to go, third overtime. Glad you've joined us on ESPN. Sports Center to follow in full immediately after our game. Conroy drops it back off. Trying to hustle ahead is Trottier. Christian drops back because Hatcher made the play on Trottier. Christian gives to Hatcher. Hands on to Ridley. And it's thrown back in by Ridley, but collared there and quickly yanked back out again by Flatley.
You know, the Caps are going to have to continue to get it in deep, Mike. The last 5 or 6 rushes, they want to try and end it. We all know that, but they're trying to beat people at the blue line. Mike Ridley especially hasn't sent it in deep when he's had the chance. They're coming down the ice numerically disadvantaged. 2-on-3, 2-on-4. We know they'd like to end it all, and they know they want to end it. Gosh, you know, you sit up here and you see what they're doing and not doing. They're not dumping it in, penetrating. They have to hope for a turnover. It's so difficult at this stage, given their energy level, to try and make a clean play to beat anyone, unless you've got somebody on the fly. Most of the time they don't. Go for the broken play.
Boy, did Finn come through with that whistle ever so quickly, because that was a play that could have developed into the one that ended it. But Finn, the veteran linesman, showing no fatigue, at least in his quickness. Jensen moving in for the faceoff with Basson, and the Islanders have it again. Over 118 minutes have been played. The drop comes back to Basson, a shot. Oh, just shut off at point of impact by Murphy. Basson angles it back along. Delayed offside is wiped, and moving ahead with it now is Rod Langway. Sweeping and then handing for Adams, but he can't control. Diddick dumps it back. Murphy going back after it, and Henry takes him off the play. Henry trying to control. Puck to Dwayne Sutter, and fighting him all the way while sprawling is Langway. Dineen a shot, and that grabbed off high by Mason, and he'll wait with 1:10 to go.
Langway extending himself so much, that time tripped on the net and went head first, and still somehow was able to get a piece of the Islanders player that was closing in. Bob Mason, yet another glove save.
He was crawling. You wonder how he could ever get any kind of grip. Just sprawling and willing it practically for his body to get that far.
That's what it is, instinct. The brain is, I wonder how much all the brains are functioning. The instinct is definitely there. And you know who the happiest person in the Capitol Center is right now? Mike Keenan of the Philadelphia Flyers. The winner of this team will meet the Philadelphia Flyers in the finals of the Patrick Division without nearly enough time to rest.
Beleaguered. Gould moving in for the face-off with LaFontaine. And John D'Amico, ever concerned about getting them lined up. Did you notice that? And from the face-off, it's controlled back to Conroy. His shot is deflected, and Bobby Gould just plays it safely back out. The final minute now of the third overtime. Mason sees that one bounce off his net, but Scott Stevens there. Angled off for Duchesne. Conroy locks up with him. It's forced by Makala. On for Wood. He's given a stiff shoulder by Scott Stevens, and then boomed by Blum. Loose puck carried away now by Bobby Gould. Gives it over to Christian. Has Duchesne up the wing. Lays it off for Gould. Here's a chance with Duchesne open. It's rolled in front off Rudy. And able to force it back away was Ken Leiter on defense. Half a minute to go. Third overtime. On with it comes Makala. Moving in. Drive. Oh, Mason. Loose puck in front. And it's gotten by LaFontaine. Tripped up. Puck came loose to Francis Getty.
Mike, I think that one hit the handle of Bob Mason's stick. Look at this. Here he is.
Francis Getty's by. Save. Net dislodged.
Oh.
Rudy made the play, and the force of Francis Getty going in caused the net to dislodge, and Francis Getty is down hurt with 12 seconds left in the third overtime.
Is he hurt?
No, I'm wrong. He's just tired.
How can you get up after a play like that? He has no energy. Yes, he does have energy. We're sitting here, we're saying they have no energy. Look at Francis Getty. He still has the drive in the legs, but he gets taken down. Does he get the shot away? You betcha. Look at the angle that he is lying on the ice, and he gets his shot away, crashes into the net. Look, he's still going for it. I mean, the brain has stopped functioning. The legs and the arms are still going, and he's still swiping at the puck to get it in the net. What a superlative effort.
12 seconds to go. And it is Alan Kerr with one of the last chances of this overtime. Dishes that one off, and here's Crom moving in. Forced to the corner by Gartner. The horn sounds. 120 minutes have been played. 126 shots have been taken. 122 saves have been made. And for those of you who've been waiting and hoping that there was another overtime played so that you could see the model quality chest of Bill Clement, you'll get your wish.
Simpson on the New York Islander bench. Coach Murray on the Washington Capitol bench. The players are out there. We're ready for the fourth overtime. Let's rejoin Mike Emerick and Bill Clement.
Bill, I'm not an accountant, but I wonder how many hours it is till the opening game of the next series, the opponent of which has not been determined yet for Philadelphia. What is it, a day and a half? No. Yeah, day and a half exactly, almost. They'd be singing the anthem a day and a half from now.
It's not enough time, Mike. Either one of these teams will be at a tremendous disadvantage in game one. I mean, it could be a walk for Philadelphia. I don't know how they can recover.
Larry Murphy with a pass. Mike Gartner in. And Gartner moving further. Gartner centered one across the goal mouth wide. We had to double clutch there for a second as fans were stepping by us here to get to their seats. On now comes Makala. Turned over now to Randy Wood. Drive. Oh, and that one whistled wide. Behind the net, it's Makala out in front. LaFontaine shot, scramble in front. Oh, and he fought it away again, Bob Mason. Incredible, and one of the best Islander attacks in the last 2.5 or so hours in this game. Conroy keeps, drive, that one went off Larry Murphy. Now Mike Gartner moves it back out, has Gould along with him. The pass sails through him, and the whole play winds up going offside. But how did Mason ever keep the Islanders off the board?
The young legs came so close to ending it. Pat LaFontaine, again, after being a no-show for 3 periods, now for 3 periods, has been all over the Washington Capitals with how many good scoring chances? Look who's in there. Steve Conroy is right in there. He's bailing out to get out of the way. LaFontaine gets great Wood on it. There's Randy Woods to the side of the net. Mason's half pinned under Larry Murphy. Finally gets up. Another scramble. And Mike Gartner's there to head Pat LaFontaine off of the pass.
This is the fourth overtime period. 2-2. Hatcher moves in. He's got a man in front, Kelly Miller, but he wheels the net himself. Chased all the way by Crom. And it's Trottier for the Islanders. Banks it off for Crom, but Rod Langway there to turn it back the other way. Christian guiding it in. Ken Morrow flops it back. And the tandem of Langway and Hatcher are down for a stoppage of play on the icing. 1:11 gone. Overtime number 4. What's that list? Have we crossed 2 more off? And this is now longer than 2.
Absolutely. This is now
fifth.
the 5th longest overtime game in the history of the National Hockey League. The 4 that are ahead of this one, 1930, 1943, 1933, 1936.
Well, this will be another of the crucial face-offs. Bob Basson will take it. And as has been the case so many times, he'll be in opposite Michael Pavanka.
As great as Kelly Rudy has been, Bob Mason has been so wonderful at his end of the ice. In this, keep in mind, only his 4th playoff game in the National Hockey League in his career.
First ever overtime contest.
Kid kind of reacted pretty well to overtime, didn't he?
Not too bad. Morrow wedges his man off. That's Greg Adams. Still won't let him get to the puck. Adams muscled it a little ways, but now it's Basson starting back out. He's got Dwayne Sutter with him. And Gilbert trying to move up the far side. It is Basson, checked off though by Larry Murphy. Wraps it around, puck kept by Janssen, flipped it in front. Still they try to reach it, and on with it now Pavanka 1-on-2. Pavanka moving in with a wrist shot high off Rudy, and he'll hang on. 75 capital shots.
Pavanka still has jump in his leg. He took off with that puck as this winds on and on and on. It's really apparent the players that have the conditioning and the age and the youth in their legs to continue, one of them you would think sooner or later would have to get one by Kelly Rudy. The game of his career. Most likely the game of our careers, Mike.
Yes. It is as good as there.
It doesn't get any better than this, that's for sure.
Just marvelous action tonight. Anything we say will be so small compared to the enormity of what a tremendous contest we've seen. On now with it is Dineen. Moving with LaFontaine, who waits for the dump in. Rod Langway plays the carom and holds up behind. Getting up slowly was McAlow, just lost his edge and maybe a little balance on fatigue. Now here's a carom play to Kelly Miller. Just taken down though as Wood was on his man. Now Bobby Gould with it. Gives to the back to Hatcher. Drive, and that went off the glass. McAlow playing for the Islanders. Lays it back out. Rod Langway pursued by LaFontaine. Drops it over to Duchesne. That one floats through LaFontaine, and then checked from behind is Miller by Diddick. On with it, LaFontaine. Misses for Wood. Now Wood tried to play the carom and move in, but the play is offside. And so again, a center ice face-off to result.
And all the rookies are getting their share of ice time. Naturally, they're the youngest. Randy Wood, Bob Basson, Alan Kerr. What a list. They're cranking up the music here at the Cap Center, trying to get the Caps that one goal, possibly trying to keep the fans into it. That's one thing that the Caps could really use now, is a boost from the crowd. They need anything. They're grasping at motivational straws and energy straws, anything they can get their hands on.
Ridley works it back. Murphy connects with Ridley. Has Gartner on his right. On his left it is Christian. Puck dropped in, and Crom goes to play. Checked though by Mike Gartner. In comes Christian, wanting to pull it loose. Puck yanked free, though, onto Ken Leiter, then to Trottier, who just bounces one out. Scott Stevens has it there. Drops it right back in. Kelly Rudy sets it up. Puck played along for Trottier. Gets back to Murphy. Hurries one in front. Oh, and taking his man out at the front of the net was Diddick. The man who went down was Mike Ridley. On comes Ken Leiter. Watching him is Murphy. Leiter rolls it in, goes to get it, but Scott Stevens is there. It's Ken Morrow keeping. Wrapping it around, and it swirls near Murphy. He can't catch up to it. Wants to play it safely, and so it's Henry banking it around. Moving in this time to pinch is Ken Morrow. Hit hard by Stevens. Morrow able to get it. That one bounced off Stevens and came back to him. Now he contests with Christian for the puck. Alan Kerr has it. Janssen wants it at the point, and he has to play at center ice because of the carom off a capital skate. Kelly Rudy taps to control there to Janssen. Shift change on, and Big Ed Kostelik is out along with Grant Martin. Bill spoke of the young legs. They have some young ones out there now. Kostelik with a shot on Dwayne Sutter, and the puck flipped wide by Basson. Francis Getty tries to clear it along. We get a whistle and stoppage of play as the net dislodged once more.
Boy, the action is just not stopping in front of the net. Rod Langway and Dale Henry grappling for position, fighting. And you know, with the young legs, Mike, I keep mentioning it, they seem to be the only ones that are able to create any opportunities, and you have to create an opportunity. The teams are playing such cautious defensive hockey. Any chance they get, they just dump the puck out. If they're not completely sure, they're dumping it out, and nobody has the legs to really pressure anyone. But when the young kids are getting the puck and the rookies are getting their fill of it, Dale Henry, now Randy Wood is out there, Pat LaFontaine again, Mikko Makala, all the Islander kids, Bobby Gould, not necessarily a kid, but he's certainly shown young legs tonight at the age of 29. He's hung in there with the kids.
Dineen poked it deep. Gould drives it around. Conroy hit hard by Miller. Drive by Wood, and that's off his skate wide. John Blum to play on defense. Can't connect with Francis Getty, but checks his man Makala. Rod Langway forces it further. Randy Wood able to lay it off, and the Caps having a little trouble deep in their own zone. But it is Gould controlling now and drifting out for the Capitals. Hammers one along, but that caught a man offside, and in early was Kelly Miller. 15:36 to go. Overtime period number 4. Gartner and Martin, the goals for the Capitals, Flatley and Trottier for the New York Islanders. The last goal was scored at 14:37 of the 3rd period. We've played one full game and part of another one since then.
An 8-game series, isn't it?
Sure is.
More than an 8-game series
Make it
now.
9 now.
Yep, we are actually in as far as, and we're not even counting other overtime games in this series.
None.
None? We don't have to count other overtime games in this series. We are still.
Hatcher across to Scott Stevens. Reaching is Flatley, but then following through is Duchesne. And Kelly Rudy sets it up once more. Wood wraps it around. Flatley can't clear out. Stevens angles one. And it is, again, Randy Boyd this time on defense to play. Crom with a little flip out to Trottier. Cross-ice pass, but that one went off Flatley. And Flatley just bumped out of the way by Scott Stevens, but continues to pursue. Martin goes down on the lean of Flatley. Puck loose, shot by Crom, and that well off the mark. Boyd pinches in deep. Boyd behind. Puck turned back out, and with it is Crom. Crom controls, drives one, and that one went right into Scott Stevens.
What a block by Scott Stevens.
And the pass goes by Duchesne. 4th overtime, still sacrificing himself. Icing the call. Back it'll come near Bob Mason.
You know, I have to think that this is the kind of game that guys like Scott Stevens thrive on. Load on the pressure, load on the work, and I will take it. And Scott Stevens seems to be one of the most stubborn athletes I've seen in a lot of years, and also one of the most gifted physically. He has remained just about as strong throughout all 6 periods into the 7th period. And he really seems to thrive on it, doesn't he? That strength, that determination, and that raw desire to show everyone that he can last under any physical confrontation, and he has lasted.
Stevens is off now. And it is Murphy and Langway on, and Langway moves it on to Pivonka. Pivonka up the wing now to Greg Adams. Watching him is Morrow. Adams with a pass in front, and Jensen goes down. Back through now comes Bob Basson, but the net was dislodged when Jensen went skidding into it, and that's why the whistle is blown.
What a bad carom. It took off the boards too, Mike. Larry Murphy was moving in, and it's academic at this point. The net was still off of its post, but that one took a very funny bounce off the sideboards. It was coming nice to Murphy and then decided to do an about turn, maybe hitting a crack in the boards.
Bob Mason. Team USA. Boy, did they train hard preparing for the 1984 Olympics. Nothing like he's seen here. The Hershey Bears, Binghamton Whalers, all in his past. This is the ultimate. And at the other end, Kelly Rudy. Langway's pass loose. Janssen has it. And again, chasing will be Larry Murphy. Murphy with a little pass, circle to Langway. Back through they come. Shoulder applied by Basson, and down goes Greg Adams. Back through with it comes Langway. Has a man breaking and fires one into the pad of Rudy. Murphy controlling. Flips one in front. That one cut off by Thomas Janssen. And along with it is Adams. Adams over to Pivonka for a drive off the mark. Keeping it is Langway. Throws one in front. That ricocheted off Pivonka. Adams centers one in front. Oh, and a chop made by Pivonka. Couldn't get a shot away, as he was tightly checked by Thomas Janssen. Dwayne Sutter with a drive off Langway. And then the back of the goal, and Dwayne Sutter, the first one there. Centers one to the slot. Conroy with a pass in front, unable to take it was Kerr, as it was off his skate. And then down goes Gartner. It's LaFontaine with a shot. Scramble in front. And that one blocked away. Did that get all the way through to Mason?
I'm not sure, Mike.
Pass is on the money to Gartner. One back. Conroy shot. Oh, and Rudy able to get it. Dumped along. LaFontaine presses further. Gets some help from Conroy on defense. Wraps it along to Kerr. Fourth overtime. 13-10 to go. LaFontaine ahead, but Kerr just couldn't get loose. Away from Scott Stevens to play it to him. Now on LaFontaine. Shovels it to an empty wing. John Blum hurries to Gartner. Shift change on Islanders. Gartner couldn't crank it. LaFontaine, brilliant checking from behind. Blum able to hold. Gives it for Christian, but Pat Flatley in the way. And Flatley sails one across that Makala will have. Set up now for Diddick. Moves in, chops one. That one into Blum. They finesse it over to Makala. Drives it behind. Flatley is there. Feeds it to the back. Boyd a drive, and getting his stick on it was Gould. Turnaround drive. Snare, drop, trap by Mason. Net dislodged.
You know, they don't even have enough strength at this stage, Mike, to put on the brakes. Pat Flatley was going. Kelly Rudy was helping him along a little bit. Flatley went right into the net and lifted it right off its moorings again. And very few players are stopping out there. Here's a chance by Mike Gartner. Watch that glove saved by Rudy. There it is again. That glove, both gloves. That has been the amazing part of both of these goalies' presentations tonight. Their gloves. Mason has kept this game going period after period with his glove, as has Rudy. And one thing that we can watch for, and that's been going on for a couple of periods now, very few players are stopping and starting out there. That is very difficult on skates and very taxing. That's why coaches make you do stops and starts to get in shape. So what do? You turn. And very often, you have to guess which way to turn. Look at that little guy. Can't blame you, son. It's been an exciting hockey game, but it's past your bedtime. Just about 2 o'clock here in D.C.
I'm sure your father will save the ticket stub for you. And someday, you'll both reflect back on this. Who knows? It may be his very first game. Wouldn't that be something? From this face-off, the Islanders have it, but Larry Murphy turns it back along for Stevens. Hooks it Trottier. Trottier again punished by Stevens. And it is Pavanka trying to guide it behind. They want to get a play made back the other way. Work it up the boards or something, but it squirts loose. Puck played by Crom. Couldn't connect with Trottier in front. Gould couldn't follow it up, but now gets help from Pavanka on the play, and they get it back out to the neutral zone. Trottier, bouncer! Oh, and those can be a problem, but Bob Mason was there, and it wouldn't have counted because the play was offside.
But did you see how it bounced? It came in on an angle and bounced up to Bob Mason's left, just got the top of his pad. See the sweat dripping from Bob Mason's chin? I wonder how much some of these players have lost tonight, Mike. You know, an ex-goalie of the Washington Capitals, Ronnie Lowe, in the very first game that the Washington Capitals played, it was in the Madison Square Garden against the New York Rangers. Ronnie Lowe lost 12 pounds in that hockey game. No, 14 pounds. He went from 202 to 188 and was supposed to start the next night and was unable to. He was too drained. He was too weak. You have to know that a lot of these players are going to have some serious repercussions from this type of overextending. This is like a marathon.
All right, now we're in the fourth overtime. What do you remember after that second overtime game that you played for Calgary?
I was dead, honestly. These players are running on empty and have been for some time, yet they continue to show great perseverance, great determination, great instincts, great hitting, great physical play.
Oh, and just so close there. Dwayne Sutter might have had it, but it's over for Larry Murphy, and Sutter just carries him off firmly. Now Jensen muscling along, able to free it to Pavanka. Hands back to Scott Stevens. Then along to Greg Adams, and Adams hammers one around that swirls back all the way to center ice. Dwayne Sutter. And it's on Leiter. Leiter moving in. Chopped that by Hatcher. Centers one in front. And just by Langway. Here's Dineen pinching. Looks it over. Dineen gets behind the net. Turns out in front. Shot blocked off by Hatcher. Turnaround. LaFontaine. Score! Pat LaFontaine. 3-2 Islanders.
Dale Henry might have gotten a piece of it, but what can we say? We will now let the cameras do the talking for us for a moment.
Islanders goal scored by number 16, Pat LaFontaine, is fourth in the playoffs. Assist to number 2, Gordon Dean, and assist to number 29, Ken Letter.
Here's a look at it.
Islanders goal, scored by Pat LaFontaine.
It definitely went off someone, at least from where we were sitting, it went off someone.
And Ken Letter.
Pretty tough to tell on that pan, but you know Bob Mason senses it immediately. It went behind him. What a play by Gordon Dean. He made the whole thing happen. LaFontaine turning.
The game's third star.
Mason handcuffed. In the fourth longest overtime game in NHL history.
Kelly Rudy. And the game's number 1 star, Pat LaFontaine.
And the winning goal was standing on its edge when the stick was applied to it. 3 inches tall.
Ceremonial handshake.
Thank you, ladies and
I can only say,
gentlemen,
gentlemen, and I'm talking about all of the players on the ice, and I think I can use the term literally when I call them all gentlemen. Thank you. It's been an honor to be here.
Who would even remember or even care that this matched the least improved team in the NHL this year, Washington, which lost 21 points over last year. And they were forced into a situation. Here's LaFontaine shaking hands with Lou Francischetti, where they had their backs to the wall. The Islanders came charging back. Neither team yielding throughout the extra time. One additional full game played.
Can you not sense that closeness that we talked about? We said one way or the other, these players will feel a bond between one another. The opposing teams, a kind of a respect that builds into a bond, and you could see the handshakes, very warm congratulations going back and forth, and condolences going back and forth. There's Kelly Rudy, who has played one of the most unbelievable hockey games in the history of the National Hockey League.
Wonderful game. 75 shots for the Washington Capitals, 57 for the Islanders, and it ends very close to 2 a.m. Back to Tom Mees.
Thank you very much, Mike Emerick and Bill Clement. Super job by you two gentlemen as well. 3-2, the Islanders win it. You know, they were down in this series 3-1. They won the last 3 games to win the series. They win the 7th game on the road in the 4th longest game in National Hockey League history. The bracket is now complete. In the Patrick Division Finals, it'll be the New York Islanders against the Philadelphia Flyers. Game 1 Monday night at the Spectrum in Philadelphia. And our next game will come your way Monday night as well. Mike and Bill will be up at the Forum in Montreal. Game 1 between the Quebec Nordiques and the Montreal Canadiens. In the Adams Division Finals, 7:30 Eastern Time. But people will be talking about the game you just saw for a long, long time to come. Islanders win it 3-2. They win the series 4-3. The game that matched this, the next longest game, I mean to say, was played in 1943. It's been that long since we've had a game this lengthy. Here again is a look at the winning goal. Gordon Dean for the Islanders behind the net, looking to center the puck. It's off a stick, comes out to Pat LaFontaine. I believe it deflected in off of fallen Dave Christian. You have to be proud for the winners. You have to feel awfully sorry for the losers. And the sportsmanship and the fatigue and the fans of the Capitol Center in Landover, even though their home team lost, stood and gave these players a standing ovation, and well-deserved. You've seen one of the greatest exhibitions of courage and heart and physical stamina you will ever see in any sport anywhere. And it's been a proud moment for all of us here at ESPN to bring it to you. 3-2 the final. The Islanders win it and go on to meet Philadelphia. For everyone, good night. I'm Tom Mees.